Hello and welcome back to the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. This is day 2 of 5. Did I already say that? I didn't already say that. I'm here with Matt Canick. We're here to watch Nigel Richards, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Nigel. Round 8, Nigel Richards against Rafi Stern. I texted Rafi pre-tournament and said, hey, Rafi, I really hope you have a hot start to this one because I would love to get Stern versus Richards on the stream. My wish is coming true. Stern versus Richard coming up in round 8. And round 9 is going to be pretty sick as well. We'll tease that one in hopes that this one doesn't get thwarted by the players started too early. Round 9, Jackson Smiley, Joey Krafchick. That one also going to be awesome. We're through 1 of 5 days of play here at the Scrabble Players Championship, and no player survived the first day unscathed. No player sits undefeated. 3 players are at 6-1 right now. Mac Miller, Eric Goldstein, and Carl Johnson are the 3. I think 2 of those players certainly need no introduction, Mac and Carl. Mac has won this event before. He's our defending champion, in fact. Carl finished second just a few years back. And Eric Goldstein knocked off Jackson Smiley on stream yesterday. He's had a hot start to this one. Oh boy. Day 2, though, this is where the cream starts to rise to the top, right, Josh?
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, day 1, you do want to have a positive record, but it's not super important. I think having lost 3 games in both cases here, Rafi and Nigel, they're 4-3. It's not the start you wanted, but it's really not a big deal as long as you have a good day 2. So if you started off really hot on day 1, you're going to have trouble on day 2. Every single player in this division is phenomenal. However, the top of the top, that's who you're going to play. So Eric, Mac, and Carl, they're not going to have any easy matchups today. It's going to be very difficult to maintain that level of play, but we'll see what happens. Anything can happen. It is Scrabble. There is some luck. There is way, way more skill involved in this game than there is luck. But crazy things can happen, and that's why we're here to watch it. So I'm super excited for this matchup. We saw Rafi on stream yesterday. He did have a pretty awful game against Mac Miller. Not really anything he did super egregious until he was in a pretty bad position. I've heard, if you guys were watching yesterday, Rafi did play a phony 5-letter word, which Mac promptly challenged off. He said he was 95% sure it wasn't a word, but he was in such a bad position that he felt he had to try it. And that makes perfect sense. Whereas Nigel, he hasn't played any phonies as far as I know. I think the whole Scrabble world would be buzzing if he had. He played a very clean game against Will Anderson yesterday. I actually got to talking to him a little bit earlier. He said that he was wondering if Snarfed, the play that he made against Will that I disagreed with, was an okay play or not. He also wondered about his pre-end game, where he made a really good play. I wondered if he was looking at anything else. He said the play that I thought of was really bad, and I was like, okay, Nigel, I got you. Anyways, we're talking about the past. The future is in our hands. We're here to make memories. NASPA Games is generously sponsoring this stream, and we have a second simultaneous stream we will continue to plug over on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. We have some awesome matchups there and great commentators as well.
Yeah, CSW is being streamed exclusively on the Let's Play Scrabble channel, so if CSW, the International Lexicon, is your jam, make sure you open that one up. But we encourage all of our viewers to keep both up at the same time. Put one on mute, put the other one on full blast, and hey, if one game turns into a blowout, just kind of pivot on over to the other channel. This is the first time we have tried splitting the stream up. If the numbers support it, hey, it's a thing we're going to keep doing, and if not, well, it's going to be a conversation we have after the tournament. So definitely pop over there. Definitely show some love to the CSW stream. NWL will be shown on this stream for all 31 plus rounds of play. At least 31 games of Scrabble, up to 33, depending on how our best of 5 finals goes on Wednesday. Josh Sokol will be holding down the booth from wire to wire, all 5 days of action covered by him. We're so lucky to have him, given he won this event 2 years ago. He knows exactly what it takes to play at the highest level and to stay on the rails for 31 straight games. Actually, Josh, you had to play 33 that year. So we're blessed to have him. This will be my last day in the booth. My students need me tomorrow, and your boy can't get the time off work. So 7 more games for me. But Josh, you've got awesome co-commentators coming in for the rest of the week, right? Who else you got?
Yeah, so we've got your brother and very, very good commentator. I've heard him do some commentary. I think it was last year, Chris Canick. He's got a beautiful, deep interviewer voice. So we love to have that on stream. We got Annette Oberstad, poker pro turned Scrabble lover. She plays more Scrabble than pretty much anybody else that I know of. So it's going to be great to have her on board. We also have the championship rounds co-commentated by Morris Greenberg, and we have some Charles Ranke action as well to start off, I think, day 3. Yeah, I think tomorrow morning. Anyways, it's going to be great. The players are ready. The announcements are over. The tiles are being put back into the bag of desire. So Rafi will be first to act against Nigel. I don't remember last time these two played, but it's been 7 years since Nigel's been on U.S. soil. We're here in Hanover, Maryland at the Live Hotel and Casino, and we are ready for an awesome game of Scrabble.
We are ready indeed. Nigel. I don't know how much Nigel Richards we're going to see today. When players are down at 4-4, it's tough to make a case to pull him up on the stream. But if Nigel goes 6-1 or 7-0 today, it would surprise absolutely nobody. So we'll see how many more Nigel Richards appearances we get. He did have a slow start to this one, started just 3-3, but he's gonna finish in the top 5 almost definitely. He's the greatest of all time. Rafi to play first though. CDIZ. Ooh, that H is gonna go nicely with those. CDHIIRZ, the opening rack for Rafi. So I think, Josh, we're holding back on the Z here. We can't play it. Do you see anything to set it up, or are you just gonna play the standard chid here?
I think we're just playing chid. Doesn't really seem to be any way to set up that Z for later, but the Z is such a good tile. You don't need to set it up. Almost certainly at some point he'll be able to score very well with it. If you play CHAID here, you put the C and you draw an O, you get cuz. You draw a U, you get cuz. So, there's already options you're going to look for next move. Chid takes only an E hook, I'm pretty sure. Nigel does have 2 of those E's. So once this comes down for 20 vertically, I didn't realize does Rafi always open vertically? That's great. Once we see this come down, we might see Nigel hook an E onto chid to make chide.
Yeah, we're almost definitely going to see Nigel hook that back E. The question is, what is he going to do? He's got the 6-letter Mueller set up right now. That would play for 30 points, but leaves just a U. So I'm very curious to see if Nigel opts to leave some other tiles back and sacrifice some points on the board. A play of wheel, W-E-E-L, looks pretty strong here. A play of just Mew and Chide is 19, but holds ELRU. Josh, are you looking to cash in all 30 points, or are you looking to stabilize this leave a little bit more?
I think probably I would take the points. I wouldn't be happy about it, but yeah, just playing Mueller, making Chide for 30 looks pretty good. You could also consider playing CWM, I guess. If you think there's a chance that Rafi does not have an E, he probably would have played Chide if he did have an E. So if you play CWM, it's a terrible idea, but it's interesting. For 16, you keep your 2 E's for Chide, and you don't really give anything back. But we see wheel, MRU, probably worth keeping over blowing the board open with Mueller. I think it's pretty close, but this seems like a good play to me.
Nigel doing what Nigel does best. Wheel did creep up to the top of a simulation, 4 points down on the scoreboard, but a couple points up on the sim board. So Nigel choosing his top option there after about a minute of deliberation. We're back on Rafi, who kept the Z and has found now an X to go with it. And I think Rafi's going to play neither the Z nor the X here. Chide takes a back R. Rafi can play ring for 24 points right now. That looks to be easily his top play here, unless I'm missing a setup. And Josh, as the master of setups, is there one popping out to you?
I feel like the master of setups is on the right side of our screen, but I appreciate the compliment. I think ring is probably what you do here. You just have to be totally sure chider is a word. If you play a phony against Nigel Richards, it is not staying on the board. Chider is a relatively normal word, but sometimes you get a little bit jittery against the goat. You hear him say hold, you are going to suffer. But yes, ring and chider, keeping both the X and the Z. It looks kind of crazy, looks kind of heavy, but on this board, not much is happening already. So keeping the X, keeping the Z, you're going to need a couple turns to maybe bingo, but I think it's totally fine. Usually you want to bingo as soon as possible in the opening stages of the game, but sometimes you just have to score points and keep high scoring tiles and hope to match up with your opponent.
All right, so here comes ring indeed. Jared Capel, who's a great commentator on his own right, pointing out in chat that had Nigel played Mueller last turn, Rafi would have doubled with Zingier for 60 plus. So a big decision there from Nigel, dodging a major bullet. Now he's got a test. I think Nigel's top play here. Yeah, this looks to be his top play. It scores 27 and is very hard to spot. I would expect very few people to notice this possibility, but Nigel is perhaps that one. Right now, he's got Thrum through the H setup on his rack. That's a strong play, but 27 on the board. I wonder if he sees it, and even if he does, I wonder if he actually chooses to play it here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if he sees it, he's probably gonna line it up on his rack. But
There it is.
yeah, there he goes.
There
He
it
sees
is.
it. So the play in question is metering, extending ring already on the board. And yeah, that's definitely a very tough find, but Nigel, like he can find literally anything. So I think you do this. It's much worse leave, but it's a much higher score and way less dangerous. So metering coming down. The simulation also liked potentially playing the word rectum through the C. That wasn't something Nigel considered, but I like the calm, collected nature of keeping this board very contained.
Getting torn up in the chat. I wonder if he sees it. He says about a player who saw the top move in a foreign language more than 1,000 times in a row. Yeah. I have to try to add some intrigue to these games, even though I know Nigel will 100% solve these puzzles. I was watching the Mac Miller breakdown of Nigel's round 28 endgame from the World Cup last week, and it baffles me that we have two of the top players in North America, and Will Anderson and Rafi Stern in the booth. We have several more strong players in the chat following along, and it took those collective brains to see the possibility of the sick end game that one man on his own with no engine assistance found over the board in like 2 minutes or less. Nigel is an absolute freak. If you're just now tuning into competitive Scrabble for the first time, he doesn't miss ever. It's inhuman.
Yeah, so that end game in question, actually, I think it took him around 4 minutes to get to, which is still like completely ridiculous. But yeah, he, like you said, he doesn't miss. Back to Rafi here with B, C, E, I, X, Y, Z. So we got some alphabetical tiles going on. He spotted Ibex, which will play under the G of metering, making GI. And that's a little bit not great. You know, you're sort of conceding a lot of scoring spots. So he's not super thrilled with this idea. He's also spotted buys, which has a similar issue. You're just like opening the board, but that's what's so good about the play of metering. You basically have to open the board if you're Rafi now, and you have to suffer whatever consequences come your way. You don't know if Nigel has very good tiles, okay tiles, maybe really bad tiles. He kept what, TURR on his rack? If I'm Rafi, I'm thinking he's keeping much better than that. So I'm not really thrilled with either of these options. I'm not sure what I'd do. Ibex would set up Cozy with an O draw. Buys would set up not much, so I'm not sure.
Ibex can get hit hard by overlapping plays, and those overlapping plays give you very little back. If Nigel's able to play beneath the BEX and Ibex, he's going to make XI or XU, and without an S on your rack, you can't counterpunch. And if you are going to stairway down the board, you want to make sure that you can stack on top of their expected stack. That was a tough turn for Rafi. I might have considered keeping ZX yet again and playing BYE on the left side of the board, but Ibex seems like a fine, reasonable option here as well from Rafi. And Nigel, INORRTU, to respond, he does indeed have the big stack. Rafi was hoping he wouldn't have. NORI plays quadruple overlap beneath Ibex. That looks very strong. Nigel's not going to wait any longer before he pulls a trigger here.
Yeah, BYE is a very good spot by you, keeping things tight. That was the top recommended play by the engine. So it seems like potentially the first mistake by Rafi opening this board that was pretty nicely closed. So yeah, Nigel taking advantage. Of course, he could have taken way fuller advantage if he had more than a 1-point scoring tile. But yeah, Rafi not getting hit too hard here. And he's drawn the blank. ACOVYZ blank. Very nice.
Yeah, that blank is huge. That O is huge. He's got a very natural sequence of Cozy into bingo next turn, and that's what he's going to do here. Cozy is 43. He could also consider KV, CAVY, for 31, keeping the Z back instead for some scoring opportunity. But I prefer this. Just get the points on the board. The Z might be a hindrance to bingoing next turn. The O might be a hindrance to bingoing next turn. I like Cozy over KV. You think the same, Josh?
Yes, I think so. I think you just want to bingo soon. You can bingo through that I of Chider, maybe even from the C of Chider. You might even get a 9-letter word to that ER. So I think keeping the V increases your chances of that bingo, and you're scoring 12 more points. So I like this by Rafi.
All right, Nigel now with an interesting turn, GINRRTU. And a lot of players in this situation focus on holding RING or TRING together and fishing. Nigel looks to be focused on a longer play right now. Trucing through the C and Cozy is 24. Very, very curious to see if Nigel opts to fish here or to play longer and fork this board open. I'm generally in team take the points camp, but I'm mostly in team learn from what Nigel Richards does camp. What do you think, Josh? Long play from Nigel here?
The long play really just seems like what to do here. You've got not so great letters. The ING combination can help you with those floating tiles on the middle of the board in Chider. And it's obviously a lot better to keep something like that than to keep just like a lone R. However, Nigel's behind by 50, so it might be worth considering the board a little bit here. If he just plays something like Kurt or CURR, which are the engine's top choices, there might be some trouble brewing on this board if he doesn't hit something soon.
All right, so Kurt from Nigel is what we see instead. Just 12, and I'm going to work on the scores here. I think they're a little bit off. I show 94 for Nigel, 116 for Rafi after that play. We'll do some troubleshooting on the ground, but AARSTV blank. Rafi has bingos aplenty, but Rafi has a 10. Rafi's highest scoring bingo is a 10 on this turn. Rafi has a chance to absolutely flex on everybody. Otherwise, I think we're going to see a 7-letter word backhooking GIN. Rafi, 10 alert.
Wow, that is incredible. I'm seeing that too. We're not seeing that in our brains. Don't worry. We found that on an engine. We should have just, I don't know, we shouldn't have said anything, but that's like, that would be so incredible. That would be so cool.
Chat has found it as well. Stravaging, STRAVAGING, wrapping around that GIN, hitting a double word square. Oh, Rafi, you have a chance to make something absolutely sick. And stravage is a word that Rafi definitely knows. That's a reasonably like mid-range 8. He probably knows it's a verb if he studied it before. You got to know those back hooks. Rafi has the potential to find this play, but will he take the extra second and look?
I don't know. He's seeing the 7-letter words. It just does not feel like you're going to have a 10-letter word on this board. But if you think about that GIN for 1 second, I feel like Rafi is fully capable of spotting this. Pretty sure he knows that stravage is a verb, but it's so crazy. It's so crazy to find something like this. He's going to play avatars. This is very, very good in and of itself. Doesn't open anything. It might even be similarly good to stravaging as a play because it blocks a lot of the counterplay through that T of Kurt. But man, would it have been cool at least if he lined it up and considered it.
Yeah, this seemed neck and neck, so this is not even necessarily a blunder to miss. Nigel, though, with perhaps his blunder after his fishing play, he picks up WU together. You're never supposed to do that in Scrabble. The anti-synergy between those tiles, immense. But alas, Nigel's done it. He's got a tough turn here. EGINRUW. I think it's just going to be wig beneath avatars. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, tough rack, but pretty easy decision.
Right.
Just wig underlapping. So he's going to not hesitate at all to play that. I don't think I would either.
Rafi's pulled another bingo. Rafi's found the second blank. Rafi's got 2 8s on this turn. We'll see if he finds them. He ought to.
Yeah, current score right now is Rafi 190 to Nigel 128. So it feels like very difficult for Nigel to come back from this if Rafi finds one of his 2 bingos here. And he's lined one of them up. Yeah, we're working on the score, guys. We'll get it to you very, very shortly. Yeah, right now, Rafi's in the lead by 62, and he's about to take a pretty nice, juicy 100-point lead if he makes this find.
But look what Nigel's got. Euroland to the D in Scheider, making awe and net, and he found that insanely fast, as he always does. So Rafi's going to bingo, but Nigel's not done yet. Acquiree for Rafi, but a bingo loaded up for Nigel in response.
Yeah, this is amazing. This board is going to just extend to both ends after this. So we got Acquiree setting up all of this stuff. We got Euroland setting up all of this stuff. For the next few turns, there's going to be a lot of uncertainty on this board and a lot of volatility. So Euroland's going to come down. Nigel could also have played Aluron. There's no reason to do that over taking the points with Euroland. Let's see what Rafi draws.
253 to 199 is the score after Nigel gets Euroland down. Rafi's still up by 54 on turn, and we'll see what he draws here, but a wide open board, big S hook out in space. Rafi would love to have another balanced pull. Rafi would especially love to find one of those 4 S's, and Nigel has found none of them. Good news for Rafi's turn.
Yeah, you might wonder why we see Nigel's tiles before Rafi's. Rafi was just making sure he had all the scores right, making sure all the tiles were tracked before distracting himself with his letters that he had already drawn, but you just didn't see them on camera. So there was not a mistake in who drew first. But yeah, neither player has drawn any of those S's. Both blanks are now gone. I think if you're Rafi, you are just trying to play through that E of Euroland as soon as possible. That's the biggest threat on this board, and he's found Jive. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, this is his top option. Not much else to dissect there. Scores better than almost anything else. Joke is another play he's got that scores a little bit more, but you want to undouble those eyes if possible. Jive, nice play from Rafi. He's up on Nigel Richards by 96. Nigel has lined up Lady. This is going to play 4 overlaps above Acquiree, but it is going to shut down a lot of the opportunity on this board. So I wonder if Nigel's going to hold back and think a little bit longer about other plays that obstruct a little bit less here. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I wonder. I feel like it's tough now if he plays Laddie. What's going to happen to this board? I feel like there's some hope left for it, but he might need to just bide his time, score as many points as possible. There will be a play coming down from the Y at some point, or coming down to the Y. That'll open some space. There's some space left, like you can play through the R of Euroland, but it's going to be tough, especially with a UL leave. Did I just say especially? That's like the first time I've ever said that. Especially.
And Nigel's
Nigel makes
original
this.
plan was to play Lady. And Lady, I think, would have actually been a mistake from him. Though Laddie, as Josh says, means plays down to the Y will open this board back up. So nice heads-up thinking there from Nigel Richards. And he's drawn into tall U8, which doesn't fit on the board right now. We'll see what happens after Rafi's next play. Rafi, I think, going to play down to the Y, exactly as Nigel planned. Tokay is 39. Atomy, Atomy, also 39. Are you going to play down to the Y if you're Rafi, Josh, or are you looking to start shutting the board down with your lead?
So the score right now is Rafi 295, Nigel 231. And with that lead, Rafi isn't safe from a threat of Nigel playing a bingo. I think you definitely have to play down to the Y and take the points and take an 100-point lead here. It's not ideal. You're opening some space, but yeah, it's got some issues. The problem is if you leave that Y open, Nigel could score there really easily. That's a huge spot. There are potential for 50, 60-point plays if you have some heavy tiles. So playing something like Tokai or something like Atomy make a lot of sense. I think I might do Atomy just to not float that T up in the top right corner. What about you?
I don't know. I think I'd actually put the onus on Nigel to play down to the Y if I can find any other option. There is a hard to spot option for Rafi Kratom, Kratom, between the disconnected R and O. Maybe I would do that, but I think 39 just too much to pass up here. Kratom's just 32. Rafi's going to pull the trigger on Tokay with a whole bunch of unseen S's. This is challenging, but if you get bingo to the T, you get bingo to the T. Otherwise, this is easily your top play.
Yeah, and Nigel, I think, is not going to hesitate here. He has the play of out talk to that K of Tokai, keeping the lone E and opening the board. So we're going to see that come down, I think, pretty quickly. Out talk leaves the T open, creates a new lane underneath, and with Nigel's deficit, he definitely wants to do that. So I don't think he's going to take much more time here.
Maybe we'll see Axite or Taxite instead, but Outtalk does what you want to do to the board. It opens 2 new lines at the same time. There we go.
Yeah, for me, he had Taxite lined up. Yeah, he had Taxite lined up before the play of Tokai. The problem with that play is it opens 2 scoring spots and no bingo spots, and he's down by a lot. So I think it doesn't make sense to do that at this score. I think you need to play out talk. And I wonder, he's taking a while. It's pretty interesting. I would have played this pretty quickly if I saw it.
He's got it now, but if you're Nigel, you're down over 100 points, 334 to 231. this might be your last chance. So you want to make sure you do it exactly right. If there's any kind of clever setup, any way to set up one of your T's or your L, as you've got the case T's and the case L, perhaps you want to take the extra time to do that. This is probably the last opportunity you're going to have to make a play that dramatically swings the outcome of the game.
Wow, this is very interesting. I would have played Outtalk in an instant, but it's possible Nigel's looking at the unseen tiles from his perspective and realizing he is so unlikely to win no matter what at this score that he wants to play fewer tiles and wants to keep things a little bit contained and maybe draw something really big later. That's crazy. And the engine agrees with him.
Interesting indeed. What is Rafi going to do? AIM now plays making Noria on that bottom right corner of the board. AIM is 34. If he wants to play more tiles, he can play Amigo and JO, or its anagram Imago and JO. Each of those are 31, but give Nigel floaters for no reason. I don't think that's a play you're looking to make. Yeah, aim, keep things tight is the MO from Rafi.
Yeah, and this so showing the issue, I guess, with the play of Taxi, just opening free scoring spots for Rafi, who's now ahead over 100 points. Nigel has not found any respite with his draw. Publnos, and he's down 107. What do you do? Bop? Yeah, just bop. Making a row. Here, let me show that on the screen. Hey, everything is terrible here.
Yeah, I think Nigel's just sunk in this one, but I should never ever count out the GOAT. He is who he is for a reason. I wonder if he's going to try to make some play that makes lip instead of lib so that he can set up slip. I just don't know what that play would be. POL, keeping snub as a leave and scoring just 19. That's rough.
Yeah, it's doesn't feel like he can win at this point. Right now, unseen to him, there are 13 tiles in the bag and 7 on Rafi's rack. So unless Rafi can't make a move, Nigel's not going to be able to bingo twice. Once he makes a move and Rafi plays a few tiles, there won't be enough tiles left in the bag or space on the board necessarily for a comeback. There's pretty much just one more chance. If Nigel can draw a bingo next move, he can draw a second bingo after that. But if he misses on this next turn, it's over.
Yeah, our score bug is not working right now. Our unseen pool also not working right now. So I'm just going to manually be pasting the unseen pool in the chat for the remainder of this game. But I've got 20 unseen tiles right now from Nigel's POV.
Yes, correct. Oh, I gotta allow your message as a moderator. That's hilarious.
Oh, does that look like spam?
Yeah, it is. It does look like spam. But yeah, Nigel considering also knob in the same spot, I think. Well, it'd be curious to see what he does here. He's probably just calculating the likelihood of drawing certain bingos. He pretty much needs... The problem is, like, there isn't really much space, right? He needs a bingo to the T, but Rafi is extremely likely to want to just block that T. So maybe he's looking somewhere else for maybe a disconnected play through the R and the O. Maybe something over here. Maybe he wants to keep his O to get a big bingo here. It's really tough.
Oh, nice job, Christian. It looks like we've got the unseen tiles almost resurrected. All we have to do now is get Nigel's rack put in correctly. That is not quite the unseen distribution. Christian, just type in Nigel's rack and we'll be set. Nigel is going to play bunk. All right, this is going to keep the T alive. So
yeah, that's nice.
If he draws an S, he can bingo to it. It's hard to block that.
Yeah, this isn't a big sacrifice on the scoreboard in terms of points or leave, and it does a great job at protecting that T. It's very hard now for Rafi to block it. So this makes a lot of sense, and it's a good way to try and create resources for yourself.
Christian, or sorry, excuse me. I've been saying Christian's name and reading it in chat. Christian is our MVP of the stream, but he is not playing this game. Rafi is ahead 368 to 281 after Nigel scores an additional 20 for Bunk. Rafi is looking now to obstruct this board if he can, or score a whole bunch if he wants to go that line instead. Geoid alongside Taxite is 26. That would put Rafi up by 113 and play enough tiles that Nigel can't bingo twice.
Yeah, this is pretty much sealing the deal. Yeah. Yeah, very nice. I think this is it for Nigel. He's drawn SOPLNOS, and I don't think he has anything.
All right, well, we got a Snoop Dogg appearance, if nothing else. But yeah, Nigel absolutely sunk in this one with just 5 tiles left in the bag. There's no way he can bingo twice. He is done.
Is he though? Because sometimes we've known Nigel to squeeze water out of stone. He is down over 100, but what is unseen to him but a Q? So if he manages to play 4 tiles here, actually he doesn't even need to do that. There's no spot for QI. So basically, if Rafi has the Q, he might be stuck with it. And Nigel needs to think about that. He needs to score points, hope that he's going to catch Rafi with the Q on the next move, and bingo out. So we'll see what he comes up with. He's going to go for probably something very, very specific, either to the T and Tokai or something even crazier. This is where his mind is really going to work. So he starts looking at the unseen letters. You see his little scorecard there, score pad. He's going to do his best to try and direct his attention to very specific scenarios. So yeah, he's going to take some time.
Yeah, I guess you need to score enough on this turn that you even stay in range. So that makes me think a play like Stop through the T and Kurt is coming in the bottom left side of this board. That's 27 and keeps you close. But he's got to look at his leave, LNOS, look at the unseen pool, and see if he's even going to draw severe threat. Those tiles all score 1, so even if he bingos to the T and Tokay, and Rafi inexplicably doesn't block for some reason, his bingo might not score enough. Engine is thinking maybe SON, making JO and IN has some chance of winning this game. That score's just 18, but there must be a specific 7-letter bingo he can draw with 3 overlaps to the right side of it. I'm not sure what that is, but we'll see. We'll see what Nigel does.
Yeah, he's actually seemingly already decided to play off NOS with probably JO and IS. We'll see. The reason being, if he does this, he's setting up an O hook for himself with O nose.
Okay.
And there is an O unseen to him, but he pretty much has to hope that Rafi doesn't have it, or he has something else in mind. He might be going for a very high scoring bingo elsewhere, and this might just be a distraction, but the first tile he draws is the Q. He's going to get QOPH potentially, but yeah.
Cope and Onos is still like 60 something, so
yeah,
you know,
that's
nothing to sneeze at. But yeah, the Q coming out of the bag means Nigel's not going to win this game. Whoa.
Yeah, I wonder what he was going for. I'd be curious to put it into an engine, but yeah, in these positions, you really have to rack your brain and look for a specific scenario that might get you the win. I don't actually think Nigel went through every scenario. I think he maybe is going for something specific and just hoping that Rafi can't outscore him, but he probably can. I feel like leaving one tile in the bag would have been better. It doesn't allow Rafi to play just one tile off and retake an 100-point lead. But I think it was too much of a lead. So Nigel probably just gave up here. Rafi with AEEFFNS. He's going to look at what's unseen to him now. EHLOOPPQS. You see that in the top right of your screen. There really isn't much to worry about, is there?
I mean, if Nigel has a bingo and you draw the Q out of the bag after you make a play, Nigel's going to bingo out and catch you with 30 plus on your rack. That's rather terrifying. Nigel could score 80 and catch you with 30. That's a 110 point delta, but the play he's got lined up of EFF for 33 should outrun even the craziest of nightmare situations. So Rafi should be home free to make this play.
Yeah, and I don't even see anything Nigel can have from Rafi's perspective.
Hopples is 90.
Hopples is a word? Oh my goodness. All right, well, good thing I'm sitting here. So Hopples would play with Onos, so maybe Rafi is considering, if he sees this possibility, he'll probably consider playing F here, taking a big point sacrifice, just preventing that disaster scenario. Because if Rafi plays, 33 points right now?
Yeah.
He is going up by 128. However, if he draws QO precisely, he is going to have 30 points on his rack. So, what does that mean? That means he's going to lose 30 points after Hopples and still win the game by a little bit, I think.
Yeah, he wins by 8 if he just plays EFF, draws OQ out of the bag, and seeds Hopples and Onos. Hopples is the only bingo Nigel can threaten with this 9-tile unseen pool. Unclear if Rafi is confident enough in everything to come to that conclusion. I think over some boards, you're able to make that conclusion, but on the stream and against Nigel Richards, and it's the first game in the morning, and you've flown from the West Coast to the East Coast to play this tournament, maybe you're not going to be quite as confident in that analysis.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we see in the chat, maybe Nigel was going for something like Flesh Pot to the T in Tokai, which would score 110 points. That might have been enough.
That would have been enough. Flesh Pot would catch Rafi with the Q on his rack as well. That actually would have done it. Heel Post, also a possibility, thanks to Cooper Komatsu for pointing this out. Heel Post also probably would have won if the T stayed available. So, all right, there was a chance there for Nigel if he didn't draw that Q. If he had drawn a different tile instead, this would be rather interesting.
I wonder, though, I feel still like if Rafi played one tile and took a 100-plus point lead, and he would be down by maybe 5-10 points after Flesh Pot, if he would have enough still to outscore Nigel. So it would have been really interesting if this scenario had arisen. Obviously an extremely unlikely one, but at this point in the game, at the score line that it was, Nigel needed to go for something very unlikely, go for broke here. And that's what he did. That's what he does best.
All right, Rafi is now looking at AFF, which would play with FA and Acquiry. This would eliminate the Hopples threat, though it still does cede Kof to Nigel. Kof wouldn't be enough to win, but yeah, AF I think is 100% to win as well.
I think maybe he's thinking of NAF, right?
He's got just AFF set up on his rack.
Yeah, NAF from the N and NOS. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, we'll see what Rafi does. He's under 4 minutes now, but yeah, that's what he's doing. So NAFF for 20, that does block Kof. So it's gonna help him a lot on the score line in terms of how much he's gonna win by. But I think Rafi knew that he was gonna win this game. Obviously, when you're playing Nigel, you're always a little bit scared. It's like maybe he's seen like a disconnected 10-letter word or something. I don't know, but in this case, Rafi draws this rack and he knows Nigel has the Q, and he knows that Nigel doesn't have anything. So this is game over. Rafi is going to win very nicely against the greatest of all time. It was a very interesting game. There was a lot to think about for both players, and some unfortunate draws for Nigel, of course. Made him have to fight very, very hard to stay in this game.
All right, so Copes is Nigel's best in game by about 20 points. He's played it quickly, and Rafi now has the choice to play out. He can play to the T and Tokay with Openist for 10. But his best in game is actually 2 points better. It's to not go out and to crush 34 points with PONE above NAFs. We'll see if he just opts to end this one or if he's going to try to milk every single spread point out of it. But he's got to feel awesome about this. If I start 4-3 at a Nationals and I see Nigel Richards as my opponent, boy, that's rough. But Rafi's done what he has to do. He'll move up to 5-3 in this one, knocking off the GOAT.
Yeah, it's got to feel good, especially in a game like this where it just felt like you blew Nigel out of the water. But those blanks, very helpful. What can we say? The stats say that if you draw a blank or both blanks against an equally rated opponent, your likelihood of winning is around 80%. Nigel is obviously at least slightly better at Scrabble than Rafi Stern, but it's very hard to win a game when you haven't drawn a blank. Rafi hit twice in a row. He hit with Acquiree and with Avatars. And yeah, that was just too much for Nigel to handle. So GG. We're going to probably quickly go to the next game if the players are ready. We're going to see Joey Krafchick versus Jackson Smiley. These two guys love playing against each other. They are definitely friendly rivals, and I'm very excited to bring that game for the second round. Once again,
Joey Krafchick just finished second at the Word Cup to Mr. Nigel Richards. So first loser to Nigel Richards feels pretty darn solid. This will be a good one.
Once again, I'd be remiss not to thank NASPA Games for sponsoring the stream, and also remiss not to mention the second stream of the International Division being broadcast on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. You guys should go and watch that too. So, Pone comes down. This looks like a better idea than going out with Openist. So good on Rafi for figuring that out. Back to Nigel now, who is going to go out with Blair. Or no, he's going to go out with Leg, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14.
Same score.
Yeah. Fine, Nigel. Choose that play. Choose that one.
Let's cut to Mike and see. Nigel usually doesn't talk, but let's see what he says, if anything.
I heard he got all 62 blanks at World Cup, so you know I got a couple. That was a good joke that you made. That's what I heard. Are you want to listen? Yeah, sure. Again. Anything a photograph swing? No. Okay, we can clean it up.
Ever the gentleman is Nigel. The handshake, asking, would you like a photo before beginning to square? But very little on the post-mortem there. I think if I heard that correctly, Rafi making a joke about a joke that Nigel apparently made earlier. I know Nigel was drawing all of the blanks on stream during Word Cup. Rafi saying, I heard you drew all 62 blanks during the Word Cup. I heard you say that. So I guess Nigel's joking about his own luck after his hot start to that tournament. But alas, no luck here for Nigel. No blanks in this one. Nigel Richards is 4-4 at the Scrabble Players Championship. Did not have that on my bingo card.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the strongest nationals field in a great many years. So it's no surprise that there's some behemoths of opponents that Nigel has to face. Rafi definitely played this game extremely well. So it's hard to beat anyone in this field, let alone one of the top contenders. But yes, Nigel Richards at 4-4. He is not going 18-0 in this event, but that's okay. There's still a lot of time left, and we'll probably see him back on stage at some point soon. So Matt, you're excited for this matchup. I'm excited with this matchup. We are going to eventually see Jackson Smiley versus Joey Krafchick. I hope we have a banger of a game. These guys have played each other so much, and I think both of us know that there's a lot of history between them.
Oh, a lot of history indeed. These are two of closest friends in Scrabble. Jackson, Joey, and I used to get on the internet Scrabble club when we were teenagers and just play game after game after game after game, analyze all of our tournament results we'd always had. There's a whole lot of history between these two players. They've grown up in the circuit together from tweens all the way to where they are now. This is going to be a good one. Two players who know each other's games very well, who know each other's weaknesses and strengths very well. It's going to be spicy. Rafi Stern just texted me and said, crushed it. And I said, yeah, you did, except for the 10. So I love being the commentator and getting to text everybody after the fact. I'll get to text Jackson and Joey after their game as well. Oh, I'm stoked.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to just have, a direct line of communication. That's really part of the reason the Scrabble community is so great. We all know each other. We're all friends. And being able to just directly communicate with people before, after their games, not during, don't do it, guys. But it's great. We have just like instant gratification or instant like sadness if we have a bad game on stream, basically. So I think if we can pull up the overall record between Jackson and Joey, of course, in tournament games, that is not going to count the internet games that they have played. You mentioning the Internet Scrabble Club. That is the OG place to play Scrabble online for our generation. Hundreds of games, I'm sure, have been played, especially Blitz games between the two of these guys. They both like Blitz. One of them takes their time. The other one, Joey, tends to play extremely fast. So we'll see if he takes his time in this matchup. I'm looking to wonder if Jackson's going to get into time trouble, if he's going to match Joey's speed, if Jackson's going to get into word trouble, if Joey's going to get into word trouble. Joey's been very, very solid. I think in the past he struggled a lot with the shorter words, whereas Jackson's had some struggles all across the board, but they've both been studying very, very, very hard. And I think they're both very stoked to be playing each other on stream.
Just checked the head-to-head between these two players. They've played 40 games in tournaments over the years. Advantage, Joey, 24-16 in the lifetime head-to-head. So Jackson looking to creep back closer towards 500. Joey looking to establish himself as Jackson's bona fide Scrabble daddy. We'll see in just a few minutes what happens.
Yeah, Scrabble Daddy, that is a term that we use to describe somebody who just has your number, somebody that just continues to beat you time and time again in tournaments, and it doesn't appear to match with the relative skill level. Opponents, don't worry, that's all that means, chat. But 24-16, that's pretty bad if you're equally rated with somebody, but it's not really the worst I've seen. Joey particularly has had a 21-0 streak against another top player. I remember having players that would just beat me every single time we played. There's stuff like that. So I don't think there's going to be any declarations of that nature, but who knows?
We'll see. Hang on, let me check. Jackson has lost 38 rating points to Joey. So, okay, not a daddy situation. Jackson has lost 74 points to the aforementioned Jared Capel. So Jared taking the throne as Jackson's Scrabble daddy.
There we go. Yeah, Jared in the chat. Shout out to Jared. He's done some commentary for us before. He's a very strong player himself, so understandable. Scrabble is a game skill and has some luck in it, as we mentioned. But yeah, Matt, what do you think's going to happen in this matchup? Who do you have your money on?
Oh, man. Generally, I would say Jackson in this situation, but the scouting report I got from the Word Cup is Joey, across 31 games in double challenge at the Word Cup, lost 0 turns at the challenge computer. and only played one phony that was actually accepted. He snuck it by. Jackson, from what I heard, lost 7 turns across the tournament at the challenge computer. That is uncharacteristically high for someone who studies as much as Jackson does and has consistently performed at a high level. We also watched Jackson make at least one clear blunder on stream yesterday. So given the recent history, given what I heard about what happened in St. Louis, I'm going to pick Joey the K to win this one.
Yeah, and speaking of phonies, there was a matchup between the two of these players at the previous tournament last week, and Jackson actually got away with the phony against Joey. He played a 10-letter word, tortellino, with 2 L's, and Joey was just like, you can have it, in a situation where he had to challenge to try and win the game. So, there's a lot going on. And speaking of betting, should we talk about the Roto? That is something that Joey himself runs, betting on players, giving them odds to win the tournament. That's something that bears mentioning, I guess, while we're waiting for these players to sit down.
Yeah, if you like fantasy football, fantasy baseball, fantasy anything, the Scrabble Roto is essentially fantasy Scrabble. This is a tradition that was running for years and years. Jackson and I would always enter teams into the Roto together. We do all of our homework and scout out players from all across the continent and pick our team of players from divisions 1, 2, 3, 4, and CSW 1, CSW 2. Joey resurrecting the Roto, which had been defunct since at least the pandemic this year. I did not enter this year. I've kind of fallen off the radar. I don't know what's going on in Scrabble land anymore. It's hard with the job. But Joey bringing it back this year. All right, we are over the board. We've got Jackson, we've got Joey, and I know the inevitable question is coming, so I'm going to say it right now. No, generally headphones are not allowed for players to wear during tournaments. Joey has an exception due to some noise tolerance thing. He's told me he's fine with me letting everybody know that on stream, so don't worry about any kind of a breach of confidence thing or anything else like that. Also, to all of my friends watching this stream, please stop texting me in the middle of the stream. I swear to God, every time my computer beeps, I try to mute it. I try to go on silent mode. Please stop texting me during the stream. Text me in between games. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, that is like 6 of you now who have done it this morning. Stop. I appreciate you. I love you all. You're my friends. Stop. All right. Done.
Matt, spoken like a true person that doesn't know how to silence their phone.
Sometimes you need your phone. Sometimes the quackle breaks in the middle of the game and you got to text people. And then all of a sudden everybody's texting you too. Okay, boomer. That's me.
We
I guess.
apologize. We apologize for this. Laughs. All right, Jackson to go first. BGHORWW, not the greatest rack to start things off. Is he going to play 4 tiles, play grow or brow? Is he going to play wow? Get rid of both of those W's at once? I'm not sure here. It's an interesting opening rack.
Oh man, I'd play grow. I hate the G so much. I would just play grow, but I don't know. Jackson's going to take a little bit more time to think about it. He thinks harder than just I hate the G, so I'm going to play it.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. I feel like the G might go better with the H than the B does and the W. It's just a really weird situation. I'm curious what an engine thinks.
Engine likes brow by like 4 points.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you have to go against your philosophies and keep a G on your rack. What's weird, so what's the difference? If you play brow, that takes an N hook, that takes an S hook. If you play grow, that takes an N hook, an L hook, and an S hook. So maybe part of the difference is that there are fewer hooks that Joey can use.
Yeah, I think it's coming down to the hooks and the synergy between the G and the H tile.
So that's what Jackson was looking at. He was looking at wow as well. It's usually way more advisable to only keep 3 consonants rather than 4, but the W definitely the worst tile on Jackson's rack. The H is a good tile, despite scoring 4 points. The W is not, but looks like brow is going to be the choice here for Jackson. 18 points to start things off. Joey to respond with A, D, E, E, G, J, U. So something like maybe Juba through the B in brow, or overlapping, making J-O.
I think it's going to be Jube, Jube. You've got the two E's, so play one. Keep ADEG instead. Jube is a strong option, JEU a strong option. I think those are really the only two plays Joey's going to give much thought to here.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know why I said Juba. Jube seems pretty clear. If you play JEU, we've seen it before. Oh, Joey also struggling. We saw Michael Fagan also touching that middle square. There's a little bit of an issue. That's where the two sides of the board intersect. So it's never like perfectly centered. Hopefully I didn't ruin everyone's viewing experience here, but Jube comes down. JEU, the problem with that is if Jackson ever has an X, he's going to hammer that X bomb. So Jube for 29. Back to Jackson with AFGHIIW. Probably going to be thinking about WHIG, WAIF, both playing with WE on top of Jube. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, it's going to be one of those two. The real question is which one. WAIF seeds much stronger counters to Joey. So I think for that reason alone, I'd actually keep the suboptimal leave and play WIG here, WHIG.
Yeah, that's good analysis. There's really not much going on this board, so making it a little bit harder to hit those overlaps. Putting the G there instead of the F looks a lot better.
All right, we're back on Joey now. After WIG comes down from Jackson as we expected, ACDEGNV. Joey can score 35 by stacking on top of WIG with the word he has just queued up, Ganev. This feels pretty strong, but he does have another lower scoring play at the bottom that seeds far less in response. Vang and Brown is 26, Ganev 35. Josh, what are you doing? Opening this board with the 5 or playing at the bottom?
Yeah, this is actually a super interesting situation. I know Joey to like to make pretty defensive plays in certain situations. So using that hook onto Brow and playing Vang, keeping a good leave of CED looks quite good here. If you play Ganev, you're opening a triple. The V isn't the worst letter to put there, but your leave is far worse and you're definitely giving up far more to Jackson. So I might do Vang here.
35, too many points for Joey to pass up. In his mind, the engine does approve of his play here, putting Ganev about 1.5 points above any other option. Joey is someone who has done so much work on his game recently. He sparred extensively with the new AI-powered Best Bot on Woogles.io. Woogles, where many players now play their online Scrabble, both against bots and against one another. And Joey doing deep analyses on every single game that he played. Joey also mentioned that in preparation for this tournament, not just focusing on strategy, he saw every word in the dictionary at least once. And while previously Joey would blitzkrieg through and run as fast as he could through the dictionary, he went slow and methodically this time. He would do a small chunk of words. He would take notes. He's got notes documents where he writes down this plus a blank equals this. He makes puzzles for himself, quizzing himself on the hooks. So Joey became a student of the dictionary in preparation for the two majors this summer. He finished second at the Word Cup. He's looking for another massive result here. We'll see if his change in approach has paid off for him.
Yeah, lots of work being done to try and stay at the top. He's had a hell of a year on the Scrabble circuit, and he's hoping to top it all off with the best achievement you can make in North America, winning the Scrabble Players Championship. Back to Jackson here, who's drawn the first blank, and he has AIIU, an FT blank. He lined up Fuji, which plays for 14, and I think blocks both of Joey's playable bingos, Adjacent and Anecdota, but instead he's playing Fit to take the points for 25, keeping a pretty awful leave. So I think this makes a lot of sense. You're taking out the scoring spot. You're scoring really well. But
This
what are you
seed's a
thinking?
9. This seed's a 9. I don't know. I Fuji is a hard play to make. It just scores so little compared to this, but that IU leave
Look at
together
this.
is pretty tough. Jackson's
Look at
found
this.
great, and Joey's found his 9 quickly. 78 for Catenated. Although interestingly, while adjacent scores
Audience
scores
coming down.
8 fewer points. Oh, audience! Oh my God, triple. Oh my God. Yeah, adjacent actually sims better, even though it scores 8 less. Perhaps this is exactly why. Goodness. Joey flexing on us all, finding the 9, gonna get triple on.
That's crazy, but it's not over. Joey's ahead of Bingo now. He's ahead 72. Audience is going to come down. That will score
Jaundice.
149, I think.
Jaundice is 9 more.
Oh, Jaundice.
Jackson has
Wow.
3 triples here. Audience and Jaundice and 1 more. Will Jackson pull the trigger on a triple, or will he slow down and find the best triple? My goodness, an embarrassment of riches. Jackson held AIU blank, getting greedy, taking the points, and he's been rewarded hugely for it.
Wow. And he's taking his time. There's guidance as well. But you have to find Jaundice here, slotting that D on this ever powerful double letter score. Usually the least important bonus square in Scrabble, but when you're hitting 2 triples, an increase of 2 points, that is 18 more. So he's going to play guidance, which is a huge mistake. Oh my goodness. Jaundice, very difficult to spot there, but he hasn't hit his clock yet. Is he? Oh, he hit it. Wow.
Not often Jackson just makes a 9-point unforced blunder like that. And it's not often that a 149-point play is not the correct play. But hey, that's why we watch Scrabble, because when you think you've seen it all, something new and something crazy happens. Crazy stuff.
So Jackson ahead now 77 points. He could have been ahead 86. Back to Joey, who has drawn a very nice rack. If I might say so myself. He's drawn both the S and the Z. He doesn't quite have a humongous play through that E of catenated onto the triple. But he's probably thinking about playing Nazi, EN, and DA. That'll score 48 points. That'll retain the S for browse, and it'll also create a new S hook for himself. So this is a very strong play.
Yeah, this is clearing away Joey's best option, about 5 points ahead of anything else, according to a quick sim, and there's not really any reason to spend more time on that turn. Back to Jackson, DEIILOT, one of those fun, fascinating turns where you're not going to have any bingos, and you've got a bunch of different lines of approach. How much in range do you want to stay here versus how long do you want to play? How do you want to shape the board? If I'm Jackson, I do not like the S hook on Nazi sitting there. And I think I'd look to obstruct. Toiled plays making TEN, and Oda scores 24, plays out of this rack. And while I do hold an I, which doesn't make me feel awesome, there's only 3 more in the bag. So my gut initially looks at Toiled here for 24. But Josh, tons of options here. Walk us through what you're thinking.
No, I'm actually thinking the opposite. I think Toiled is just clearing away what you do here. Usually with these racks, I think there's a lot to think about. But I think just taking the points, you have a nice lead. I wouldn't think too long here. And neither does Jackson.
I can see some of the players in this room playing WO and OI thinking, ooh, I'm setting up the L. I'm keeping bingo prone stuff. Yeah, you can do that. But more and more we're seeing the very top players play long out of these racks. And I hope that's my legacy as a commentator, is getting people to stop fishing so much, because we got too greedy, I think, across the sub community, especially in North America. Nice stuff from Jackson there.
Yeah, back to Joey now. He kept a U and drew the Q to go with it. So I wonder if he's going to take points here and play Shook and browse.
No, it's at 50.
He's got 50. Oh, yeah, he's got Quaer. Okay.
Yep. So no brainer here.
I don't know though. You could you set up the E hook on browse, but yeah, I think it's 50 is too many points to give up. But yeah, Quaer should come down pretty soon. It's one of the harder keywords to spot. Quaere, playing to that E in toiled. There's only one more U that Joey should be worried about for a counterattack, I guess we could call it, to that bottom middle triple. So normally you don't like putting those high scoring tiles close to those triple word scores, but the Q is pretty much the exception to that rule. There's so few words with the Q that you needn't be worried. So
Jackson's got a great draw. He's found a Be Slime and Be Smile. Right now, those play in multiple spots on the board, and after Quaer, it's going to play for even more. So great draw for Jackson to keep him in charge on this game. And here comes Quaer.
Yeah, and if you're looking at Jackson's last name, this should mean that he's never going to miss a smile word. But I think Be Slime underneath, making all of these overlaps, is what you're looking at here, Matt. Looks great.
Yeah, 85 there, 84 on top with EWE. So once again, an embarrassment of riches after Jackson has 3 triple triples earlier in this game. He's got multiple 80-point bingo options. I wish Jackson's middle name was something like Bartholomew, so it would be Jackson B. Smiley, but alas, that is not his middle name. I do know his middle name. It starts with a D instead.
But look what Joey's drawn, re-spoked. That's good, right? Through the E? Is that a word?
No.
That's not a word. Okay. Well.
Not even in Collins. You're just hallucinating, Josh.
I am. Is it oh man. What am I thinking?
There's no sporked either. I would totally play sporked if it fit on the board out of that rack, but I would lose a turn. That's why I'm in the booth instead.
Same, I guess. Guess we've made it to a safe place where we can play phonies in our heads. But yeah, Jackson looking at Be Slime. There are 2 spots for it. Jackson, probably the fastest play counter in Scrabble. He counts things with such ease and such speed. It almost feels like superhuman. So I'm sure he's counted both Be Slime up top and on the bottom multiple times in his head. And it's like no reason not to take the extra point here. So good choice by Jackson. Back to Joey with DEKOPRS. So there is no bingo here, like I thought for some reason, but he is very close. He can do a number of things to make his likelihood of bingoing very, very strong next move. So what are you doing here? Poked?
Yeah. I'm looking to use my D in a devastating way, and now that Slime is there, my D is a weapon. Poked or porked through that spot, 37 or 39 points. Poked holds ERS and scores 37. Hard not to pull the trigger on that. The one thing that would hold me back from doing that is I do see 3 R's left in the pool, so maybe I would play porked, take 2 extra points here. But I'm not worried about a second R into ERS. I think poked and Be Slimed makes way too much sense to do anything else here.
Yeah, I think the ERS is so strong. Even if you draw that second R, you're very likely to draw into a bingo. So I think poked is fine. There's not really anything to worry about defensively. You might be a little bit concerned with the O here, but actually, okay, Joey's going to go for porked, take the 2 extra points and the worst leave. I think this is a small missed opportunity, but I understand why he did this.
You could really sell me on either play. I think it's kind of a matter of style there. If you've got this gut feeling that you're going to go in and pull another R, then take the 2 extra points. It makes sense from Joey. Maybe try to turn over 1 more tile. I do see 5 O's, a U, and 2 Y's, and those make me kind of sad. There's OY right on Q as well. Not quite oocytes and coyotes. We'll see what Joey's got next turn. But back on Jackson, AEIRRVX. A little bit of a gut check for him. He's already seen his highest scoring option is Varix, VARIX, beneath the B and E and Be Slimed. But with a commanding lead like this, with an unseen blank, you're not too thrilled to put that V where you're going to have to slot it in Varix. Josh, is it too many points to pass up here?
Yeah, it is. And the V, you might think, okay, IVE words, that's a common suffix. It's really not likely. There are 2 I's left and 3 E's, but you can't pass this up if you're Jackson. You're not up by enough that you can sacrifice so many points to just keep the board a little bit more safe for yourself. With that blank out, Joey can bingo anywhere. He can bingo for a lot of points. You might as well throw that V out there. But Jackson's thinking about it. He's a little bit scared, which is understandable.
I actually don't hate arrive at the top of this board making EWE. That WE front hook looks to be the strongest bingo line on this board, save maybe the floating E and B slimed. I don't want Joey to bingo up there for 80. If I play arrive, I guarantee myself points again next turn with the X I'm holding in tow, especially looking at the unseen pool. 15 vowels to 18 consonants means I'm not going to end up in consonant jail very often at all. Arrive feels pretty hard to lose the game after.
That is a good option. I will give you that. I think the X isn't necessarily great, though. There isn't a huge spot for it right now. There might not be a huge spot for it next turn. And the ER leave is just so much safer. There's so many death blows after keeping ER versus just keeping the X. And the board is open enough. Joey can keep scoring and not being worried about everything getting closed. So I think I like this option. Arrive, though, a very interesting alternative. Back to Joey with CEEOSTY. So he definitely wants to play through that V because that's now a big scoring spot for Jackson to use to continue to pad his lead. But Cove, that isn't great.
Yeah, Cove kind of just feels like you're rolling over and dying in this game. The C has no back hooks. And you're just closing off the best option on the board for you. I wonder if Joey needs to get very aggressive here. He trails by nearly 100. Time is evaporating quickly. I wonder if Quares and SOY is an insane option here just to create more opportunity on this board. What do you think about that, Josh?
I don't think so. I think Soya being there and just the ease of overlapping makes Cove a better play. I was thinking maybe Saitos would come down. I don't think that's a word, but that would have played for a lot of points, making OB and Sex and ES and hard to challenge. But yeah, Jackson drawing out Earn. This is probably it. Like I said, those death blows with ER, they come pretty often. And this is going to probably be it for Joey Krafchick after this.
Yeah. I mean, hats off to Joey for hanging in this one after the triple early for Jackson, but then 2 more bingos from Jackson. It's going to be too much for him to pass up. Jackson up 442 to 315, and Joey has found the dreaded yo-yo. Yo-yo is not valid in Scrabble. Instead, you've just got some horrific, sad consonants or vowel consonant thingies that you can't really do anything with. So Joey's done.
Yeah, but though now maybe is a time to play this 6-letter word I mentioned. Saitos is close to Simos. It's very hard for Jackson to challenge that in this position. There's a blank out. Joey might want to go for that blank. There's some danger here. You could probably, and what's actually crazy about this phony word that I'm considering is it makes an SEX here, which takes a T.
Ooh.
So you're actually setting up a lane. So
and it takes a Y, which you're holding.
Oh, that too. So I think I would still try to fight if I was Joey, but he might just give up, just like he did with Tortellino. It's hard to challenge. It's a 6-letter word. It might just be an invariable word. It might be like referring to some site. I'm not a very scientific man, as you can tell. But
Site means sell.
Yeah, some cell. Thank you very much, Matt. You are a scientific man. But I think this is the play that I would make in this situation, being down 127. If Jackson challenges and is wrong, he might get into a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, Joey's in the perfect situation to play a phony. The best time to phony is when you're down somewhere between like 80 and 130. If you can put about 40 on the board and make your opponent scared that they'll lose a turn, they're very remiss to challenge your words. So that would be exactly the right thing. And it would block Jackson's thankful bingo through the U and out earn. Does everything Joey needs.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the problem with that though is the fact that Saitos would block thankful and the fact that Jackson already has the blank would make him far likelier to challenge.
Indeed, yeah.
Anyways, we'll see. We'll see what Joey comes up with. If you don't play that, like, what do you even do? He plays Yo. Okay, that
Oh.
did block thankful. So it's a fighting move. But what are you really gonna draw now?
Yeah, I think you just lose.
So Jackson probably a little bit like annoyed that he can't just put this game to bed even further. But he's in a fantastic position. He's up 107, and he could pretty much do anything here, I think.
Yeah, he can indeed do pretty much anything. 29 points available at the top of the board, just FA beneath guidance. The only drawback to that play is there's just 6 vowels left to be drawn, maybe 7 if you want to count the Y. And if you do draw a consonant, and Joey does something scary and draws something good out of that bag, I'd be big sad. If I'm Jackson, I definitely want to play 3 or more tiles on this turn to make sure Joey can't bingo and then bingo again. And with this unseen pool, a bingo bango possibility is definitely in the cards. There's some good stuff unseen. So I think that's MO1 for Jackson. Play at least 3 tiles here.
Yeah, I'm seeing a really cool possibility now. Jackson has the last F, so he could be going for the word we saw earlier yesterday in game 1, Nazifies. Could even hit denazifies if he's very, very lucky. So I think Jackson's going to go for thaw or something of that nature, going for this extension, which scores a bingo score. And all he needs is 2 of EIS. And there are 2 E's, 2 I's, and 3 S's remaining. So the likelihood of that, even after only playing 3 tiles, is pretty darn high. So very nice choice to play Thaw here by Jackson, and we'll see if he gets IE, IS, or ES, or all 3.
We know he can't draw an E. We know Joey's got both of them. He didn't know that, but IS definitely possible for Jackson. Will he hit the Nazifies and flex on us all? Yes, immediately. All right, now you just got to find it, Jackson. I'm pretty sure he's already seen the possibility. Thaw over flaw, I think to me means he sees that this is a thing, and he's just drawn it. All right, Jackson, show us what you got.
Yeah, there's some scoring discrepancy here. The clocks are stopped. I'm almost certain he's going for it. I don't think there's any lack of clarity there. But does he? I wonder. He doesn't have an 8-letter word, right? But it would be interesting to see, like, depending on what Joey does, how much is Nazifies? That's so many points. That's 69. The problem with it is if you do play it, look what you're creating for Joey. So there might be something to be said about doing something else next turn. Obviously, you shouldn't care. You shouldn't care, but it's the one blemish on it.
I don't care. Not suffice for 69. Got to do it.
Yeah. Anyways, they're fixing the scores. Joey's going to go and play TYE. That looks pretty good. That's 29. Or 30, is it? 28? Do I know how to count? It's 30 points. Keeping EIOS, lots of constants remaining. He's gunning for, maybe he's gunning for the same thing. Maybe he's gunning for not suffice or some bingo making EWE. But back to Jackson, who, you know, he has it. He has 69 points on offer. But it's not ideal. Is he going to play something What if he plays like up, Matt? Up for 4. Setting up a bingo
What if he
lane
plays
and
not
keeping
surprised
not
for
surprised.
69?
I mean, yeah, you could do that. And Joey with isomers. Does he have an out bingo here?
No, he doesn't. Isomers, Mossier, neither one fits. So Joey is not going to be able to bingo out despite the nice rack here. The S in space is not going to give him anything either. The best Joey can do is 41 with remiss above the TH in thaw. Joey's done.
Yeah, I mean, as you see at the score, Joey was done a while ago. But yeah, this is a huge win for Jackson Smiley, who was trailing in the standings, 5-3. Joey was 6-2. So definitely a very good win for the resident Montrealer. Hard to say. Yeah, hard to say if anything was done wrong here for either.
I mean, the one clear blunder was guidance. The 149-point play from Jackson. That is the one thing that was definitely not correct in this game, which, again, is mind-blowing to me. The 149-point play was the mistake. But with Jaundice available for 9 more, that's the only clear blunder we saw from either of these players. And honestly, this was a pretty boring game. Like, sometimes Scrabble gets wild and in the trenches, and, like, aside from the nuance of Jackson fishing for not-suffies when this one was already done for, there wasn't a lot of interesting stuff. And Joey did find the 9 catenated, which was pretty sick. Joey got punched in the face for finding it with Jackson's triple, and that's kind of it in this one, honestly.
Yeah, usually when you triple in Scrabble, you win, but it was interesting for a while. Joey was staying in it until out earn came down, and that was the final stroke. So we're gonna try and get the next matchup ready for you guys. We have a few options. So we got Joey versus Carl. Oh no, that's round 10. Let's look at round 9.
Round 10 is what we want. Round 9 is what we're watching right now. Joey versus Carl, Joey Malik versus Kinji, Mac Miller versus Robin Pollock Daniel. It's probably going to be one of those top 3 games. Is Mac still winning?
Mac, I wonder if Mac won against Kenji. That would be...
He did not.
He did not. Okay. So maybe we should watch Joey Malik and Kenji because we haven't seen Joey Malik yet. I think that's what we're going to go with. Joey Malik versus Kenji Matsumoto. We've seen Kenji on stream already as Jackson makes his play of LOP. And Joey to go out with EORS after playing ISM. So yeah, we see the endgame being played. But yeah, I think Joey Malik versus Kenji. I'm gonna try to get those players wrangled.
Jackson playing a little defense there. That was not his best endgame sequence, but Joey was going to go out with Rose for 16. That is Jackson's girlfriend's name. Jackson says, "You can't play my girlfriend against me." Well, Joey's going to do it anyway, just for fewer points. All right, Rose it is. 11 and out. Let's cut to that mic. 545 to 410, your final here.
Thanks. Good.
Well,
that was my rack. I was a little scared that I was pushing it. Dang, it's not a word.
No.
It's amazing how you can really convince yourself something is good or bad just by thinking about it for 20 minutes to the end game ends. I'm imagining the 6 of the T.
Exactly.
I was literally sick to my stomach because I knew that if that was good and I passed it up.
Yeah, here, I guess.
Yeah. That enough to be a blown game.
Oh, yeah.
BG. Thankfully, this was interesting. I mean, I could have left the R for the RS.
Would you have? Yes.
But there's 3 R's on scene. So I went ahead and just took the 2 extra points of the extra chance of the blank. 3 R's. If there's 2 R's, I think I keep it, but with 3, I'm really scared of hitting that double R.
Yeah, I have a random rack. Double R's not so bad, though. Not as bad as not having
Yeah.
It's not a fire reward as well.
No.
Just
Your body language before the triple dribble indicated that Ibenga was tilting and didn't give you much back.
oh, yeah. Well, there you go.
So you bluffed effectively.
There you go, man.
I
Oh.
feel like $1 million because Park is not good.
So I had John is
Wow,
for 9 North.
you're a bum.
I saw audience. I was like, no, I'm gonna give them a go for the alphabet. Did not see John.
We needed that game. So I'm glad you won. Sort of. See who we play next.
That was gonna be interesting. Dude, I've gotten all 6 blanks against you.
I guess that's true.
Okay. That might be a little bit too much profanity, Matt. We might have to cut out of that.
Scrabble players know all the words, and while they can't play all of the bad words here at this tournament, they can still say them out loud. Yeah, for our young viewers at home, I think we'll pull away from that overhead mic now. Neither one of these players are any stranger to uttering some profanity. And profanity we hear from Jackson when he sees my text that he missed Jaundice for 158. Alas, that's it for this one. I think we're going to cut to just a little break before we get your round 10 matchup. But again, we're going to try to wrangle the players for Kenji Matsumoto and Joey Malik. Joey, runner-up at this tournament in 2023. Kenji, who we've already seen on stream, having a great start to this one as well. Any final words before we cut to that break, Josh?
No. Maybe just this. Watch your profanity. All right. See you guys in just a moment.
Adios.
All right, guys. I just want to show you something that just happened in the previous round. The game we watched finished pretty quickly between Jackson and Joey Krafchick, but this game finished even faster. If you can look and zoom in a little bit, both players with a lot of time left on their clocks. This game ended in the middle of the game. Robin beat Nigel Peltier on the right, 307 to 173 on this board. Maybe we can get a little bit of a zoom. Let me see. I can probably zoom in here a little bit. Yeah. Look at this
Stairway
board.
to hell.
Look at this board. It's like you can't do anything on it. And basically what happened is both players passed their turns 3 times. You see the letters on the right side of the board on the table. Those are the last letters that were drawn. So after the 6th exchange, Nigel drew 3 tiles, and he decided that it was better for him to lose on the spot by 130 than to try and open the board. Perhaps he knew that Robin had a blank on her rack, as we can see, EEEIST blank on Robin's rack with that nice Montreal Canadiens jersey, by the way, and Nigel NENN on his. So both players trying to leave as few points on their rack as possible, anticipating that the game was going to be finished very, very soon. So it's not like you can't make any move on this board, right, Matt? Like you can make 1 or 2 moves and you can try and open the board to this TI, I guess, right? But like, I think Nigel made a good decision, given that his tiles are so bad.
Yeah, I mean, if Robin's got the stuff to bingo on you again and keep running it up, maybe it is better to just take the insta L by 130. What's even more mind-boggling about this is Robin currently has the high loss for the tournament. In round 7, she scored 490 and lost. This is round 8, her very next game. She scores 307 and wins by 130. I love Scrabble, man. You can't make this stuff up.
So yeah, unfortunately, I can't quite make out what her score sheet says. I'm trying trying to look at the chicken scratch to see like who played what. But this game is certainly going to be analyzed at some point. Poor Nigel Peltier over here, not related to Nigel Richards, but an incredibly strong player in his own right, an awesome dude, sporting that Nirvana shirt. Not very happy probably with the result here, but he's such a cool dude. So we wanted to just mention that because the game we showed, I mean, was very fast, and the players that we're about to show next round aren't done with their games yet. So what are people saying about this? Yeah, this is crazy. This is totally crazy. So we see Policier. I think Policier was the Policier and Boutade were probably both Robin's bingos. Here we go. I'll just show you guys. So that blank is a U, and Policier scoring a ton of points, putting that C on the double. So, you know, crazy stuff happens. Like I keep saying, we're here to make memories. So this is what Scrabble is all about. I think both players are happy to have, put themselves in the annals of Scrabble history. Anything to say, Matt? We're gonna probably cut back to break.
I'm trying to be Nigel Peltier real quick. I saw the Nirvana shirt and the thumbs down, and I'm like, I can channel that energy. So,
wow,
I love that though. Yeah, no thumbs down for that game. That is every Nationals has a crazy, crazy game. That's our crazy game for this Nationals, or maybe we've got even more in store. But got to recreate the pose just a little bit. All right.
I don't have
We
on
do
me.
have round 10 coming as soon as we can get these players wrangled. We're just trying to do something fun and entertaining for those of y'all hanging with us during this break. 2 more games to go before the lunch break from Hanover, Maryland. And I don't know, are we going to stay live or are we going to do another break, Josh? What do you think?
No, I think they're still playing. I was looking. I ran downstairs to get the info on what the heck happened in that game. I think both players are still. At least Kenji's still playing his game against Eric Goldstein. So we'll cut back to break, but it shouldn't be all that long before we get your next matchup. So don't go anywhere. We will see you in just a couple of minutes. Hello, welcome back, everybody, to the coverage of the championship division of the Scrabble Players Championship 2025, live from Hanover, Maryland. We have one heck of a matchup. Both players 7-2 after 9 games. Joey Malik, Kenji Matsumoto. I am here with Matt Kanik all day. 2 more games before lunch. This one is a great one.
Indeed it is, and Kenji Matsumoto with his last round win coupled with a couple other results, including a Carl Johnson loss, means Kenji Matsumoto is currently in first place in this event. Joey Malik in third based on point differential. These are 2 of the 4 players at 7-2, the others being Mac Miller and the aforementioned Carl Johnson. Big stakes early on in this one, but it should be no surprise that these 2 players are near the top of the standings, both rock solid Scrabble players, right, Josh?
Right, and we haven't yet seen Joey on stream, so it's a great time to showcase his very, very impressive Scrabble skills. Joey was my opponent in 2023 in the best of 5 finals. One heck of a player, so he's back. He's back for more. He's going to try to take it down this year. So is Kenji. This is an important game.
Indeed it is. We saw Kenji on stream yesterday against Carl Johnson, and in what looked like a very tough to lose game, Carl stole the game away from Kenji with the big late play. Kenji waved to the camera and said, "I just blew a game on stream." So hopefully Kenji's able to regather his wits after that. Joey to play first, DEHIOTV. What do you think of Josh?
I think I would play Hived here. Just take the points, keep OT on my leave. But it's interesting that Joey's considering playing video. That might actually be a better choice. Keeping the HT combination, those letters go well together. It is a small sacrifice of 4 points. I think both of those players are very strong.
Hived does take a new front hook. It takes an S to make shived in this lexicon, so that perhaps is what's holding him back. Though I think that's a small concern. Hived just feels much stronger. 6 extra points is an awful lot.
Oh, it's 6 points. Yeah, okay. So I'm playing Hived. Yeah, I miscounted there. Yeah, Hived being 32. Wait, no, wait. Yeah, 32. And no hesitation here after video. One of the issues with this play is that the overlaps are a lot easier. After Hived, that V would have cut off overlaps like this one. So Foxy coming down immediately for 55 is that.
Goodness, yeah.
So that's a great start for him. Let's see what Joey draws out of the bag. HT is pretty good together, but he drew a second T and all 5 consonants. That is very, very bad and very unfortunate for Joey Malik.
He might actually play through, though. This is interesting. He can score 34. Just SH, ifs, and DOH leaves the abysmal LNTTW. He can fight through in one other way. Next through the EX is 12 and sets up the back S hook. Or he can exchange. What are you thinking, Josh? 34, 12, or 0?
Yeah, I think that next might be a really interesting option long term because you are setting up that S hook and you're basically preventing Kenji from doing anything next turn if he doesn't have an S. So blocking all the overlaps. And if you draw a couple of two vowel combinations, like if you draw wealth, if you draw whistle, you will be able to bingo a lot of the time.
Indeed. Interesting. I have no idea what I do here. Like, my gut says don't take the 34 with SH, but then if I score 0 and don't pull a bingo next turn, I'm going to be pretty upset that I didn't take 34 last turn. SH is so defensive, too, unless my opponent has exactly the 2-letter combination they need to front hook EX and OY. Joey's going to take the points.
Yeah, this checks out. Joey likes to score points. So do we all. But in a situation like this, Kenji is not going to know that Joey has 5 consonants. So he's going to be remiss, or he's going to be a little bit reluctant I should say, to maybe open the board after this play. And if you don't open the board, what do you do here if you're Kenji?
Oh man, this is a tough turn into MOO. He's pulled AAEP. Apo and Ash doesn't give much back, actually. It does open the board a little bit. Kenji, I think, about to make that play, and then he pulls back. Unless your opponent has an O or a U and the right stuff to front hook the P, this is actually pretty strong.
Yeah, and it's a funny situation where I feel like both players are going to feel like they're slightly behind in this position. Joey with a 5-point lead, but Kenji on turn with 5 vowels, nothing great to show for, no blank, no S. Joey has drawn very well. He's drawn an E and a Y, so not quite 2 vowels, but this is going to allow him to score pretty well. Right now, I'm seeing he could play just 20, making toy, which is a great way to just get rid of all of the junk at once.
And setting it up right on cue. Boy, that is a tough 6 to spot 20, but Joey is a great word finder and a great player all around. He spotted this 7 points ahead of anything else he can do on this turn, according to our engine. Nice play from Joey.
What's great about this is it scores 20 points plus the 6 for toy. So the word itself scoring the number, people in chat will love that. So
That's sick.
a little bit of nerdiness here. Back to Kenshi with AEIIMNO. He needed that L, but that was the only tile that Joey kept on his rack. No Manilier for Kenji Matsumoto. He's going to probably overlap with something like MOI. What else are you seeing, Matt?
AMIE above 20 scores 31. INO is not the strongest leave, but you are undoubling your eyes. The problem with AMI is it could get hit very, very, very hard by like TED bingos or anything basically. SER bingos, RES bingos, like so many things are going to crush you on top of a me. I might actually be looking to play elsewhere on the board. MONIE plays on the left side of APO with 3 overlaps, mash, op, and no for 29. So Kenji's got to pick one of the 2 spots on the board to play on. He's going to choose the points. A me for 31. As long as he doesn't get doubled on, this one's going to check out.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit dangerous. Pretty easy to overlap this with an E. EME is valid, and so many words have an E in 6th position. You can see an EDER, ES word coming down some percentage of the time. But in Kenji's position, he knows Joey's rack is pretty random, and this is his highest score. I think this is the right play. Back to Joey with 6 consonants. So he thought he got out of the trouble, but here we are.
He's not in as much trouble as it seems. He's actually got good plays available as long as he notices that he can put his G behind the IN on this board. He's got talking or cattling, its anagram. He's got carding and even cradling through the IN if he wants to go all the way up to the top row of this board. So you can eject a bunch of these consonants and score in the low to mid 20s. Joey's okay. He's just got to notice that spot.
Yeah, I agree. This is not as bad as it looks immediately. He's certainly going to see plays through that IN. It's just a question of which one you want to make. Do you want to open that triple? Like Matt said, put that C right there with cradling. That is your highest score, but it is quite dangerous. So we'll see what he decides to do. He's looking at carding right now, which is definitely safer, and the LT leave is pretty strong in its own right.
If I am going to play carding, it's likely not going to come up, but whatever word I play here, I want to make sure I know if it takes a back S or not. It's not a huge spot, but carding does take a back S. I think I'd be more inclined to play talking here.
Are you saying scarding?
No, back S.
Yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't really do anything if you hook that, but
You're right, it doesn't do much.
Yeah.
That's terrible analysis. Shut up, Matt.
That's okay. Yeah, carding, carling, the DT leave. I mean, we've discussed this before. D and the T don't go very well together, so I'd be surprised to see this being played over carding for 2 more points. But we'll see what Joey decides. Kenji's sitting on 4 vowels, duplicate O's. Nothing great, nothing terrible. Most likely, he's thinking, what happens if Joey just makes an overlap? Because this is basically what you expect after the play of a me, some overlap, something using this part of the board. So Kenji probably looking at oof here for 23, keeping EINT, that's very good. Maybe looking at some potential way to use fash, FONT. So Kenji definitely has the time advantage early, which is characteristic. Usually Joey is the faster player. Kenji can play fast too. So cradling coming down, that's going to change Kenji's thought process a lot. He's now looking straight at that C to see if he has a good play through it, or if Joey gave him a bingo. What do you do here with EIFNOOT?
Oh, man. So oof feels like the pretty standard equity play. OOF and YO for 23 holds EINT. That's going to synergize well with the R and the D at the top of this board, help you bingo pretty often. It's hard to turn your nose at that, but Foodie through the D in cradling is 28. Oh, I'd spend a while staring at these 2 options. Likely going to be one of those 2, though.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the only play I see that scores anything through the C is Infect, and that keeps 2 O's. And so early in this game, scores being close, you really don't want to keep terrible leaves. And duplicate O's is not something you'd like to see. That C isn't that dangerous that you need to sacrifice so much of your leave value to play through it. But I'd be staring at that C. I was like, why don't I have anything to play through there? So Foodie looks good. Oof looks, I think, a little bit slow, if you ask me. I think I go with Foodie, take the extra points. I don't think it's worth fishing here.
Yeah, 28 versus 23, EINT versus NT. I think I'd play Foodie here as well. Extra points. EINT, when you do miss, feels pretty sad to work with. But Kenji's going to take the equity here. A simulation does like this play by about 2 points over other options. So oof for Kenji puts him in good shape to bingo next turn. Kenji threatening a bingo 52% of the time after this play. Joey threatening a bingo 100% of the time on this turn, as he's found the first blank. He's got numerous options here. The best he can do is 72. I wonder how long he spends examining the 4 different options.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking now back at Kenji's turn, maybe he plays oof here. A small sacrifice, at least setting up a line for himself. But anyways, that turns over. It was interesting, and I definitely trust Kenji's instinct that keeping the strong leave is probably almost, if not worth, the point sacrifice. So Joey has found unbitter, it looks like, or unbitted. Is it unbitted?
Both are good. So unbitted is 72. Unbitter obstructs the C for 67. And I actually wonder, after Kenji's last play of OOF, how concerned are you about the C, R, and A up in space? Maybe you do actually want to block and make the point sacrifice here.
Yeah, it's very
Unbitter
interesting.
could seed big Q or X plays, but Kenji doesn't have the Q or the X almost ever after oof. In fact, the X is on the board. So what do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I think for the same reason that Kenji wasn't too concerned with that C, I think Unbitter might be slightly overreacting to the danger that C poses. He's going to play Unbitted. I definitely like this positioning and the extra points. It didn't matter. Kenji was going to bingo regardless. He has bingos on every side of the board here. So we're going to see some fireworks.
All right, yeah, EILNRTU, the rack now for Kenji. He's pulled well. He's got outliner for 70 from the O in oof. So Josh, Kenji did set himself up with a bingo line to bingo in, and he's going to execute the plan perfectly.
Yeah, and he's playing this so fast because players at this level, these high probability words using only 1 point tiles, they drill them like no other so that when they come up, they see them as soon as possible. So Kenji knows almost for a fact that this is his only decent bingo option after unbidded, and he does not hesitate to play it. Back to Joey, still only one vowel. He's had a few racks like this in this game, but he will be able to do something decent. He's looking at just playing Verl, keeping CNST, just hoping for a couple of vowels to help him out here. I think that looks very solid, Matt.
Yeah, that was the play, and Joey doesn't need to get caught up spending a lot of time on it. Kenji, though, has had a difficult post-bingo draw, AEIIIOR. He's going to have to choose between getting rid of a bunch of Drek. He can do that with Aioli through the Ellen outliner for 10, or scoring more now, but keeping a riskier leave. Coria, Coria, plays from the C at the top of this board for 24. Josh, Aioli, Coria, or maybe a different approach here. What are you thinking?
At this point, I think I'm just going to sadly play Coria, keep 2 I's and an E. At this point, that C is the biggest scoring spot on the board. We have a slight lead. The IIE combination can go south a decent amount of the time, but can also fix itself in many different ways. If Kenji only draws a Q, he's threatening QI. If he draws a J, he has something like Jib or Jibe. There are many options. Like the Q is actually a really good draw here for Kenji, having QI in 2 spots. So I think I go for Coria. I sit on my 30 plus, or I sit on my very small lead. Oh, it's not a lead at all, actually. Tie the game up, let's just say. At this scoreline, though, I'm actually thinking more about Aioli.
With just 1 I left in the bag, I'm actually not as scared of that EII combination as I would typically be. But with 6 E's still out there, 5 A's still out there, maybe I am going to end up in vowel trouble. I don't know. I do think the 14 points is good here. And perhaps this is lazy analysis. In fact, I know this is lazy analysis. But when situations like this, one play gives me the lead and the other play leaves me behind, and I've got them neck and neck with each other, I just try to get in front of my opponent. Maybe that's not the best mathematical thinking, but psychologically, it feels good to take the lead.
I've thought about this myself too. Yeah, just being ahead just creates that safety net for you just in your mind. And what's crazy here is if Kenji plays Aioli, he is going to get smacked by the bingo that Joey has already lined up of Centrum. So this is actually an incredibly important decision. He doesn't know it, but he's just made the right read.
Wow, yeah, huge swing. Kenji blocking Joey's bingo with that decision. He's not going to realize until after the game when he does his analysis, but wow. If you are on Team Kenji, he just dodged a major bullet, momentum shifting in his direction. Now Joey's unlikely to score more than the mid-20s on this turn. CEMNSTU. I think we're going to see CUM alongside the left side of APO. 24 here.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, but it looks very strong. You're not hitting that double word score, but you're keeping ENST, which is one of the most powerful 4-tile leaves in the game. So yeah, I think that might be right. Joey also considering putting the S on that word for an extra few points, but I think you keep the S here.
Yeah, ENST is so strong, but this board is so weak for bingoing. Maybe it's okay to score the points. I'd rather hold it back, though. There's just enough you can do with it. You can play DOHS, you can play APOS. I think it's all right to hold back.
Yeah, the DOHS hook is the most important thing here. That is 7 squares long, so if Joey draws into a word starting with S, it will play unless Kenji blocks it. So I think that is the one thing. This and APOS being bingo lanes that pretty much cannot be blocked simultaneously. So I think that's what does it for me. The S isn't super strong. It's usually a bit stronger than this, but I think definitely worth keeping.
Josh, you seem to be the Scrabble whisperer. There were like 40-something tiles in the bag, and you're like, Kenji should draw the Q here, and he did. How did you do that?
Well, analysis, Matt, has proven that the word QI is the most played word in Scrabble, and every time I look up like just sort of the logs of a simulation when I'm looking over a game, it's like, what's the most likely play the opponent's going to make? Every single turn, it's QI, QI, QI. And mathematically, he played 4 tiles. He was, I don't know, like 1 in 5 to draw the Q at least. So something like that. But yes, I will take credit for that, Scrabble Whisperer. And Kenji just has to sit there. He's alphabetized his tiles. I don't know why. Like, players do that when they have racks that might contain a bingo. You have a J and a Q. Thank you for alphabetizing your tiles for us, probably. I don't think he's doing it for himself.
I mean, if you grab the Q and the I and then you push them aside away from the rest of your letters when you're a player that normally smashes all 7 together in the center of your rack, you are giving away some free information to your opponent. Perhaps you're confirming that you're going to make the most likely play of QI. So maybe there's that. I never realize or think about these things, but I actually was told by a player a couple summers ago, I can tell what kind of rack you have based on the way you shuffle your tiles. If I see 3 and 4, you're not going to bingo. You're going to play a short word. And if I see all 7 together, you're going to bingo. And I was like, man, you spend way too much time looking at me. But all right. Look at this from Joey. He's not going to play come. He's going to play mun and set up the front S hook to try to smash a bingo next turn. You like that, Josh?
Yeah, very nice adjustment here. CEST extremely strong. And now if he just draws a word that ends in S, it will play. So I like this a lot by Joey. I think that's actually better than the play of come. And QI comes down immediately.
QI comes down immediately. 44 for Kenji. He's up 263 to 235. ACENPST is Joey's post-fish draw. He did not find the bingo he was looking for, but he can threaten some big points. He's got plays through the R at the top of this board beneath Korea that score quite well, but he can also keep himself in strong bingo range with a shorter fish. What are you thinking here, Josh?
I'm not even seeing a play through that R. Carp something. What's really interesting, just carpet. Okay, that's pretty nice. What's interesting here is if you just play off a P, the likelihood of you bingoing next turn is so high. But you can play your P right here. Play pit and set up spit, which is probably not the right play, but a lot of the time it's going to work out fantastically for you if you're Joey Malik. If you're Joey Malik, you see there are 2 S's unseen, there's a blank unseen. You're never doing this in a million years. If you're Josh Sokol, you're thinking about it.
Content. We always love the content plays. This is another situation where a simulation is not the best tool to use. A play like Pit sims okay, but a player like Kenji will do everything he can to obstruct that spot. He might even play QI and PI. That's the most likely move according to the simulation, right, Josh? QI always, even if
with the second Q. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, unfortunate. Like it really felt like this was a great rack for Joey. He decides to play epic. He's going straight for the bingo. He sees there are tons of E's left. He's likely to redraw an E. Carpet was a lot of points, though. I probably would have done that given that the scores are so close.
Yeah, Pent also plays up top through that same R. I think Joey just didn't see the spot, because if you can keep pretty bingo prone and score 32 instead of very bingo prone and score 20, you probably want to take the points there. Maybe a misplay from Joey. And to the point we made earlier, Joey would have taken the lead if he played Carpet or Arpent. Instead, he is still behind in this one. And that's not the draw he was looking for either. Ooh, going to be a tricky turn for Joey. Kenji on turn AAEEGIJ. Oh boy, what is he going to do?
Yeah, this is a fascinating position. There doesn't seem to be anything jumping out to play here. If you want to play AJI and Muni, you're going to get hit really, really hard a huge amount of the time. But that might be worth it. I mean, it's so much better than anything else in terms of points and leave, right?
Uh, I think if you're going to make a 3-tile play there, you're going to play Jag or Jig and Mung instead. But Kenji plays it.
No fear. And he's not going to get hurt. I mean, he probably is seeing the play of Epic, assuming Joey's keeping 1-point tiles. Does Joey even have a bingo here?
No.
Yeah, this is not good. Because he's taking a nice lead with this play, and Joey, is he gonna play NO underneath? That would be a little insane, right?
Would it? Yeah.
It would be, yeah, it would be
Yeah.
crazy, but you know, Kenji just made a crazy daring play. Why not? Why not both? Why not
Yeah.
me too?
I was wild, and the fact that Kenji just like
Wow.
did it, and then Joey's doing this, like, all right, we're just doing the top play on Quackle every turn, I guess.
That's hilarious. Both of these players just fearlessly taking their best score and leave. This looks so crazy. You can get hit by. I bet you Kenji's average score is well over 50 after this play.
Yeah.
Setting up the triples, setting up the overlaps. Yeah, Joey's not going to get hurt that bad.
Kenji averages 60 after no.
And just for the sake of the audience, the average score in a Scrabble game at the top level is in the 30s. So this is a little bit more than that.
Just a smidge. And that's on a random rack, and you have to assume Kenji actually has a better than random rack a good amount of the time. Anyway, okay. No is what we see here. AADEEGR, the rack for Kenji, and he's not going to be able to score the 60, but he does have 44 or 47, depending on what he opts to do. Aged or its anagram EGAD seem to be pretty straightforward plays. If he wants to go longer, he can play Agreed and go digging into the bag. The fact that Joey played no and he played it that fast makes me think he does not have a blank on his rack. He would have looked for triples or would have bingoed. So I would go Agreed here. I'd go as deep into this tile bag as I can.
Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that there was already a sevens lane here under the E of Epic, I would not want to open this lane. But because that already exists, I think taking the points, just going for some scoring tiles when you have the lead is a very solid choice here by Kenji. I don't think keeping the ARE is at all worth it here. The S hook on Smash is still there. There's still a lot of danger, as Joey's going to show with the play of Ernest. And this is going to be a key draw for Kenji Matsumoto, keeping AE in a pretty constant heavy pool with a blank out, with a Z out, and he's drawn incredibly well. So this is very, very good for Kenji Matsumoto. He's going to respond with the bingo in earnest.
Is he? Yeah, okay, I think he is. I'm looking at the unseen pool. If Kenji bingos, he empties the bag, he draws the last 6 out, and if he gets bingoed back on, he instantly loses. So Kenji might try to slow down pace a bit and think about waiting just one turn. There are enough bingo lines on this board that I think you could afford to pass a bingo and get all but guarantee a bingo next turn. But I think this unseen pool is too unwieldy. HKWUZ all there. It's unlikely Joey's going to hit you with a bingo bango combination. I think Kenji's safe to bingo here and clinch this one.
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting thought, Matt. In positions like this where your rack is certainly far, far, far better than your opponent's, and the scores are close, if you have enough spots to bingo, it's very much worth considering not bingoing. I think here the unseen pool is that bad that it feels like it's not worth it. But I think it's worth considering playing something 1 or 2 tiles, seeing how likely you are to redraw into a bingo, which if I play 2 tiles, I guess I could draw WZ or KZ or something really bad and not bingo next turn. So in that case, the fact that some draws are not going to do it for you, I think either you have to play 1 tile or you have to just go for the bingo. But this idea of waiting is very strong, very high level as well. And Kenji's certainly going to be thinking about that if he's a little bit worried. He's in such a strong position. So when you're in such a strong position, like Kenji is, you do want to think about how can I lose this game and try to potentially prepare for that.
I tried to open up the details on Quackle to see just how often Joey pulls a bingo out of this bag, and Quackle exploded, just immediately crashed. So I can't get you the answers to that question, but looking at the pool, it's not too often. There are certain things in there like brailed and brails and hailers and all that, but whalers, bladers. But I think if you're Kenji, you do need to just go ahead and bingo now. If you saw retinas ×2 in that unseen pool, it's probably better to wait, but this pool's not great.
Yeah, this is crazy though. So there's no bingo here. If you have a bingo here, I think you're just playing it. All of Kenji's bingos are not so strong. And so considering the game we saw yesterday where Kenji completely failed to find a threat with the Z that Carl Johnson was ready to smash him with, he's probably giving this some thought. First of all, he's making sure he doesn't have a bingo here, and that takes a long time. And it's a good thing he left himself with a lot of time. But once he realizes or assumes there's no bingo there, he's going to want to look at how much can Joey Malik actually score on this line. He doesn't even necessarily need to bingo. Kenji's going to draw 6 tiles out of the bag. And if I do bingo, what am I giving back? If he plays oranges, for example, that puts the G right here. What if Joey responds with zigs or zags for 72? Suddenly he's ahead 20 in the end game. So this is not simple at all. And the more I look at it, the more I wonder, do you pass up the bingo?
Oh man, I'm trying to find Z plays on the right side of this board, you know, something like a Colza that would front hook the E, and I don't see one that's there. I do worry if I bingo now and I draw the Z, am I going to eat it? Is that possible?
I don't think so. There's something like Shiraz. I don't think there might not be anything that ends in ZA. Shiraz, Zebra. Zebra will play. But those are enough to tie the game up. And that's the problem. The timing is so bad. Drawing 6 tiles, Kenji might not like his position enough to play the bingo. So this is really interesting. What we do know is Joey does not have the Z. He does not have a good rack. And what's left in the pool is AE and the Z and the S, and Kenji is surely going to win if he plays his bingo. But he doesn't know that. There's a lot to think about here, and Kenji's taking his time, rightly so. It feels like you should be in a better position than Kenji is in with this rack and with this score, but it's not clear.
Yeah, you see Kenji reached into the bag and double counted. He's looking at all the possibilities, and especially, as Josh said, the way Kenji lost previously on stream in a situation where he was in commanding position and then got hit by a surprise Z play and lost everything. You're going to take your time. Those kinds of things haunt you at a Scrabble tournament. And I don't know if you can attest to this, Josh, but I feel like for me, when I play tournaments, they seem to have a theme where like either I draw a bunch of vowels at the end of every game, or there's always like a JQXZ play lurking at the end, or my opponent's always in super bingo range at the end. Maybe that's the theme of Kenji's tournament or what he's trying to avoid. Big Z plays at the end that hurt me.
Yeah, if Joey has the Z, he has the possibility of having a great number of threatening options in the end game. The timing is just that bad. You see Kenji down 17, if you're thinking, well, he's going to be up 50 points after a bingo. Sometimes that's not enough. In end games specifically, it's important to be up around 30 points to sort of have that cushion, because your opponent's going to be first to act. They're going to be able to do a sequence and go out before you a large majority of the time. And so Kenji's probably seeing, like, if Joey has a pretty good rack here, even something like Blitz, just BLZ off of his rack and then an outplay next turn is quite threatening. Kenji needs to draw something high scoring to counter stuff like that. It looks okay. It looks okay. It looks like Kenji should bingo, but he's definitely not going to be locked into the win if he does, and he knows that already.
Yeah, I wonder what percentage win Kenji's putting in his own head right now. We have engines, as long as they don't crash, that are able to roughly spitball this for us. Quackle was suggesting that depending on Kenji's choice of bingo, he's actually somewhere between 80 and 92%. But he's got so many different bingo options. There's a reasonable case to be made that he should pass the bingo. And so much of the beauty of these pre-end game situations is getting that number as close to 100 as possible. 100% is not doable, but can I get to 90? Can I get to 92? Can I get to 94? That's the question for Kenji. This is tough.
A lot of Scrabble games are pretty much decided before the last move, but especially at the top level, there's a good chance that it is going to depend on that final draw, who wins the game. Sometimes it's a toss-up. Sometimes you can maybe win a small amount of the time if you draw 1 in 8 letters, let's say, if there's one tile in the bag. Sometimes you're in a very good position, but you have to make as sure as possible you're maximizing your winning chances. 80 and 92%, that is a huge amount of difference. And it could make every difference in this game. We do know that if Kenji bingos, he wins. He's going to play mangoes or tangos. We're going to have to get a look at that blank. This makes a lot of sense. This doesn't create a big Z spot that Joey can use to score 60, 70 points. It does sacrifice a significant amount of points. That is an M. He's taking it off, though. He's unsure. He's got 5 minutes to consider this. Kenji probably only needs around 2 minutes for most of these endgames, so he has some time to reconsider.
I don't know. Now Joey is able to track those tiles off and start thinking about this end game. With 9 minutes, time was unlikely to be a factor no matter what, but I wouldn't have shown Joey my letters until I was absolutely 100% positively sure of the play I was going to make. Alas, here it comes. Mangoes. He's not changing the blank designation. And he's hit the clock.
And he's just trying to fade those huge plays on the left side, potentially some very strong endgame sequences by Joey. But once he sees that Z, once he sees that AE, I think Kenji's going to realize he's locked in. Now, Joey to act with DHILRUW probably has to play something like Whirl. Oh, that doesn't work. Whirl and LE. I wonder what he does. I wonder what his best endgame is. It's probably not very good.
Yeah, I can't tell you with my Quackle having crashed. I'm trying to get caught up, but I'm trying to talk at the same time. It's not happening.
Oh, so he's lined up Lurid, which looks very good. Keeping the HW, you can play HW here, you can play HW here. So it's going to be a little bit close, but yeah, Joey down 50 now. He doesn't have the best tiles he could have had. This is actually a pretty bad draw for him after Ernest. And Kenji's going to score close to 30 or 40 in this endgame. So Lurid coming down. Joey knows he's lost. He's not going to hesitate any longer. 7:47 left on his clock. Back to Kenji with ABEKSZ. And something like Says and Toys jumps out. He's probably going to take a little bit of time just to make sure he's making the absolute best move. As we've mentioned before on stream, the tiebreak used in Scrabble tournaments is the entire differential between all of the games you and your opponents have played. We call that spread. Kenji's going to try and make the absolute best move here. This is chess. This is the part of Scrabble that is chess. You know what your opponent has. You have full information. you can make the absolute best play, mathematically speaking, and it might be important later on.
Yeah, Kenji will retain first place position after this win here. I'm double checking that Robin didn't win huge. No, Robin lost last game. So Kenji was in first by 140 spread points coming in. And barring Mac Meller completely blowing Robin out in the next game, Kenji will retain first place. Joey Malik will drop to 7-3. And there are so many players at 6-3 right now. This thing is wide open. Nobody above 7-2 in this NWL field. Oh, this is shaping up to be a spicy nationals.
Yeah, it's looking really interesting. A very good start by Kenji. One of his better starts. He's always been a player to look after, to look forward to watching, and a player to keep your eye out on for every nationals that he plays. He's lined up Zerk, which is his best play, blocking Wit for 30 and scoring very well with the Z and the K. That looks very nice. He's probably not going to take too much longer. As I say that, comes down 25 points, bringing Kenji Matsumoto to 429 to Joey Malik's 383. I think Joey's best play now scores 17, so he will make it to that 400 mark, and he will get 10 points from Kenji's rack, finalizing the score at 410 to 429. So like we said, kind of close, and Joey's rack wasn't even that good. But yeah, Kenji avoided disaster there. Let's listen to the overhead mic to see if they have anything to say.
Yeah. Like, I see what you mean. Yeah. Many. That was easy. That was easy. Like LNTTW with SH. I almost played NTH there, mistake, making a gift. That was interesting. It worked, but then it was bad. AENST. Seemed pretty obvious. Crazy as that looked. I remember CUMS was good. That was just, but yeah, that was that. Yeah, like you said up there. So I say CEST. He won Centrums, but that was unexpected. Yeah. Triple that undid it. I think I dodged most of the bullets at least. If HT was my first track, what do you do? What about hard to see that coming, obviously. Everything good. It's still developed.
Okie doke. Just a little inside scoop on what the players were thinking in that game. Joey asking Kenji what he would do with the opening rack. Kenji tends not to honestly answer those questions in the postmortem. Yeah, we liked a different opening play for Joey, but both these guys played really well. This was a very nice game, and one of them is staying on board with us into the next round, round 11, the last round before the lunch break. So Joey Malik is now facing Mac Meller. last year's champion. We saw him twice yesterday in the morning session. We're going to see him again. He's still way up there in the standings. And this is going to be a great matchup. For those that watch Mac's YouTube channel, he almost every other week posts a blitz match against Joey from Woogles online. So they've played each other tons and tons of times. I'm excited, Matt.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. 2023's North American champion runner-up versus 2024's North American champion. That is coming your way in just a few minutes. For those of us just hopping in, this is the Scrabble Players Championship, which is effectively the North American Championship. It is brought to you by NASPA. This is a 28-game tournament for the top 2 finishers, 31 games for everybody else. After 28 games, we'll pull first and second place out of the field and have them face off in a best of 5 showdown for $10,000 and infinite prestige. Everybody remembers who's won a nationals. It gives you a special little gold star next to your name for the rest of eternity. Right, Josh?
Yeah, it's the most prestigious thing you can do in North America for Scrabble. Everybody is vying for that $10,000 prize, but also just that recognition as a national champion. This tournament's been run with many different names since around 1978. I think that was the first one. This is the 34th, if that math makes sense. So yeah, $10,000 prize, most prestigious event in North America, sponsored by NASPA Games. These are the best players in the world at the North American Lexicon. So it's a pleasure to be able to commentate. It's so nice to be joined by you, Matt, the I guess default commentator for these sorts of events. I'm glad I could be here and we could enjoy the weekend together. We have 3 more games after this next one. After that, I will have a nice host of co-commentators to join me in the action. Yeah, it's been great. The games have been awesome. Very, very well played. So I'm looking forward to the next one. I think we're going to cut to break, Matt, while we wait for Mac to be ready for his next game.
All right, well, a little break it is. That gives me time to go get some coffee.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship, live from the Live Hotel and Casino in Hanover, Maryland. I am Josh Shokel on site. I am joined here by Matt Canick for the last 5 games of the day, 4 games of the day. So this is round 4, last game before lunch. Matt, how are you feeling about this matchup? Matt, it's Mac. I can't. There's too many M's. Go ahead, talk.
Mac Miller, Joey Malik. That's the matchup we're about to see, and stoked would be the word that I have. Joey Malik has great command of the lexicon, great command of the strategic nuance, but Mac Miller has an incredible command of the lexicon and an incredible demand of the nuance. These two players easily in the top 10 players in the room, both perhaps in the top 5 in the room. It's going to be a good one. And this is a match with big playoff ramifications as well. Mac was 7-2 going into his last game against Robin Pollock Daniel. We do not know yet if he won or lost that game, but if he won by 160 or more, Mac is back atop the leaderboard in first place. If he won by a smaller margin, he's in second. And if he lost, he's still in second. So Mac, second or first. Joey Malik currently sits in 5th place right now. Big matchup coming our way.
All right, players are seated, and Mac Miller to act first. Yeah, either in, it looks like he is in first place, but first or second, depending on how much he won by, like you said. First to act, beautiful shirt, by the way. He was showing me this shirt yesterday. I very much like it. It's also kind of distracting. If you're Joey Malik, I don't know if that affects you at all. Some people do wear extremely distracting clothes. Some people change their clothes in many distracting times. Like you, Matt.
I have to wear scrubs to work every single day, so I alternate between the same 6 pairs of scrubs, and my wardrobe is itching to get out there and on display. So if I actually get to wear people clothes, I'm just going to wear like 6 different outfits in one day. BEFNOU blank the opening rack for Mac. He does not have a bingo, but he's got a nice fun 5 that I can never spell correctly. Mac's got it spelled right, though. Bœuf.
Bœuf, exactly. French for beef. That's his best option, whether he places the F or the B on the star. B on the star would be 2 extra points, but less defensive. I think you still take the points here if you're Mac Miller. Quick little quiz for those watching at home. Joey Malik. The word Malik is not valid in Scrabble. If you add a blank to that, will you be able to find an 8-letter word with Malik plus blank? See what you guys say in the chat. Lots of strong players there, lots of beginners, lots of Scrabble fans. As we wait for Mac to make his decision. Usually, opening plays, recommend using less than a minute. I've often hit my clock on my opening play and noticed exactly 24 minutes on it. That should be around the amount of time you take, except when you have an interesting decision like this, when you have a blank. But I think Mac's quickly going to play the 28-point Biff. What would you do, Matt?
I would play Boof right here. I would play it vertically too, because of course. And I would stare down at my shirt, give myself a little smile, like, dang, what a sick wardrobe I've got. I'm going to win this tournament for the 2nd straight year, and I'm going to do it in style. 28 for Boof. Gets a thumbs up from this guy.
Very nice. And Joey with CDHIORY, pretty balanced track, was hoping for an A, wasn't he? Hyracoid.
But an A he did not receive, and he's going to have to figure out how to work through this. He's got a handful of intermediate options, each scoring upper 20s or low 30s for him. This turn feels kind of time trappy. You'd like to find one reason to separate one option away from the others, but there are several good ones. I think many players would be drawn to play just HOY, making Bo and Oi 30 points. CDIR is nice and balanced. One more point available if you find the 4-letter Yod, Y-O-D-H, in the same spot. Or you can do something totally different. Codify through the F at the bottom of this board is 30. Any of those options stick out to you, Josh? Something else completely? How would you approach this?
Yeah, YODH is pretty cool. I might go with that just to keep a little bit more balanced, keep the CIR together rather than an extra consonant. I feel like codify keeping the H and the R together would normally be good, but it feels like the spot next to the BO is a little bit more dangerous. So I'm looking to overlap. I either play Hoy or Yud.
Would you
And if you
play
go ahead.
Yird, Y-I-R-D, making B-I-O-R and E-D? That's only 23, but holds C-H and sets up C-H. Is that too cute, or is that okay?
That's a very, very cool option. Setting up the CH with Orc and Ed. We're not going to see it. Really cool thought, though, as Hoy comes down. Back to Mac, who had Inquiry lined up. No longer fits for him. I have to look elsewhere.
Brutal.
May or may not have anything else available. But yeah, that was a good block.
A great block, exactly what Joey needed. Mac's got nothing good at all this turn. Exchanging is popping up on the sim. That's how rough this got. I think Mac's going to be forced to play Unify here because that's really all you can do. Yeah.
Going
That's it.
from
Wow.
70 or so to a sad 11. Definitely a big blow, but Mac definitely knew it was pretty likely that spot was going to get taken, and in certain cases, completely blocking his only 7-letter word. So he should recover from this. He should make sure that he is not spending too much time lamenting, which players can do. Very often you're 1 letter off of a playable bingo, or your opponent just blocked a play of yours. This is a turn-based game. Something happens, you change what you're thinking about, you adapt. So Unify looks pretty good, but it's crazy to think that that's how far we've fallen.
Yeah, from a bingo to 11. All right, 11 it is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, what a huge pivot in this game early on. We saw Joey on the opposite end of one of these pivots last game when he had Centrums blocked by Kenji, as Kenji weighed 2 equivalent plays in different quadrants, and Joey just never got it going again after that. We'll see if Mac is able to recover from this one. He has honed in on Unify, and he's going to have to play it. Everything here sucks. This just sucks the least.
It looks to be breathing a little bit heavily. It's somewhat steaming, tilting when this happens. But Mac has had probably more bingos blocked than most of you in chat have ever played. So he should be able to shake this off. And a very interesting thing talked about in chat, if Unify comes down, Mac could draw a double-double of reunifying. Potentially.
Content. Let's go.
He needs an E and an N.
G. Let's see it.
And a G, yeah. ENG. I mean, that would be totally insane. A lot less likely than that Q draw from last round. See if we can call it. Commentator's curse. Commentator's. What's the other word? The opposite? Antonym?
I call it voodoo.
Blessing.
We just got voodoo up here in the booth. We can wield it for good or for evil. Come on, ENG. ENG, Mac. Show it to me. Boo.
That's pretty good, though. Back to Joey Malik, who has crowd lined up. Wonder what he's
Crowdy to the
thinking.
E.
Oh, Crowdy, yes. Crowdy. That's a very good play to that E of Biff. He can also just keep things a little bit more contained with Crow and Bow, but he's going for the turnover. He's going for the longer play. He wants one of those blanks. I would have played Crow probably.
Sim had those two plays right next to one another. So just kind of pick your poison. Do I want to go longer and go for some turnover? Do I want to go a little bit tighter and see where this game takes us? totally fine from my perspective. I would have also played the extra tiles there. He's not going to find a blank, but he is going to find some synergistic stuff. Mac has one playable bingo on this turn. I'm certain he's going to find it. The question's just how long it'll take.
Yeah. It's probably going to take me a lot longer. But yes, it's a very basic word. If you're thinking about the Hoy play, one of the things Hoy did to the board is it set up a particular hook that you can place atop the H. And if you make that blank, that letter, you find your bingo. But he hasn't played it yet. He's probably looking through the C and the R and the O of Crowdy, maybe the D, maybe looking for 9-letter words. We know that Mac has extremely good knowledge of the 9-letter words. But look what Joey Malik has drawn. REING.
Oh man, if Mac plays his bingo, Joey's going to be able to bingo back for 72, but reunifying is 68 if he sees it. I wonder if this is Joey on poker face trying not to show any emotion. Maybe he's just hoping for the right floater to bingo, but I would love to see reunifying. Sadly, it's not the right play after Mac does find Jailers, the one playable bingo.
It's the right play. It's content. It's content. Of course, the BT leave sucks, and you should take the bingo. At least put it on the board, Joey, or line it up for us so that we know you saw it.
You can't put it on the board because then Mac is going to notice the possibility, and if you do flex like that, Mac's invariably going to draw EGINR at some point and also do the wraparound. But show us you saw it. Come on, baby. He's going to play trebling for 72, but reunifying, spotted. Joel Sherman spake it into existence.
Yeah, that's amazing. So Joey spotted trebling. It's a weird looking word. Might be not 100% sure it's valid, but it is. Treble, just trebling. He's going to play it. He's confident. And Mac, to react to that, he's going to be down 10 points with MMRTIIO. Not great.
Not great, but he'll be able to work his way out. The 5-letter MIMEO through the E in trebling looks to be just a very straightforward option for Mac here. Doesn't give too much back, keeps IRT, scores 24, checks all the boxes. That's going to be Mac's play here.
Yeah, nicely spotted by him. It's already lined up. Yeah, nice 5-letter words. Sometimes those 5-letter words can come in handy more than others. And I think this is by far his best option. He's just going to scan the board to see if there's something else going on. And he'll retake the lead. It'll be Joey to act. So Joey, we said last round, tends to be a fast player. We know that he plays blitz with Mac all the time. Last round, he was behind on the clock. This round, he's got around a 4-minute advantage, which isn't much, considering that Mac has had the blank and had to spend a little bit of an extra time sorting through his options. But yeah, usually this is what we expect after 3 moves. Joey's used around a minute per move.
And in a game where there are roughly 11 to 15 moves per game, a minute per move is a relatively swift pace. But as the game unfolds, more options become available. More information becomes available to you as the unseen pool gets smaller and smaller. So you use typically a little bit more time later on in the game. MIMEO indeed is the play from Mac, nailing this game with surgical precision. Both of these players are, as we would expect. Joey, AEFHLOZ, has 42 points available to him with the 5-letter froze through the R in Crowdy. Does take a back N. Josh, does that scare you enough, or are you cashing the points here?
Yeah, when it comes to plays like froze opening the second to edge row or column, if they get hooked, what do we get in return? We get a triple or maybe 2 triples. So I'm never really too concerned about opening something like that unless it's the only thing open on the board. I think that's the play for sure.
Yeah, just too many points to pass up. If he wants to, he can play FOH atop Mimeo, 30 points, keep the Z back to threaten points next turn, but froze for 42 is pretty tough to pass up.
Yeah, this looks like you could maybe do something else. Keep the Z. You could play FOH on top of Mimeo. Maybe there's somewhere for the Z to go later on. If you play FOH, you might draw into Zoom. I don't really see the Z improving too much, but when you have it and you have other scoring tiles, it's always worth considering not using it immediately. The problem with that is you're getting further and further from playing your next bingo. So froze comes down, no more reunifying as a possibility. We can all cry a little bit inside, but that's Scrabble for you.
No reunifying, no content here, just standard pedestrian correct plays from both players so far in this one. Mac is going to have an interesting decision here. He's got tax set up. That plays on top of MIMEO for 40. The one big question is it worth playing the E as well to make taxer? That'll be 46 over just 40, but EIRT, nice and synergistic, especially with a juicy S floating out in space and jailers. Josh, are you taking 46 or 40 here?
Well, this is quite interesting because there are a ton of E's left from Mac's perspective. 7 out of the 12. I think I still play tax. I still think keeping the E definitely worth it here for the balance, for the extra chance at bingos. But it is 6 points. Who wins at Scrabble? The person that scores the most points. So I wouldn't be surprised to see either play come down.
Man, I know if I play tax for 40 as Mac, the first tile I pull out of the bag is going to be an E like 100% of the time. And if I play taxer, then I'm not going to have an E, and I'm going to wish that I had. That's Scrabble 101. You always rue the decision you've made. Computer prefers holding the E back here by about 2 points. And so Mac, as we expect, doing what simulation suggests is his best option once again. Mac pulls ahead by 12, 179 to 167 for Joey. AEHLLNO for Joey means he's going to take the lead back. He plays froze, he draws the N, and now he's going to crush that spot. The big question is, which word is he going to crush it with? But he's got 40 available.
Yeah, is it worth playing in Halo here? Is that what we're looking at? ENHALO, opening this huge triple. It's definitely dangerous, especially given that there's a blank out, there's a bunch of high-scoring tiles out. I don't know that Joey can pass this up. What else do you do? Alone or a null that opens the same spot, but even worse. I think you have to take the points.
Yeah, otherwise, if you get paranoid with the defense, you can play HON and Frozen, but AELL as the leave? No, thank you. This has to be in Halo. Sometimes you just got to open the board, and Halo is far too strong.
Yeah, and what we do know from Mac's letters, he has a very large number of bingos available. He would be the one to tell you off the top of his head how many he thinks he has with this rack, but he can play to the D in Crowdy, he can play from the S in Jailers, he can play 7-letter words up the wazoo, and Halo is going to give him that triple, but not much to go with that triple.
I actually wonder if Mac is going to take the triple. He can play any of those bingos down at the bottom of this board for 76, but he has 80.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think in this position that triple is just so potent that you just want to take it as quickly as possible.
He's set up 80 on his rack, Inserter and Mimeos. He sees it. So tough. A 4-point delta between these plays, but that spot at the bottom is worth about 4 points. Big decision for Mac, and a big draw from Joey. He's found a blank. Whoa.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Joey's rack is pretty much random within Halo. He doesn't have an E. He would have played in Haloed. Oh, does that not fit?
Nope.
Wow. I apologize. He could have an E. He could have a great number of tiles. Mac has no information to go with, so he just has to evaluate how dangerous is this triple.
Yeah, you go with your gut. It's always so hard to figure out which bingo to place. I'm generally in the when in doubt, take the points, but that spot at the bottom is pretty big, and otherwise there's not much to do on this board if you're not going to bingo. So Mac opting to play entries, leaving 4 points on the board here makes sense. Mac pulls ahead 255, 207. Joey, despite pulling the blank, does not have a playable bingo on this turn. And I am curious to see how he approaches this one. A lot of options, nothing great, nothing superb. How much is he going to ride equity? How much is he going to try to set himself up? Interesting turn here for Joey Malik.
Yeah, nothing great. If you don't have a bingo here, you're stuck trying to play that W. You can play a W on the bottom here. You can go a little bit crazy and play Wag and Gam, but that sets up an O hook. I don't think Joey's going to want to do that. Nothing great. Nothing great available. Maybe I just play AW for 20 and try to bingo next turn.
Yeah, we saw Joey last game play NO in response to Kenji's AJI, if you were watching there. And I would guess most players never play WAG up top. But after watching Joey play No the way he did, I think there's a chance we do see WAG. I think most players, though, are playing AW in the bottom. I want to point out that Mac has pulled a great post-bingo draw. He is going to bingo once again next turn because of that. Regardless of what Joey does. So a big swing in favor of Mac Meller on that last pull.
Yeah, this is such a good draw for him. A bingo out of the bag, plays in 2 spots. So now it looks like playing WAG is Joey's best chance, if he knew what Mac had, to continue to try and win this game. He's down 48. WAG would score 23. And set up a huge lane for him. But he plays AW, the sensible option. Now Mac to act. Is he going to open the triple-triple? He's going to be up 100 points after his bingo. So he's going to just take the safe option, play variates to the S and entries, open nothing, close a lot. Or he's going to take the extra points and just try to push his way to the finish line. I think you take variates.
I would take this one here that Mac is doing. It is 2 fewer points, but bingoing down to the S so likely. The majority of 7s that Joey could have will also play in this line. Not every 7 he has could play at the top. Stuff ending in like RS, for instance. So variate the option for Mac. It also blocks the floating S and jailers. I think with this lead, take the defense. Mac agrees. Mac up 329 to 227. But his 102-point lead is going to get much smaller pretty quick. Joey's already found his highest scoring bingo, Gantlet. This plays for 75 at the top of the board. Joey's got one other bingo on this rack that scores less. That's Galette for 70 at the top of this board. But it does put a G out in more dangerous territory. At this deficit, Josh, is it worth leaving 5 points on the table to open the board a little bit more with Galette? Or should this be Gantlet for 75?
This is actually a super interesting spot. If you go and put this G in the middle of the 2 triple-triples, you're creating a lot more possibility for yourself to come back. You're going to be at a deficit, but you're opening more of the board. It looks like Joey's playing Gantlet really quickly, but I wonder if he should have thought a little bit harder and sacrificed some points for board position, but he's in bad shape regardless. Back to Mac, who's drawn the Q along with 3 E's, PGR. He's going to want to get rid of that Q at some point, but it might not be now.
Ooh, this will be interesting. Mac's got some different lines of approach. Line 1 is kind of the very natural, just play the Q. QI goes for 11 in multiple spots. The Q is a really unwieldy tile. Option 2 is score as much as I can. Never plays between the disconnected N and V to that triple word for 27. Or you can score pretty well by extending frozen to pre-frozen for 24. But those both leave G, Q, E, E together, which is horrible. So I think Mac's actually going to eschew all of those options with 2 unseen U's, 2 unseen I's, 3 A's, and 3 D's. I think Mac could actually play repegs down to the S in jailers, and he's all but certain to draw a Q play next turn, whether that's QI, KD, or maybe even something higher scoring. If he does draw KD as well, that's going to play a top gantlet for a huge score and effectively slam the door shut on Joey. So I think playing 5 and keeping the Q might be the best line here for Mac. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, this is a very fascinating position, Matt. Mac has the last 3 E's, so he's probably very much not worried about a bingo from Joey. The board is closed. The tiles you can play through in Gantlet are not very good. They're not very prime. So I think he's not going to be worried about getting bingoed on again. But he's only up 27, and he has an unplayable Q. Well, he could play it, but for 11. So he's going to get a little bit slowed down by this rack. I like the idea of repegs. What I'm concerned about is if he plays repegs and Joey snaps back for a big score, Mac doesn't draw what he needs, this is going to get a little bit close, a little bit too close for comfort. So I'm curious to see how he approaches this. He's got 11 minutes on his clock, and there are 14 tiles unseen. So he has some time, but maybe not enough to analyze a position of this depth.
If not repegs, what do you play?
If there were any like E's out or blanks or S's, pre-frozen would actually be really interesting, eliminating the counterplay through the GAN of Gantlet. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what else to do here. When you have the Q and you don't have a U and you don't have an I, you don't have good plays with it, it is definitely advisable to play a lot of tiles and try to draw what you need. So repegs does look pretty good. Never also looks pretty good. It scores a lot better. It doesn't open anything, slows the game down a little bit. And again, I'm not really too worried about bingos here, but it could get a little bit weird.
Mac might also be looking at PERE down to the E and entries. Scores is pretty well. 24 is a good chunk of points, but that EEGQ leave is rough. It's rough. And I mean, I think when you have the Q and you don't have any good plays with it, trying to play as many tiles as you can is generally the MO. Looking at the unseen pool, if you do play repegs, maybe you'll get hit by like KIRN or CORK, but there's really not a lot that actually hurts you too bad up there. Maybe VARA as well. Whatever. If that happens, that happens. Hopefully I draw a big Q play and I'm able to win this game. I feel like repegs goes south less often than dropping the Q here, less often than playing peer or pre-frozen. But Mac, such an experienced player. He's played so many games of Scrabble since he came to the tournament scene, goodness, like 16 years ago now. He's going to have to go with his gut on this one, and his gut's probably going to be stronger than mine.
Yeah, super interesting to play PERE. I think the biggest problem is if you put this play on the board, suddenly you are Q stuck. There is nowhere to drop your Q. If you don't draw that I you need, if you don't draw that U you need, it's a little bit scary.
I had a great draw after entries and then a really bad one after that. I wonder how insane is it to exchange here? Pretty insane. He's going to play the Q for 11.
Yeah, I like this. It's obviously quite slow, but he's up enough where I think he can probably manage to outscore Joey in the next couple moves, or at least not lose too much on the scoreboard. That Q is really not great. Even if he drew the I he needed or the U he needed, it would take a lot for him to have a good play with it. So I like this idea. When in doubt, just play QI. back to Joey with ACDKOSU, and he's in a weird spot. He sees there are E's out. He sees there's another S out. He sees the board state. I think he just wants to score points here, but it feels like you should try and do something here to help matters. I feel like Doc shuts things down, creates some pretty nasty counterplay depending on what Mac has. I guess it's not that bad. What does KA take in this pool?
The P, the S, the E. And that's about it.
Does not take the P.
Oh yeah, it doesn't take the P. God, goodness, fire me.
Yeah, actually, it's
There's
not that
nothing.
bad. Yeah, 24, 33 points for Doc, and suddenly Mac's only up 5 points with 10 in the bag. So it's getting interesting. It's getting sharp, but he does not have that cue to worry about anymore. So I think he's feeling pretty good.
Joey just drew copious, which doesn't fit on the board, but whoa.
Yeah, if you draw a 7-letter word in this game, you might as well not even find it. It's not going to play anywhere.
Mac now looking at GEE beneath the Doc play, making age and KAE, holds ENPR back with another P lurking. Are you afraid to make this play, Josh? Would you play PEE?
I'm not sure. I think GE is definitely safer. Way fewer words start with a G. I'm a little bit concerned you're only keeping one vowel, but there are 8 vowels unseen to Mac and 9 consonants. So that should be fine. He's got that one E in reserve. And Joey probably wanting one of those E's, not liking that they're on the board now.
All right, we've got 7 in the bag. We've got a 31-point game. Mac up 366 to 335. Joey, unable to put copious down, is really unable to do much of anything on this turn. Jeez.
Yeah, it
I
might
don't
be
even
time
know
to
where to
go
start.
a little bit desperate mode for Joey. I doubt he's going to do something like this, but I would be thinking about making some sort of play in this area of the board, setting up this line, hoping to draw something as well through the T of Gantlet, or threatening to draw one or both at the same time. He's only down 31, but the timing is not in his favor. There's 7 in the bag. That means unless he plays 5 or 4 tiles, Mac's going to have a lot of flexibility before the end game begins to just consolidate his position and retake the lead. So it seems a lot worse the more you look at it for Joey Malik.
The best I'm seeing initially is maybe just playing Topic from the T and Trembling. 18 closes the deficit some. There's no play we have that closes it completely. It does leave 3 in the bag, which is about the pacing you want. You hold an S back, so you can maybe threaten an SC play down through the C you set up. You'd have to draw like Scup or something. SOU is not a great leave, but there's no more O's, only one more U to draw. I don't know. Joey's looking at Pious down to the S. It's a kind of similar idea, but you're just going to get smashed by stacks so often after that.
Yeah, we see the option of ERP coming up in chat. That's what I was thinking. Setting up that S hook, Mac might have the S, but you can draw into a bingo from the T, Stolonic, possibly other things. I don't know. It might be a good distraction. The problem is, again, that's 7 tiles in the bag. If Mac does have an S and you play ERP, he could play 4 tiles, not empty the bag, and still win the game, even if Joey hits his bingo. He's up by enough for that to potentially work. So things are pretty desperate here, I'd say. I don't think you can just do something like Topic. It'd be nice if Utopic were a word like Utopian. That might be worth doing. But yeah, I think Joey's going to take not enough time here. I think he really needs to think about this position and do something about his situation.
Looking at potential plays Joey can threaten down from the G. I mean, the main way you have to approach this situation as Joey Malik is how many universes are there where I can win this game without bingoing? Is that possible at all? If I can, I want to try to do that because drawing a bingo on this board seems next to impossible. But my rack is pretty bad. The unseen pool is pretty balanced. There are probably just enough places where Matt can score 20 to 30 points on this board. Like, I'm not sure that that's a real possibility here. He's going to try Utopic.
He's going to play Utopic. Has Max said hold? Yes, he has. So Mac, very, very solid on his words. He does not like the look of this at all, but can he afford to challenge? He does. Wow, that is the acumen of the 2024 Scrabble champion of North America. So this is coming off the board. Seems pretty much over at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Joey, you might have to try this. Like, nothing seems like it's going to win this game more than about 5 to 10% of the time, except this. So even if you're only, 20 or 30% sure this is good, it makes a lot of sense to try. And this is something I don't think we see enough of in Scrabble, players trying stuff, even if they don't think it's good, just because it seems like the only line for them to win the game. You can't fault Joey Malik for that attempt there.
Yeah, definitely a good call. That play of Erp probably his best try, but yeah, if you don't see anything good, you got to try something like Utopic. If that's the word, he has decent chances. He's leaving 2 tiles in the bag. He's getting close to max score. So it looks like at least a 1 in 3 shot if that's a valid word. Back to Mac, who can now probably afford to do pretty much anything, but he has to still be a little bit careful, of course.
That's maybe a tiny consideration there is, hey, if Mac, for whatever reason, gets greedy and tries to open the board up, I can play Copious and bingo out. I don't think there's any universe in which Mac Meller does that, but maybe a weaker opponent tries. I actually ran it through the engine, and even after Utopic, if Mac has this rack, he's 100% to win the game after playing Graven down from the G, even though he's going to draw 2 tiles, any 2-tile combination, and he wins. So that was a big baller challenge from Mac. I have the game in the bag unless I challenge this valid word, and I'm going to do it anyway. Wow.
Yeah. That's confidence right there. So Graven coming down. Yeah, this looks fantastic. Scores 33 points. Max already had 31. And Joey's just going to have to suffer through this Copious rack. I guess part of the reason to play Utopic, maybe Mac opens a spot for Copious. He didn't show Mac his S, so maybe Mac is mistracked. Maybe he thinks he has the last S, sets it up. Joey plays Copious and wins. But none of that happened, of course. Just a remote possibility. And one of the reasons why it's worth trying something like that if you're unsure. So Mac Meller, pretty much a lock to win this game. If it wasn't already clear. And I think Joey, with 2 tiles unseen, is going to try to play as many tiles as possible. Maybe you try Utopic through the T and Gauntlet now, Matt.
Oh, yeah. Try Utopic again somewhere else and see if it sticks. I love it. I don't think we've ever seen a technique like that attempted in Scrabble before.
I've had it happen to me online, but I think it was just a mistake. I was playing a guy like, okay, you made this mistake. Just here, take your turn back. Just play where you wanted to play. Then he plays the same thing again. Dude, that's not it. Anyways, he's looking at Pious. Maybe they added it to the dictionary, right? In the meantime. So it looks like he's thinking about playing Pious and trying to go out next turn. The C, a very bad tile for the end game, given that you can't do any overlaps with it. No 2-letter words are formed with the C. But playing Pious seems pretty strong. I wonder what the engine thinks about this position for Joey. It's important for him to try and minimize the losses here.
All right, Pious is what he's going to play. I'll bring him up to 349. He's down 50. Max on turn, and Joey will draw the last 2 tiles, an I and a D, out of the bag. This one's for this one is Max game. He's just now tasked with optimizing spread. Land stacking alongside Pious is the best way for him to do that.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious play that Joey just gave him. Just take the triple in the top right corner of the board and go out next turn with UPS. There are a couple spots for it. Upas, Tups, Sup. He's going out for sure.
Okay, apparently Mac was actually your leader in the tournament going into this one. I said he needed to beat Robin Pollock Daniel by at least 160 to take the lead. He beat her by 230. So Mac atop the standings coming into this one, knocking off Joey Malik, is likely going to stay on top of the standings, barring a big Kenji Matsumoto win over Carl Higbee of New York.
Yeah, we don't have the pairings yet for after the lunch break, but when we do, we will get you that matchup during the break. But for now, we wait and see what happens in the final games before this lunch break. I'm sure everybody in the room is ready to eat, but sometimes you just have to go through the end game. You have to go through the motions, make sure that you are making the absolute best move that you can find. Joey, I don't think has an outplay. He could have drawn one, depending on what he pulled out of the bag. But yeah, Mac just doing his diligence. He's thinking about putting the S onto lands. Another thing about the Scrabble endgame, other than it being just like chess, perfect information, find the best sequence, is letters values change a lot. The S is no longer the best tile you can keep other than the blank. Sometimes you just want to tack it onto your play for 5 points, like Mac is considering, just to give yourself more options the next move to go out. So that's what he's looking at. He's just doing the math. I think it's still worth keeping the S for Sup and Ks, but that's going to get blocked.
We will return from the lunch break at 2:30 Eastern time, so that is about an hour and 34 minutes from the current time. This commentator is trying to figure out if I have enough time to hop on the subway, get to the swimming pool, do laps, come home, and be back on camera. I think I just barely don't, so I'm going to have to settle for touching grass instead of swimming during the break. I hope each of you at home is able to tune in for the afternoon session. Those will be my last 3 games on stream, but not the last 3 games of this tournament at all. More Scrabble coming Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday as we see Mac pound out his best endgame option. It is going to be so sick. I will be popping in between classes as often as I can to watch all of the Scrabble action.
Yeah, we got some results from other divisions. Currently in the lead in Division 2 is Mike Baker from the West Coast. Division 3, Greg Feldkamp. Let's look at Division 4. There are 4 divisions in the North American Lexicon. In Division 4, we have Sarah. What is that last name? Sarah Bow at 10-1 before the lunch break.
Whoa.
And in the international division that you guys should be watching alongside this stream, right now we have some. Oh, we don't even have a in the standings. Top of the standings, Alex Seaholm.
Mike.
Oh, the game's over. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Fun champ.
Thanks. Yeah, I had all the E's when I played this.
Yeah.
I just figured I could hold on because your racks would be so bad, basically. Yeah. I mean,
Actually, I had copious with this.
oh, when you played that,
Yeah.
okay, wow.
It's a good challenge. I mean,
I've seen it before. I said
Yeah.
I knew it was one of Utopic and Atopic was bad. Yeah,
it's one sort of,
yeah.
I don't know
mean,
what else I could do. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't do that, I'm in very good shape because I had this. I had a P and an S with that.
yeah,
So
nothing through the T. I don't think I could have hit. I mean, I almost had stockade on the turn before
oh wow.
with
Yeah.
this deck, but you had the E's, so
Yeah, no, that was part of why. I mean, Citizens only score 11. I had I actually drew into Epergne, however you pronounce that, because I had EEEGPR and then pulled the N. Obviously didn't play, but yeah, I didn't want to play repegs because I was just worried like time was running out. If I didn't draw a U, I could end up.
Yeah.
I figure if I'm gonna waste a turn doing it, I might as well do it now.
So this is Kill a Mockingbird. Pro die.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a not Crowdier's not good. Just
Correct.
Crowdier's.
No, I challenged it off last year
Yeah.
actually. On
I wasn't,
stream,
it wasn't available
yeah.
anyway, but I.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this blocked. I had IR blank, so you blocked Inquiry with blank Q.
Oh wow. Yeah, I almost had like some really cool eights with that first row. I hope I didn't miss it.
Yeah. What'd you have?
I'll tell you after I.
Okay. Let me make sure I didn't.
I don't think
blank,
I got the floaters I needed. I saw at least 2.
Okay.
No. Actually, it's funny. I would have phoned it probably. Yeah, I had Hyracoid with the A I saw.
Oh, that's fun.
Hydronic and Hydropic. I thought Hydrotic was good too.
No, it's only with an I. Hydropic is Hydronic with an N is good with a Y too, right? HYDRONIC.
You're asking me.
We just check, right? It is good.
Yeah, I knew one of those was good. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both good. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, when Josh and I were driving up here, when we played a bunch of Blitz, I played Hybricoid against him, and then he challenged the S-Hook.
I always think of Rich Staffel when I see those letters.
Yeah. I don't think I had anything better with that.
I thought I got a floater I needed for.
Yeah. Do you have the N when you played this?
No.
I figured you didn't because you took a while.
I had AHL. It was a good rack.
Okay.
And I was worried about there were no A's played yet either, but I didn't draw anything here. I had another L with Halo.
Yeah, the A's came really late. I was aware of that too. And this was just really lucky. Obviously, I had it here too. But
Actually, it was good I played here because he scored less for entries even though it hit a triple.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna also I had inserter here for 4 more, but once you did that, I was like, I gotta go down here.
Yeah. And you were getting very 8 down up here.
Correct. Yeah. No, I was just very lucky to pull those 2 back to back for sure. I don't think I had anything better there. No, it was going to be tough without an E at the end. Like I just didn't see a whole lot of words you could possibly have there. You could play guilds or something, but yeah, I felt like I would be able to hold on because I mean,
the last turn was only for spread. I don't think there was no.
I don't think you were going to win there. I mean, if you do this, I would just do this and empty the bag. I'm going up 45. I mean, how are you making that up ever on that board? I don't think you ever are.
Making something to open the lane there, but
I thought you might try
to
do
to the
that.
T was so hard. And
Even with the S, without an E,
you probably calculated all of that stuff.
I mean, Utopians was about the only thing I saw from the unseen pool.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't looking super close, but
yeah, I guess I should have gone for that actually.
Maybe. So you got to draw AN.
I went up to play something like Orc just to distract.
Maybe, yeah.
But then I have to have a 7. You probably know about
right.
it.
Well, then, I mean, the problem is if I block and don't empty, is Utopians even enough at that point? That's the other issue. I mean,
it wasn't that far down when
That's true. Yeah, I guess you're only down 30. So yeah, it might be. Yeah. I mean, maybe, right? I guess you just have to ask yourself at that point, like, can you win without bingoing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if not, then I guess something like Orc is probably. I mean, there's 2 A's and 2 N's left. I mean, you have to hope that, obviously there's no 7 here, but I can't know that, right? So you have to hope I block here, and then because there's still like 5 in the bag, so I'm going to probably see some threats here I have to block.
Alrighty, guys, we're gonna sign off for lunch. We will be back in just around an hour and a half, and hour and a half for more Scrabble. 3 more games today to top off the first 14. Have a good lunch break. Have a good whatever break wherever you are in the world. Thanks for watching. See you in just a bit.
See you soon.
Okay, welcome back everybody to the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship live in Hanover, Maryland, United States. I am Josh Sokol here with Matt Kanek. We are bringing you round 12, 13, and 14 of this afternoon session. Matt, how are you feeling about this amazing marquee matchup?
Oh man, I am so stoked for the one we're able to bring next. If you haven't seen it yet in the chat, our next matchup is the two biggest YouTubers in the Scrabble community, Mac Meller versus Will Anderson. Each of these players has won a North American championship for sure. Each of these players could be argued is maybe the best player in North America. And oh man, it's going to be awesome. How do you feel, Josh?
Yeah, I can't wait to see this matchup. It's just top YouTubers, top players. I mean, this is just my bread and butter. This is what I love to see. I think Will is first to act. The players are seated, I believe. Yeah, they're still doing some announcements before the round begins. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see if we get a crazy slugfest. We haven't really had one of those yet, I think. Or if we get some tactical, interesting game. Both of these players are capable of adapting to any board situation, and they're both just so solid at words and wording and strategizing and winning. Super excited.
Super duper exciting indeed. There are two players a little bit ahead of everybody else. We've got Kenji Matsumoto and Mac Meller, both at 9 and 2. And 4 players are at 8 and 3 in this event. Jackson Smiley, Will Anderson, Carl Johnson, and Joey Krafchick. Any one of those 6 players, I think, would surprise nobody if they won this event. The early headline in this one is most players' favorite to win this event. Nigel Richards at just 6 and 5 in this event after starting last week's Word Cup, 18 and 0. A slow start for Nigel, but hey, we'll see if he makes a run this afternoon.
Yeah, it is a surprising start for Nigel. He won his last game by 1 single point, so hanging on by a thread, staying in contention. Our GOAT, but he's not having the tournament of his life like he just had in St. Louis, Missouri. So he's going to have to fight his way back. What the good news is for someone who might be 6 and 5 or 7 and 4 at the moment is that 2 players make it to the finals. You don't have to have the best record at the end of 28 games to make it to the final stage. So if you make a run for it, if you're doing poorly, you still have a chance. But it's starting to get more and more difficult for those maybe in the upper part of the bottom half to make their presence known. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if Nigel goes on another streak. If he does, we'll certainly watch him play again. But for now, the top contenders, Jackson Smiley, Mac Meller, Kenji Matsumoto. Oops. So sorry. I had the stream running. It's it's gonna be crazy. And I can't wait for this matchup.
It is gonna be awesome. As Josh mentioned, the top 2 in this field will play in a best of 5 finals. That begins Wednesday morning. Exact time TBD, but that best of 5 finals, as well as days 3 and 4 of this tournament, are going to be shown right here on the NASPA Scrabble YouTube page. There is a second stream running if you're just hopping in. All NWL will be shown on this stream. All CSW is being shown on our sister channel, Let's Play Scrabble, also on YouTube. We recommend, why not just open both streams? Why not have Scrabble running ×2, mute one, listen to the other? So you can check out all the high-level play from Maryland online. How awesome that we've got 2 streams running, and how awesome that we've got a couple hundred folks here tagging along with us. All right, announcements are over, which means we are ready to go. Will to play first, Mac to respond. Mac winning in style, and Mac winning on the scoreboard, 9 and 2 to Will's 8 and 3. But who will win this game? We'll find out. Let's get to it.
Yes, indeed. So they're having some pregame discussion, but I'm sure they'll get started any second now as Mac will shake the bag for Will Anderson to start drawing tiles. 7 tiles each, 25 minutes on the clock, 0-0 on the scoreboard. Let's get this thing started. Will drawing all of his tiles face down. That is the proper procedure. Not everyone does that.
Boo, proper procedure. Just grab 7 tiles and shove them on your rack. Rules? What rules? ELMNORR for Will on the first turn. Likely going to see a 6 come down for him here. No bingos out of this rack, and no strong enough leave warrants playing small, right, Josh? Play a 5 or a 6 here?
Yeah, you play Merlon here. Keep a lone R. The R is a great tile to keep. The defense of this play is great. You're not sandwiching any vowels between those light blue double letter scores. You're keeping well. So Merlon it is. Mac drawing INOORSY. This looks kind of good for a second. Is there
Max
bingo?
basically got 2 choices here: play longer or play shorter. No bingos available to him. He can place both of the O's and the Y all at the same time, playing down from the N in Merlin, something like Mooney or Muri, or he can get smaller. He can just drop a Y and an O, keep irons as a leave. That's nice and solid, especially with an E in space. What do you think, Josh? Are we going to see a small play here or Mac play for 20?
This is super interesting. Normally, you want to keep an R over an N. So if we're debating between Mori and Mooney from this N in Merlon, normally you keep the R, but the I goes a little bit better with the N. And by placing an R right here, Mac is maximizing his chances of a huge bonus play from that R next turn. So if I'm choosing between Mooney and Muri, wow, that's English is hard. I'm choosing Mori. However, INORS is very strong. You might want to play a little bit shorter. I like 20 points here. I think I'm taking Mori.
And more we're seeing the Scrabble pendulum swing towards playing longer out of these racks. If you do keep INORS, you're either going to draw against the volatility here. He plays Mori.
Indeed. And back to Will with EHIRWWX. So he's drawn the X. Is he going to play it now, though? He can play WHEW through that E in Merlon. Is he going to play something like Hex and Ox? That looks terrible. So a very interesting draw from that lone R. Curious to see what Will decides here.
Yeah, not what he was hoping to draw for sure, but I wonder if we're going to see some kind of setup. WHERE down to the E in Merlin is a nice way for him to set the X up for next turn. Josh has drawn it here where it slots that E in space, threatens EX and either AX, X, or OX if he's able to draw anything. And if he draws multiple vowels, he might even have Oxer or something for more points. Putting the W and the H there together make it less likely that Mac will hit him back. Is this worth a setup opportunity here, or is that sacrificing too many points, Josh?
No, I like something like Cure here. If Mac doesn't hit that spot, Will is super likely to draw an A for Wax and hammer that spot for almost 60 points. So I would probably go with Hewer and just hope Mac doesn't sniff it out, doesn't sniff the setup out. But if he does, or if he just has a normal play overlapping the E, Will's rack isn't as good as it could be. So he's thinking about just dropping the 2 W's, keeping the EH, IRX. That's pretty good as well, and it's a lot safer. But he's going to burn some time.
Yeah, I think if I'm playing Hewer, I'd prefer to play Where, WHERE. It's 2 fewer points, but the setup is harder to obstruct. Now, I wonder if Mac would be able to sniff that out. You didn't play Hewer, there must be a reason my spidey senses are tingling. I wonder if that's too obvious to make that sacrifice there.
Interesting. Yeah, it could be obvious. It could be that Mac thinks, why did she take the 2 extra points? But even despite the X setup, playing where instead is a lot less dangerous to begin with. It's a lot harder to overlap that W and H next to each other than it is just the lone H. You can't hook a C onto where. You can play chewer with fewer comes down. So there are many benefits to sacrificing 2 points if you're Will Anderson. He's putting some thought into it, and he's like, He's probably thinking, would Nigel do this?
What would Nigel do? The question so many players have probably asked under their breath or in their thoughts across this tournament. I really do wonder what Nigel would do. The king of setups, but is that setup perhaps too obvious or too weak? Just plunking the 2 W's, wrapping around, making wow. That's a strong play. EHIRX is a dangerous leave. Wow is good and defensive. This is a really hard turn for Will in a simulation, suggesting these options are pretty close. But here he goes, opting for the aggressive setup is Will. Points for creativity, if nothing else.
I'm looking at Mac's expression on this play. He's played the best bot on Woogles in hundreds of games, and luckily for him, he doesn't have to think too hard about whether or not this is an X setup because he has biplanes through that L of Merlon. So Will did not get the perfect setup that he wanted. He's drawn DURO to go with his WIX. So very clunky, but he should be able to make a decent move here. Maybe just WUD next to the HE.
Yeah, he's got 42 points available to him right now, but it keeps the U and the W combination together. He can play Oxid and SO down from the S and biplanes. Hit that triple word, 42 points. Wood is not a bad play either. The folks at my old San Antonio club are sick of me saying this by now, but if you could play Wood, you probably should. Not in this instance, though. Wood just 22. The X doesn't do too much for you on the board. Probably right to cash in Oxid. Yeah, Josh?
Probably. The WU combination really bad, but it's not that bad. You can even redraw a D to play Wood next turn, or you already have it. But yeah, you could redraw it if you play Oxid. You could draw another D. You could draw a big play maybe down to this other triple. There are things that can go right for you. It's not the worst possible thing, and it's a lot of points. Don't want to be leaving 20 points on the table here.
The other play that Will might think about as he's looking at Oxid now is DOUX along the left side of biplanes. That's 33, but Oxid 42 is too much for Will to pass on here. Computer likes this over any other option as well. So a strong start for Will Anderson. Mac, after his bingo, has drawn the first blank, and we'll get to see a little word knowledge test. Mac has 1 bingo available. I'm sure he studied it. Mac has such a good command of the words, but this is where you get to flex on folks just a little bit.
Yes, you do. And Mac Meller, if anyone's going to spot a lone bingo with 2 U's and a blank, it's one of these 2 guys and some other guy that's sitting at like table 5 right now. But yeah, he's already spotted it.
He's spotted it. He's just got the blank sideways. We've got a sideways blank alert. Cuticula. The blank is a C. So 2 U's, 2 C's, no problem for Mac. This is deep, deep, deep in the lexicon. Probability 28,000 of about 31,000 valid 8s in this lexicon. Wow.
Yeah, that is so deep. And this is why you study the entire word list. Sometimes you play a bingo, you draw some really low probability rack like this one, and your only bingo, much better than any other play you can make, is a word you have to have studied, unless you're some like expert on cuticles.
Cuticula, man. Mac is going to take his time and make sure there aren't any other bingos here. We will see an additional word knowledge check. Cuticula, one of those words that could take a number of hooks. I could see it taking an S, an E, an R, maybe an L in some crazy timelines. It does take 2 hooks. We'll see if the players are well versed on their low probability 8 to make 9 hooks after Cuticula comes down from Mac. This will be interesting. 2 guys with great word knowledge. You know, this is one of those things you study thinking it'll probably never come up, but here we are at the biggest tournament of the year on the stream. Time to put your mouth where your money is.
Indeed, and Mac's just sitting there. He is frozen in thought. Just double checking, probably, is there something else that I can play? Because the relative defense of this move, Cuticula, is quite low. You're setting up a humongous triple underneath that A at the final spot of that word. So if there's something else, it's probably better than Cuticula. So he's just double checking. Might also be not totally sure of the word or its hooks, but he saw it so quickly. So I think it's going to be coming down relatively soon.
Working to Will's advantage is the fact that Cuticula takes the same hooks in both NWL and CSW. Will's largely just been playing the bigger international lexicon, CSW, stepping back into NWL, in part because he wanted the opportunity to face off against Nigel Richards, as well as many of the other big guns in this field. If there were a CSW-only hook, I could see Will making a fatal blunder here. But because the hooks are the same in both lexicons, I think we'll be in decent shape.
Yeah, and speaking of that, the difference between these 2 players, I guess, the biggest difference is that Will has mainly started to focus on playing the international larger lexicon, CSW lexicon. If that's your lexicon of choice and you're not watching the Let's Play Scrabble stream alongside this one, go and check it out. But because Will plays in 2 separate lexica, it's even harder to retain which words are in both, which words are only in one. So the fact that Will has not made a single word knowledge mistake, according to him this morning, is actually incredible. So Cuticula coming down for Mac Meller. It's back to Will, who has to respond with ADJLRUW. Not even a hold on this word. These guys are just so good.
So good. This is the top level Scrabble we've come to expect here in Baltimore, especially from 2 players of this caliber. The A in space is going to allow Will to counter pretty hard. He can't quite take the lead, but he can cash in that W. The real question is which of the 3 4-letter words he has in that spot is the one he's going to pull the trigger on. Ward is 45, but I think you want to play off the U with either wall or war. You like this, Josh?
Yeah, this is a nice touch. Normally, it's not recommended to keep 3 consonants over keeping 2 consonants and a vowel. If you play ward, you're keeping JUL. With wall, you're sacrificing 3 points and keeping JDR. But if Will just draws one of those I's, he is set up JIRD with jaw. And not only that, the U is by far the worst value you could possibly keep in Scrabble. It only really helps the Q, and you might as well just not keep one if you have one and sacrifice 3 points to do so.
Interestingly, a sim actually put Ward about 2 points ahead. Now, it was a quick sim. I expect those plays will draw a little bit closer with time, but maybe the JUL combination threatens Jewel and similar plays down to the B and biplanes often enough that it's worth doing that. In any case, JRD, the leave for Will, he finds 3 vowels, which is huge. And Josh mentioned this is the most likely play your opponent's going to make. We see it here, QI, easily Mac's strongest option on that turn. Mac now up 44 points, 130 to 174.
Indeed, and Will to respond with AADIJKR. He is probably going to play something with jaw. The question is, how far is he going to go? Is he going to play jar, set up a huge hook for an S and even an L, Is he going to play Aji instead, keeping DARK? I kind of like Aji. How about you, Matt?
Aji, however you want to say that, looks strong to me. And no reason to set up this back hook yet. You're not down by enough that you need to get desperate like that. I wonder, though, if we're going to see Jake to the Ian Hewer instead. ADIR is a pretty strong leave. The board's not great for bingoing, so I think I would address the JAW hook instead and either play Ahi or Ajar there. But Jake is not a bad option here either. I wonder how long Will thinks.
Yeah, Jake looks pretty good just for balance's sake. You can draw a 7-letter word over or under that N of Merlon. If you draw one of those 3 remaining S's, you can hook something onto Merlon. So Jake definitely increasing Will's chances of a bingo next turn, but is it by enough to justify the point sacrifice and the likelihood that you won't have anything to do next turn with your low scoring tiles? I'm not so sure. Neither is he. He's taking a little bit of time to consider his options. Totally understandable at this point.
The unseen pool getting a little unbalanced already. Look at how many E's are still in this pool. I wonder if we're going to see several bingos come down late in this game. A lot of the goodies still lurking in that bag.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting, if Will just drops the J, he can go for Kindarka from the queue with one of the 4 remaining N's. That's definitely not worth doing, but it's pretty cool. I don't know if anyone saw that in the chat. He's thinking about Ajar, which is better than Jar because it does not take that S hook, scores a few extra points. I like this option for him.
I think he's looking at Ajar. You're not going to play just Jar and Jaw. If you're going to play there, you are going to tack the A on front. Now Will's pivoting back over to Jake. Jake feels so strong with all those unseen E's. The one weakness of this play is just how tough it is to bingo on this board. Will's going to need to not just draw a bingo, but draw a bingo that plays. Jake sims about 3.5 below Ahi, about 2 below Ajar, but Will's going to feel great about this if he bingos next turn.
Indeed. And what's interesting is if he does draw one of those ends, he just has Kindar. We're talking about Kindarka, but Kindar will save his rack a decent amount of the time. What has he drawn but a second eye? Yep. It's not so great, is it? Back to Mac.
Almost fits. Oh, not quite.
Wow. Back to Mac, who's considering dib or a bid, and that would go right next to the QI score in the 20s and keep the very, very powerful ENST leave. We saw that leave last game. Joey Malik could have kept it on one of his plays. It is one of the strongest 4-tile leaves you can imagine having. So Mac's probably feeling pretty good. He's ahead. He's got good letters. The board isn't that open. He's just considering, do I play dib or do I play bid? The main difference between the two is that bid, if you put the bid here, that will take an E hook as well as an S hook. Dib will only take that S hook. So these sorts of decisions, you shouldn't take too much time deciding between the two, as Mac isn't. But they are sometimes interesting and sometimes important to get right. So dib coming down.
Dib the option from Mac. I do like this. With the small advantage in this game, you don't want to allow bide to come down as that back hook, because then abide as a front hook becomes available, and you don't want that variance as the leader. If Mac were down by 50 on that turn, bid is easily the play, but with this lead he's defending, this I think was the right line of approach for him, and most importantly, he did not spend a substantial amount of time on that turn. Mac's drawn into Neatest, which I don't think plays. Will has some trouble on his hands. ADGIIOR. Will's not going to be able to score more than 20 on this turn. This is going to be rough for him.
Yeah, this is not great for Will. This was the problem with playing something like Jake. Just a little bit too much on the side of fishing for a bingo. And yeah, he sacrificed some points to keep better tiles, but those tiles did not result in what he wanted. So he's going to have to sort of do something small and hope for something next turn, but definitely falling behind a little bit here. I'd be looking to play something maybe to this C in Cuticula, putting the I, making XI. There doesn't really appear to be much there, though.
There's Odic and there's Iodic, IODIC, and of those, I think Iodic is his strongest option. Just 3 more eyes in the pool means you don't have to be too scared of them, but I would take that extra point, tack it on. AGR is not the worst leave on this board, and he spotted it. Just Odic, what he set down so far, hasn't yet committed to it. He's going to touch his face, think a little bit harder, and now he's hit the clock. No, he has not. Odic, Iodic, what's it going to be, Will?
Yeah, he's probably seen he can put the I on there,
There it
but
is.
he's deciding to keep the extra balance, the 2 vowels and the 2 consonants. He doesn't want to draw too many consonants. And there are a lot of E's to draw, so we'll see if he gets one of them. Mac with neatest still, I think, doesn't fit.
Indeed.
So maybe both players in a little bit of a fishing spree here, right?
Yeah, I wonder how Mac is going to work his way out of this. You don't want to stay in bingo range. I mean, you already got the bingo on your rack, and it doesn't fit. Very little will as this board gets further and further constricted with each subsequent move. So fishing off just an ET somewhere makes sense, but then you're just going to be sad again next turn with unplayable bingos. Could see some players getting aggressive here at the top of the board, playing something like TE and DE, but that seems way, way too aggressive. I don't think we'd ever see a player like Mac make that play. I wonder if Cuticuli comes down here. TEA opens a small bingo line, scores 16 points if he's certain on that word.
Yeah, that is a good place for TE, and it does score something. I was looking at Wept, as you guys might have seen on the screen, but yeah, hooking that E onto Cuticula, that would be a very high level continuation of that super low probability find. Mac looking at TEA. I wonder where he wants to play
TEAK would set up the S in front if he draws a bingo that fits just right. This looks strong as well.
Yeah, that's over 20 points, and with the rack like this, a good leave and 20 points, hard to say no to, especially with the small lead. So I'm liking Teak here for sure.
Yeah, it's always tough to know when to play offense versus defense. When you're ahead, generally your gut instinct is to play defense, but this feels right anyway. Yeah, there's potential for Will to hit you with a bingo of his own if he's able to cash with an S in the 3rd or 4th spot. But if that happens, that happens. You just have to accept that risk, I think. This is a strong opportunity for Mac.
Yeah, this is very astute. If you do bingo next turn, which you're very likely to, keeping a ENST, slightly more likely than ENSC, where is your bingo going to go? It's going to go maybe here, maybe here. It's going to score nothing, an air ball of sorts, and it's going to give Will so many things to work with. So I very much like this approach by Mac. Back to Will with ACGHIRT. So he's got some scoring tiles now. What can
He's
he do?
got 40 points available on this turn. It is a tough spot, but Will is a great word finder. It requires him to know the back hooks to Cuticula as well. 40 points, though, available for Will. And I think if you know this word, if you spot this word, it is absolutely correct.
Yeah, Cithara. That would be incredible to see. CITHARA making Cuticular, opening nothing for Mac and taking a small lead, leaving alone G. But that's the only blemish on that play. That would be beautiful.
If you're Will, you can catch up to within 1 point in a game where you've been out bingoed 2-0. You've got to feel great about that. It has not been Will's game early on in this one, but Sidara would be exactly what he needs. And right on cue, he spotted it. Excellent stuff. We'll see if Mac holds this. I doubt it, but it's possible.
Yeah.
Will hasn't committed.
We did see Mac's body language, though, of him like nodding his head a little bit in maybe appreciation of his counterpart's strong word knowledge. There's no hold on the play. Will is drawing his tiles. So yeah, I mean, no surprises there, but it's just so great to see word knowledge in action. Back to Mac with AENOSTY.
Oh man, what a fun turn here. No bingos available to Mac. And again, one of these, I can play OY. I can play it in a defensive way. I can play it in an offensive way, or I can just score 41. NOSEY stacks alongside Dib for 41 points right now. He can also get insanely aggressive and play OY beneath Jake, setting up soy or toy and holding AENST. I hate that option, Josh, but what about you?
I know you hate it. And there's something about it that I hate as well. It's sort of the same reasoning as earlier. If Will takes that spot and doesn't really give you a great line to work with, where are your bingos going to go? You're just going to open the board in a very, very bad way. So although the aggression is fantastic, it'll maximize your chance of a bingo next turn. Is it really worth it? You are up by 1 point here. Do you play nosy? I mean, it's so many points. But then again, that could also get completely demolished by a potential double-double hooking onto Bibe. So there's no play here. If you're going to take equity, if you're going to take points, and if you're going to take leave, there isn't a great option here for Mac, but he might keep things a little bit more tight. Maybe YO and DO. I don't like that either.
I think a good way to split the difference is to play TOY underneath the Jake. That way Will can't front hook OY. He's forced to play down from your T. It's going to limit responses. He's not likely to bingo from that T as well. Maybe toy beneath Jake.
Yeah, and I've seen positions like this before where instead of just creating an incredibly dangerous line, you're putting a tile a little bit in the way, forcing your opponent to make a play starting with that tile if they want to maximize the damage for the spot you're opening. So it's very interesting. I'm going to have to, yeah, I wonder what Mac's going to do. There's a lot of E's left, a lot of bad stuff left, but there is 2 S's, there's a Z, there's a blank. We know that Mac likes turning tiles over, a more old school strategy in Scrabble. Most of the top players at this level do not think the tile turnover is nearly as good of a thing as Mac Meller does. And who's to blame him with his results?
Boy, Nosy actually plays for 41 points in 2 completely different spaces, alongside Dib and front hooking Teak to make stake. One of them is simming about a point above the other, and it's not the one I thought.
Did you think that opening the triple was worse, Matt?
I did.
Yeah. No surprises there. No surprises there. But I think the main reason that you might want to play it here is that you're opening 2 triples.
Hooray, I can stack a 3 next turn after my opponent punches me in the face.
Yes, indeed. You can give him a little tap. It's like, okay, you punched me, I'll flick you. Flick.
Hooray, I played Fig for 26. Now it's your turn. I got him good.
So Mac waffling between Nosy and OY. He has not put TOY on his rack lined up as far as I've seen. And he's gonna make the incredibly aggressive opening. Nosy and steak. Maybe Mac didn't have a big lunch. Maybe he's a little bit hungry, or maybe he's just really freaking good at Scrabble.
Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. So Will's actually not going to have any big plays to the middle triple word square. Will can play Fog in the top left corner of this board for 26, as I just kind of joked about playing Fig out there. But I think Will's best play here is actually somewhere else entirely on this board. In the bottom right quadrant next to Sithara, FOE, it's 34 points. Sets up Will's S. And after Mac deliberated for this long before playing Nosy, if he had another S, he would have played the other Nosy, like for sure. Will's going to do something very similar, but just FE. You want to keep that O here, Josh, for 6 points?
I actually kind of do, yeah. The reason being, it's my only vowel. Tons of E's left. And wow, ES draw. Will's got to feel great about that.
Whoa.
I like this. I like this by Will, just immediately punching back. Just keeping that vowel just to be safe, I think.
All right.
Back to
Well,
Mac.
I don't think Will's going to be able to bingo with that draw, actually. ES was awesome, but no, doesn't have a threat this turn. Though he does have now the case S's, both of them. Mac would have to burn a blank to take that spot.
Yeah, he's playing Tatami. This makes a ton of sense. 6-letter word. He just saw an F be played. So there's only one F left to go under this I. Pretty defensive option. Take away that triple. Score as best you can. Turn over 6 tiles. Maybe he gets that final blank. We'll see.
All right. Mac ahead by 45 now, 248 to 293, his advantage. Will, with both S's in hand after setting one up, I think is poised to probably play Seago this turn alongside Dib, making cheese and Bibe. You want to hold at least one of your S's here, so Seagos and Merlin's is 10 more points, but that S is very valuable given Will's previous play. Seago look good to you, Josh, or maybe something else?
Seago looks great, and you're totally right. Creating the second big S hook as he turns the board, it is so strong. A double word score both ways. This S is incredibly valuable for this spot as well. You definitely don't want to be playing both S's here. Question is, will he go with Seg instead? Maybe even Sell to try and make this spot a little bit more dangerous for Mac. But do you want to play that G? Probably.
Oh, that's going to be such bad news for Mac if he sees Will cash one S and set another one up. He's got to know that that's only the kind of play Will would make with the other one in his hand. And there's 2 spots. Mac couldn't address them both without making some substantial sacrifices. Mac has, though, found the blank. Oh, boy, I do not know who's going to win this game, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, that blank draw, extremely key for Mac Meller. There's a little left in this game. 24 tiles unseen to Will Anderson. That means 17 on in the bag and 7 on Mac's rack. Mac's probably feeling pretty good, though. He has the final blank. That blank can be an S. It can be anything you want it to be. Will is putting down Seg now, keeping that O again. And Mac, if he can avoid disaster next turn, should be pretty primed to win this game with his lead and his blank. But we'll have to see what Will Anderson draws.
Giant draw here for Will. Mac has major points available. Feint plays beneath the IN Tatami for 45. It does hold the U blank. FEU, another strong option in the same spot. Mac is going to count before he does anything. 14 tiles left in the bag. Oh boy. ZVV in there as well. This is going to get interesting. Will has not had a good draw, though, so maybe not as interesting as I hoped.
Yeah, Mac just needs to avoid the worst of the bag here. He's definitely going to be worried about those spots. He's probably almost certain now that Will has both, or the last remaining S. And if he wants to, he can play some defense here. I don't think he's going to want to, though. I think he's going to want to go offensive, play alongside here. FEU, FUN, FEINT. He's got 17 points. What's up?
This is a huge decision. Feint, FEINT up top, gives back VO loans to Will for 82.
That is
84.
That is true.
I think Feint is his strongest play, and he's going to get just absolutely hammered by it unless he chooses FEU or something else strange here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see Mac passing up the points. 45. maybe he does it. Maybe he likes his leave so much more. But he's got the lead. He's going to pull ahead by a bingo if he plays feint. Have to see what he decides. He's under 7.5 minutes. There's still a decent chunk of game to be played. Both players below the threshold of time you want to have at this stage of the game. But it's really bad. It's really bad. If feint comes down, Mac doesn't draw well, it is going to be trouble for the defending champion.
Huge turn. There is a strong case to be made for enough from Mac, ENUF and IFF. That means Will's bingos are often going to score in the 70s range instead of the 80s range, as you've taken away the triple bingos from Will. Enough is weak to Bibe's bingos. If Will happens to have an SO or SI bingo, you're just going to lose the game. But enough might be enough, pun not intended, but unfortunately there, to outrun Will's other options. Huge decision here, feint versus enough. I think feint is actually the mathematically correct play, but in this universe, it would be huge for Will.
And it actually makes a lot of sense. If you play enough, you're setting up a big spot to the left of the E, and you're blocking most of Will's bingos with an S. You know that Will can't have a blank, and so it's far more likely he has a word ending in S than starting in SO or SI, which is how he's going to hit this big spot. So it is a nice way to sort of defend against what you think are the most likely threats. And he's looking at it right now, because if Will does get the absolute worst case scenario bingo here, Mac can just come back with the bingo there, and I think he'll still be ahead after all is said and done. But this gets very, very complicated. So is Mac going to have the spidey senses to not play FEINT and take his maximum score? It also seems potentially bad to do that and allow Will to hit this triple and maintain the two threats on these two columns. So maybe it isn't the right call.
Man, enough makes a lot of sense here. And here it comes. Wow. All right, Mac dodging a massive bullet, opting into this play. We saw him do this last year several times, these uncanny instincts. So many traps were set for him, and he sidestepped each and every one. Impeccable timing, and he's got it one more time on stream. He hasn't guaranteed a win yet. That blank's still lurking, but oh, there it is. Yeah, this is Max. Wow, dirtbag.
Wow. Yeah, he's no longer a teenage dirtbag, but is that gonna bingo though? Gordita will fit. So I don't think Will is in time to block this line, and I don't think he has any incentive to do so either. He's got this pretty bad combination of V and two O's that I was really the only thing he could hope for, and he's down 47. So this looks like it's going to Mac. We'll have to see if Will manages to create something in this hopeless looking position.
Yeah, adding to Will's desperation is the fact that the pool looks so nice. I could see Will trying to open the left side of this board with a play like ON while he fishes for something like solvers and Bibes, but the pool just looks so good. It's very possible Mac just has a natural bingo queued up, and if that blank is on his rack, you're as good as dead if you're Will anyway. Oh man, this is rough for Will. He's going to take some kind of Hail Mary, but because we can see both racks, we know anything he does is going to get punished, and if he does nothing, he's still going to get punished.
Well, I would be a little bit reluctant to say that this game is over. Will is down 47 points, but if he plays 3 or more tiles, that's going to mean Max Bingo will empty the bag. So if Will manages to score something, he plays maybe VOE, let's say, on the left side, 4, 6, 10, 19 points. Mac bingos with Triaged or Gordita, and Will gets his massive double-double. I think Will is winning this game.
He needs to draw exactly that, though, but he would, soloing or something. Basically, Will only wins this game if he hits that double-double now. He can't know that. He can, in Will's head, I could just draw the blank next turn and bingo and win anyway. But I do think you're right. Like VOE or something on the left side as a distraction, and then hitting that, Will's got a chance.
Yeah, he's looking at solve. That scores 37 points, I think, making Bibes and GO, bringing him close, but leaving 5 tiles in the bag, leaving only 1 spot on the board. This play of Vo makes the most sense, and it's going to take a really good draw here for Will, but he definitely has a chance now, leaving exactly 7 in the bag. I don't think Mac is going to want to do anything else than just bingo on this second to last column, and we just have to see what Will Anderson draws out of the bag. Maybe he redraws Violones. I don't think he can. E. Oh, okay. I think this is Mac's game now, but there was a small chance of a swindle. I don't think Mac is not going to play the bingo.
Actually, playing Virga here does make some sense, just VIRGA. We saw a similar situation come up in the Kenji versus Kenji game earlier today, where Kenji probably was going to bingo, but you have to make sure that it's the right move to do. Virga, can you outrun a play that Will makes if he's able to bingo for 70? Can you actually win that game more often? Or is it worth leaving it up to chance that if Will has the nightmare draw, you just lose? I think it's right for Mac to bingo, but it's not an insta-play here. He should take some time off his clock.
Yeah. He doesn't have that much time to take off his clock, though. Down to under 4 minutes. I think he's just going to have to throw in the bonus. Throw in the bingo and just hope Will doesn't have one of the potentially many death blows in the pool. Because if we think about it, Mac's only up 28. He scores 75. He scores whatever he scores. He's going to lose to pretty much any bingo. Why? Because he's drawing 7 tiles. Will's going to get the value of those tiles doubled. So, yeah, the Z is lurking. There's a V lurking. It won't be enough. And Mac's calculating that, and he's definitely a little bit concerned. I can see it in his facial expression.
But as this clock ticks further and further down, more and more you're just like, all right, I just have to play the bingo now, because now I don't even have the time to think through end games. Matt can solve end games insanely fast, but still, you if you're going to pass the bingo here, you need to make sure you win every single end game, as it's likely to get close anytime Will bingos. Every subsequent second Mac spins here is pushing him more and more, I think, towards playing the bingos.
Yeah, let's just take an example of a possible bingo that Will can have in the pool. It really doesn't look like there are that many. Is there something you see off the top of your head that he could have, maybe from the V?
From the V? No.
It actually doesn't look very good. But let's say we had something like version with an E at the end. So Mac playing Gordita to the left of the E. That would score 72 points. He would be up exactly 100. But he would be drawing E, G, L, N, P, V, Z. And that's worth around 40, 50 points. So Will would only have to score 50 points with his bingo to win the game in that case. He plays Jog! Holy crap!
He's almost certain to bingo. Yeah, he draws a G back, so he's got the same bingos as before. That was not something I had on the bingo card at all. Whoa.
What was he blocking, though? Doesn't he know that Will has an S? There probably was a bingo starting with V, ending with S. Will quickly playing Zen, putting the time pressure on Mac. I don't think that was the right call, but it was very, very interesting. He's going to bingo now. Will has one more chance to draw something with Bibes.
E-I-P.
Epsilon Pinols. Epsilon plays to the left of the E.
But Mac is going to bingo and block it.
Isn't he? He has to, right, at this point? He's got 1 minute left to decide. Do I try and block again? I'm down 1 point. I have to bingo now.
Yeah, he absolutely has to bingo now. He can't fish for variated or anything like that. He also has to see in this pool, there's nothing that Will can threaten in the Bibes spot anymore, or Pines would be devastating for him if it comes down. But if he has it, he has it. Mac's got a bingo here.
Gordita for 74 points on the board, and Will is just 1 letter off of an out bingo. I don't know about that play of jog, but I think Mac has escaped.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
That's crazy. All right. Will was so close. He was about to play Epsilon and NE. Mac redrew a G, played the word he probably should have played last turn. I'll be so curious to hear his thoughts. Variated being possible from the V is a great reason to play 1 G off there, but
Will has an 11 available to him, which is absolutely sick. Not a bingo, not a game-winning play. Max got the game in the bag, but Will could play an 11 here just for fun.
What?
Epicuticular. Duh.
Oh, man. Of course. Epicuticular. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. 30 points. That's what you say.
I tried to run Quackle the Gordita turn for Mac the first time he had that rack, and it just crashed. The computer decided, I don't know what to do here, so it ended. Mac decided to just plunk a G and make our brains explode. I don't know that there was anything that Will could have actually had from the V, though. That was wild.
Yeah, so Vigneron was possible, I think. Someone in
Yes.
the chat mentioned that, but Max should know Will had the S, I think, based on the plays he made, FE and then Seg. Maybe it's not 100%. I really want to hear what they have to say in the postmortem. Mac Meller, one of the people in this room that loves to analyze the most. Some of his games can go on for 20 extra minutes just because he wants to talk about the positions. Sometimes we got to say, "Hey, Mac, you got to play your next games." So we'll see. We'll see what they have to say for themselves. This has been an epic game of, I guess, influencer proportions and just incredibly well played on both sides. So hopefully we'll see many, many YouTube videos covering this matchup in the future, as Will is time dwindling down to around 2 minutes. He knows he's lost. He's seen these letters before. He knows it's Pinol's Epsilon, nothing else. He's going to go with Sipe, making Bibes, using that hook he created a few turns ago. And Mac is going to go out, I believe. Or is he? Yeah, he has Vary to the Y.
What a game.
Crazy game. All right, 14 and out for Mac Meller. He does not go overtime. This means the final score 428 to 368. Let's hear that, Mike.
I think I bungled that. I played the G and I passed up bingos here because there were 7 in the bag. And if I bingo and you bingo out, I was worried because I had Gordita here. I redrew to the G. And at that point, you score. I should have probably considered that you might have drawn this. I probably should just bingo and pray because even though I go up 100 with all that high scoring stuff and see if you bingo out, you win. I think that's wrong. I think because I had the last A in the blank too.
Sure. I immediately knew that much, but
Oh man, I don't know.
yeah, I'm feeling okay after Zen just because I
Yeah.
can easily draw
I was lucky
something
Epsilon.
that fits
Yeah.
either here or here. Maybe you
Right.
It was
Don't have a bingo.
surprisingly hard for you to hit here from my perspective.
Yeah,
I don't think his vibe doesn't take a D, so I couldn't have played dirtbag there for a million. I don't think I had. This
Yeah,
kept
no
IT
D.
blank. I spent forever, but I don't think there's anything. Yeah. Did I miss something? Yeah, I wonder if that was the only bingo too. Okay, no, I didn't miss it. It just influenced, which I saw. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. And then, yeah, I wanted to check. Yeah, there's no E. I saw punctual. Okay, I think that was the only playable bingo.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
Wow.
but it's so risky. I almost wanted to play cut.
I think it's just the opportunity to get all that crap
Yeah,
off in one go is
exactly.
worth it. Yeah.
I think this was bad.
Dog.
I think so. I think I should just bingo.
It definitely has a logic behind it.
It does, but I think I see what I was figuring was if you play off tiles, then if I bingo at that point, you'll be catching it with less. But I didn't consider how much
So you have this, so you can hit A, you can hit
Anything-
variated and stuff.
Right, there were a lot of E's exactly. And I
Yeah.
hit like trinodal here a lot. 'Cause I was thinking also if you bingo here, if you
That
bingo
was-
here, I often bingo here. I mean,
Yeah, looks really good.
It's-
Bingo's hit
it's a
super
very
hard there, too.
very interesting turn.
Yeah.
And then
I mean,
you almost had
Stag
that.
might be wrong. I mean, I might be
This-
fine with just this.
Yeah, this is a
and
good.
I
Yeah,
don't-
I drew the F and the blank. Yeah, I think this was maybe. God, I had AT here. I didn't want to play Oi. Because I'm
Yeah.
like, there aren't that many bingo lines, and there's 2 Fs and 3 Gs.
Sure, it's an even game. You got
I wanna
points are
score,
important. If I have a bingo somewhere after
Yeah.
nosy and you have a decent scoring,
Correct.
play, the game
And
is
so,
still tied.
yeah, exactly. That's what I figured. A lot of very tough turns. That was a tough game.
Yeah, Seg
Yes.
was very weird.
You obviously have the
because-
other S.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe it's overkill. Maybe I don't need that extra hook.
I mean, there's F and a blank still unseen from your perspective. So
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'm
think you
tempted to
do.
just
It's
play
too-
something here, like just opening that
what,
part
what
there.
else did you have?
LONS.
Huh.
So like log here, maybe leaving Ness.
It was a better leave. And I mean, maybe that. Yeah, because I just don't know how many words actually fit
I
there. That's
know.
the problem.
That is the
like,
problem.
It might be. It might not be as good as it looks.
Right.
That's the thing. I mean, there's a lot still on Steam.
The score is kind of close too. Like if you don't have an F or an S right there,
Yeah.
well, I mean, there's still gonna.
I
be
did just.
so.
Yeah, I could have played Faint there for a lot.
Yeah.
I saw that. But
Yeah.
I feel like I got to take
The
this.
F is really nice.
Yeah, well, the F and the blank. I mean,
All
I
of a
got some
sudden.
very good draws when I needed them. I mean, I definitely outgrew this game, obviously. I mean, I had both blanks.
I never felt. I mean,
I mean, I
felt
never.
like
Yeah,
I had very realistic chances.
you did. Yeah. No, I'm
Can't complain.
very curious what the commentators started Jog and a lot of the other plays
Yeah,
too.
I'm
I
sure
mean,
I had some
and this-
weird ones.
did you have both S's here? Or?
Just one.
Okay,
No,
okay.
Just it's
You-
time
you got
to.
it.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, I had longs on that.
Okay,
LONGS. So I definitely could just play like log is maybe more standard or whatever.
Oh, this wasn't there.
It
okay.
was. So
No, it wasn't. No, I played that
Tommy
next.
wasn't there.
Correct.
Yeah, Nosy was. So
And I
I'm
guess
thinking,
you just
like,
have nothing here now. No.
Yeah, I think this is Collins, right? FOGLE.
No,
That's
yeah.
I would play that in Collins.
Yeah, I was just happy. I had another T, so I was just happy to
Yeah.
do that and turn
Great.
up tiles.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I kept spinning.
All right, well, we got a good game. at
We
least.
did. Yeah. I feel like I made a mistake or two. I'm not sure what, but
I mean, that's a pretty. If this is a mistake, it's pretty high level.
yeah, I might have just overthought it. I don't
Yeah.
know. And then Vo, what did you have there?
Just LONS again. I'm
LONS,
just trying to
yeah.
get some.
And I was
other
not actually
thing.
worried about the V. That wasn't why I did that.
Yeah, I
But-
mean, I'm not actually expecting to hit anything.
Mhm.
If I draw the blank, it's possible, but I probably need it long term to fish
Hmm.
later. Like if you can't block everything in this area, maybe I
Yeah.
can fish and draw something realistic with the V.
maybe,
I don't think I
yeah.
can hit it immediately. So
Yeah,
I don't know. I just couldn't.
you have to distract me or something.
Yeah,
you
I
do have
couldn't
the
really-
two lines. I mean, you don't even have to start with the S here. That's the thing. You could start with the vowel.
Sure. Yeah, it's a lane.
Yeah.
It
No.
doesn't have to be devastating. You know.
Yeah, and I think at this point I have to bingo because now I'm not winning. I gotta just bingo, and if you hit it, you hit it.
Was there other stuff that I could hit?
Or pines,
Perspective?
because I mean it was I drew
Oh.
REB, so or pines inverse. It
there
wasn't
were a
likely.
couple,
I estimated I was around 90%.
yeah, a couple things.
I figured I thought I was about 90% here too, but like I said, I figured out this responds way better to a media ping that was by you,
For sure. Yeah.
but it responds way worse to when you have like this.
Yeah. That's scary.
I
Gut
didn't-
check time. Yeah.
Yeah, I did
know.
not. When you play this, I was like, crap. 'Cause I didn't.
Yeah.
I
Right.
was like, it's a tie game. And then I was like, all right, I gotta just bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. You dodge it there and then you win. Which is
Right.
going to happen
So
most of the time. So,
Yeah, it's a tough turn. I don't know.
yeah. Interesting game.
It was an interesting game. Yeah.
For sure.
Hopefully, it'll be worthy of a video at some point.
I
I think.
think just
think so.
because it was a good game with the two of us.
I think it's got to be. I think the
Yeah.
viewers will want that.
We
Yeah.
can break it down together. Maybe there'll
Yeah.
be
The
more.
viewers will
so.
want
Hope so.
that.
Keep up the good
Higher
work.
stakes.
Yes, indeed, they will, and they have wanted this matchup, and they were not disappointed. Great game between Mac Meller and Will Anderson, two of the leading ambassadors for Scrabble, in person and online. So, who is next? I think we are going to stick with our friend Will Anderson. He is playing the guy who was in first place last round, Kenji Matsumoto. So I think that will be our next matchup here, as Mac is going to get some form of breather from the spotlight. But what a great game, Matt.
Yeah, that was awesome. Will and Mac, again, two of the biggest Scrabble YouTubers, the two biggest presences on YouTube. Perhaps we'll get a collaboration video, maybe just planting some seeds, throwing that out there. We will see. I'm certain Mac will break this down. I hope Will jumps in on the action. I'd love to see a collab between these two. Kenji is not currently in the playing room. We are trying to get him wrangled on the ground in Hanover, Maryland. When we have Kenji, we will have more Scrabble. But I think we're going to cut to just a brief break here until we're able to get Kenji wrangled, let Will stretch those legs a little bit, and round 13 coming soon. Y'all don't go anywhere.
Okie dokie, everybody. We have Kenji Matsumoto walking to his going second seat. Kenji has just lost his game to Jackson Smiley, so both of these players losing their previous games. Anyways, this is going to be one hell of a matchup. Will and Kenji have a long history behind them. I believe they roomed together in 2013, 12 years ago at the National Championship, and Will knocked Kenji out of contention that year. So I don't think there's bad blood, but there is a lot of history. This is going to be an amazing matchup to watch. Will going first at 8-4. Kenji going second at 9-3. He was knocked down in the standings, right, Matt?
Indeed, he was. At 10-2, Mac Meller now leads everybody by at least one game. 3 players at 9-3 include Kenji, Jackson Smiley, and Joey Krafchick. Will right at their heels at 8-4. He, along with Mike Friends, Carl Johnson, and Andy Hong, hold that record. That rounds out your top 8. Big game for both of these players. One of them is going to lose 2 in a row. We'll see who.
Could be a tie. Could be a tie. Don't count the ties out. Very, very unlikely scenario. Every couple hundred games, there is a tie. Let's see. Will has drawn A, D, G, L, M, N, U. Not terrible. Not amazing.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Algum here, a 5-letter word, A-L-G-U-M. Maybe it's anagram Al-Mug for some reason if you just want to leave 2 points on the table, but probably Algum. You're not going to play smaller with something like gum or mug, right, Josh?
That's right. I would play Algum here. We do see Will's clipboard a little bit in the way there. But Algum putting the A on the star, scoring 22 points, leaving the DN combination. Looks like my choice of play. Takes a little bit more points on the scoreboard over something like Glum or Mung. I don't think you play Gum, even though LAND could be a pretty good leave. This looks like the correct option. Poor Will Anderson. Over to Kenji with AEEGSWY. Something like Waggy. Is that a word?
Yeah, Wagyu is. Looks like a strong play down to the U. 24 points should Kenji spot it. Might be his best option, but it might not be. WYE is 22 points, stacking on top of Algum, YA, and EL. That holds the powerful AEGS leave. So Wagyu holding double E's, Josh, or Y? Go a little smaller here.
Yeah, I'm just going to act like that's what I said. This is not a word.
Whoa.
They have not added this to the dictionary. This is bad.
Insta challenge from Will. Oh.
Kenji's looking like, what? Seriously?
How is this not valid? What?
What a swing. But if you're going to lose a challenge, as this word is going to come off the board, lose it on the first move where there's a lot of game left to play. But yes, Segway is still a proprietary term for those really annoying vehicles. I've gotten away with this word against none other than Jackson Smiley. So it isn't going to get by Will, but definitely one of those things that will happen sometimes. So yeah, very unfortunate. I'm going to act like I said Wagyu, Matt. I said Waggy. But thank you for protecting the community for me. But Wagyu would have been a great play. Back to Will with ADINRTV, who's getting a free turn, but he has a lot of information to work with now. So he might take a while to decide what he's going to do here.
Oh, man. Yeah, what is he going to do? It looks like statically one of his top options is Twain, 4 underlaps beneath Algum. But Twain, oh, I'm sorry, he's got a V, not a W. Okay. Well, we're both just kind of having some senior moments here, Josh.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, that V is kind of tough to work with on this board.
Oh,
The
that's an
problem is
understatement.
if Will gives Kenji a D, it gives him edgeways, right? Is that a word?
I believe so.
Or is it just edgewise?
No, edgeways is edgeways and edgewise, both good.
So Will only knows 6 of Kenji's 7 tiles, but it's very, very likely that an E, the most common tile, is Kenji's 7th tile. So I don't think Will is going to float an D in a dangerous spot, even if it was a decent play for him. But what do you do? Do you exchange?
Why would you do that?
It feels so wrong, right? But like if you exchange here, it's basically like Kenji gave you a free turn to do whatever you want, and we're back to the previous turn where you just have an improved rack. I'm always worried about changing the state of the board when my opponent plays a phony word. Obviously, you want to do something here, play something like Vatu to the U, or something like Nav under or over the U and the M, but nothing is great.
Yeah, if you play Nav for 16 on top of Algum, Kenji could respond with Segway and Navy. So you don't want to do that. Just kidding. That was a mean joke. You've got to score some points here. I'm kind of drawn to this option of Maven down from the M. 20 points, DRT leave, but stacking that I next to a double word, you know Kenji's got a G and a W and a Y. So maybe you set up a spot where Kenji is unlikely to cash, and then you can hit the spot big.
Yeah, it's a decent option. I'm just so worried about opening the board here. It's irrational. But yeah, these are the turns that take forever to try and sort through. Will not taking that long. He's barely under 21 minutes. That's 2 minutes per move. Not the worst thing. And Kenji, wonder if he's going to play his next few moves very, very quickly. He is somebody who is pretty likely to steam when something like this happens, and just try to make do with just quick plays and hoping something good happens.
I don't know why Will did this. Like, you know that he's got Yeg holding ASW. So why would you let him do that?
Yeah, this is actually very good for Kenji. That's one of the hardest parts about Scrabble is when you know parts of your opponent's rack. You have to think about that. That's not normally what you have to do in the beginning of the game. Worry about the precise letters your opponents have. So yeah, the play of Vatsu giving Yeg back, definitely a bad thing to have done for Will. And maybe Will now is going to be a little bit upset with what's happened this game so far. He knows that Kenji has ASW. Maybe he has a couple nice constants that's going to bingo next turn. Will's got nothing.
Yeah, that is a really poor play from Will, who's usually so strong and usually able to slow down. Now Kenji able to play Yeg, set up the S in a second spot. You're in terrible shape after that. You didn't have to see that opportunity. It was not good. Will ABDINRR on his rack. No I in space for Rainbird, so he's going to have to play shorter here. Or he can play down from the in. Minbar is a nice 6, MINBAR for 20. He can go even longer if he wants to get flashy and play Barnyard through the YA. But everything he does here is going to set up opportunities for Kenji's S. Maybe you play Brig to the G and Yeg, or Brag? What do you think, Josh?
Brig looks pretty good. Brig or Brag. I would do Brig probably, and just deal with the consequences of my actions. It's just too bad that it doesn't set your D up in any way. But yeah, you're blocking one of the S hooks. You can't do anything about both. Barnyard is pretty flashy though. Yeah, I think this is the right call for Will. Hope for some E draw, some bingo draw, maybe something from the M of Algum. But yeah, definitely not what Will was supposed to do last turn.
Yeah, all right. Kenji picking up HHY on his 3-tile draw after Yeg. That's certainly an interesting one. I think we're just going to see WHY and BY. Seems like there's almost no reason not to play that here if you're Kenji, right?
Yeah, he's already got it separated. AEHS extremely strong. He has multiple spots to play bingos next turn, and he's not really giving too much back to Will. WHY very quickly. So Kenji seemingly recovered from his big blunder. Just a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes in a row for each of these players, but it's still a game. Anything can happen. It was early. Neither of these players is about to win this game.
Yeah, nobody has a perfect nationals. It's possible and even probable that some of these highest players in the field play near perfect games or perfect games, but nobody's going to do it consistently over 31. Well, okay, one person will, and you know who that is. Sometimes we capture the mistakes, sometimes we capture flawless games, but yeah, a couple uncharacteristic blunders early on in this one.
But I know exactly how it feels to have knowledge of opponent's rack and then just make a play that gives them a play you didn't recognize that they had. It happens all the time. I still think Kenji's mistake was a little bit worse. But how does one remember what words are proprietary, what words aren't? You just have to be studying, playing. Will has been doing both of those things. And Kenji, he's gone through phases. He definitely took a break from Scrabble in the mid-2010s and didn't play much, if at all. He did maintain his studying routine a little bit through those years, but he hasn't been playing nearly as much as he used to. And sometimes there's a little bit of rust that hasn't yet worn off, despite a very, very strong finish and such a high ceiling of potential play for Kenji Matsumoto, pretty much the lead strategist of today's generation of players. So back to Will with AADNRRO. He's going to play the new word ARO, making WO. This is pretty defensive. The R doesn't take any other vowel than an E underneath it. And ADNR, the leave he kept last move, is pretty strong. If you can just draw an E. Back to Kenji with ADEGHSS. What would you have played instead of ARO?
I would have played onward, I think, through the W and just fork this board, throw things open in different ways. This is kind of fish heavy, but what I don't like about this the most is the Algom's hook is now very big on this board, and you know Kenji has it. So onward, I think I would have just opted to increase the variance on the board to make more spots that are less S-dependent. But Aro's fine.
You see this a lot in games like chess, where somebody makes a mistake, but psychologically, if they admit their mistake, they're so much less confident in their next moves. If you are battle hardened, like I know Will Anderson is, I feel like psychologically, he kind of just wants to go with what he's done. He doesn't want to deviate from something that he did. Vatu giving back a huge play for Kenji was that blunder. But if he has admitted to himself that he's in a really bad position because of his play, maybe he'll play onward. But I think here he's still trying to cling on to this idea that he's in control. That's my that's Shrink Josh for you. I think I'll pass on those psychoanalyses in the future, but it's very interesting. Hayes coming down for Kenji. That's almost 40 points, keeping SG. Yeah, looks pretty good.
Yeah, Hades or D-Gas. No, just Hades there. Yeah, that's it. That's the play.
Yeah, I like it. Will's probably going to respond pretty quickly with something like Honk here. Is there anything else to consider?
Honk. Nope. Should already be on the
same
board.
leaf. So you guys know the saying, folly, definition of folly, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That does not apply to Scrabble. You draw 3 tiles, you play those 3 tiles, keep the same 4 tiles 3 turns in a row, you might be correct in doing so. And this is exactly what Will Anderson is doing. ADNR, those have been his friends. I don't know if it's the same N as the first time or the same R, but You get what I'm saying.
All right, Honk the play for Will. Honk easily the top option on that turn. Back on Kenji, 101 to 98 after the slow start to this game. We've got just a 3-point margin. Kenji has no bingos on this rack. He's going to have to decide between cashing in the S and kind of blowing this rack up or keeping things smaller and setting up the S yet again. If he wants to play the S, Algums and Glouts or Algums and Gilts are 25. But Mogul down from the M looks very strong as an option here for Kenji. 16 points, set up a second S hook, and preserve your first. What do you think, Josh? Mogul or cash the S?
I'm going with Mogul here. If I am playing my S, I'm going to be playing Gilts. Normally you keep an I over an O, but there are so many I's remaining. Only one has been played so far on this board. But yeah, I'm holding on to that S and I'm playing Mogul, I think. I'm a little bit worried about duplicating my I, though. Yeah, Mogul coming down. Very nice play by Kenji. And we'll see if he manages to bingo next turn, if he draws into some trouble or something in the middle. Will Anderson has found Randier, Drainer, but has he found a spot?
He is not. Will not have any playable bingos on this turn, and we get to watch him make the classic Scrabble decision, fish or score. Playing an R is very instinctive here. Rya, RYA, is 6 points, or YAR obstructs the Algum spot when you know it's pretty likely your opponent has an S. You can't have him pegged 100% anymore. But Dinar, DINAR, is 28 alongside Mogul with 4 overlaps. Josh, score the points, right?
Yeah, I'm putting a little check mark next to that play. This has been a very slow start, as you mentioned, for both players. But yeah, Dinar blocks that powerful S hook, creates 2 other S hooks, but neither of them are very, very good. They will give massive counterplay and miss a lot of those bonus squares. So I'm liking this play by Will. Take the points, don't fish, and his RAND is gone. Back to Kenji with EEFIIST, hoping for that R in a little bit more of an open spot for Faraday's Feistier and Fieriest. But he can just play Feist now. Maybe he's going to play Fit.
Yeah, Feist at the bottom of the board is a highest scoring play, 39, but he cedes a lot back and seems recklessly aggressive. Fit makes sense. EF in the same spot also makes sense. Kenji opting to score 3 more with Fit, though engines like EF quite a bit more.
EF, wow, that is kind of weird. I guess I get it. Keeping that T can be extremely handy, but wanting to get rid of that I is one of the most human Scrabble instincts you can think of. Kenji's seen a blank now. Will with CEENNOR. He does not have a hook to GIF. What do you do? Another terrible, terrible rack, I would say, for Will Anderson.
How insane is it to play Runic right now after Kenji plays Fit, plays it confidently and quickly? This leaves a terrible leave, EENNO. But if you think your opponent has an S more than like 60% of the time, isn't that what you have to do here?
I don't think so. I think it's just shooting yourself in the foot. Will's already down 20 points. Runic scores 14. What are you doing next turn? I don't know. I think that's just like a one-turn thing. It's like, okay, I blocked you. Now I'm just going to lose some other way.
So then what? Earn and late for 20?
Yeah, maybe. ERNE, setting up a counter punch just like he did last game against Mac Meller. That's not terrible. I don't have a great alternative for sure. ONO looks okay, keeping CEENR, which is a pretty powerful leave. Unfortunately, not so much on this board. Will does have an E to hook onto the AR, so most of the 7-letter words he draws are probably going to play in this spot. Yeah, maybe ONO or A&E?
What about nonce? Nonce from the N and honk. Is that nuts?
It is. There's a lot of just nuts plays you can make here. I mean, that was not the craziest. The thing is, if you make a play like that and Kenji has a bonus, is he going to fit it under the E, or is he going to play for extra points with GIFS? I guess my answer to that question, or the answer to that question, is going to determine whether you want to play that or not. I'm not sure.
If Kenji does have a bonus, he's going to empty his rack, and that actually makes you the in the driver's seat to hit the gifts hook or the gift hook. So if Kenji opts to play defense on the bottom after nonce, then you get the right side of the board. And if Kenji is greedy and takes the right side of the board, you just smash the bottom, right? I don't know. Nonce and smash the bottom sounds like a good play.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. I wonder though if by playing ONO or ONE, Will isn't pretty likely to bingo himself with something like Oniric, Ironic, or Irenic. Lots of I's still to come. Lots of E's though, so nothing looks good here for Will. He's taking a lot of time. He's under 12 minutes, more than half of the game left to play. I totally understand the situation. He must not be happy with what's going on here.
Noah Walton and Morris Greenberg each in chat, each expert level players on their own merit, both saying, I would play Connor and Raya here and just throw this thing wide open. There are lots of nutso options, but Will's going to take the standard looking play here, 20 points, open up the bottom of this board in another way.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. It scores some points. It creates a new threat. Digs a little bit into the bag, lots of E's to draw, and Kenji to react very quickly with deifies or deities. We're going to have to get a blank check on this. It might it might be important for the future. As Will has drawn ACLNOOS.
All right, for those of you who care, the blank is an F.
All right, F's in chat.
Let's get those F's in chat, please, and thank you. Kenji, or Will has a bingo. He's drawn exactly what he needs.
Non-colas, is that right?
Non-colas, indeed.
Yeah, and when if you know the word non-cola, it's hard to know if that takes an S. It doesn't sound like a word that takes an S, but it does take an S. Will knows it. Players at this level should know that, and yeah, Will is no stranger to knowing the words. Non-cola is coming down for 74. He's still not happy. He's created a huge spot for Kenji to use. Kenji has put this play on hold. Unsure. He's probably going to accept, though. We'll see. We'll see how tilted he is.
I froze in time for a second. I thought I had lost internet connection, but Kenji just not moving. Before Kenji makes any challenge decision, he needs to look at these tiles. JXPL. Will he get the I he needs? Yes, he will. So XI plays along deifies and takes away the Q threats. Whoa.
That's interesting, though. Do you 100% play there? That spot, like, under here is pretty dangerous, too. I think you do have to take that. But there's a blank out. There are threats out. If Kenji accepts this, gets 50, Will bingos again in the next couple moves. It's a game. So I think Will's drawing courtesy tiles. I don't believe the hold has been released, but Kenji definitely considering challenging this.
Oh, spicy. What has Will drawn?
No.
Oh, man.
No. Not it is what he has drawn. Kenji is accepting playing XI for 51, taking a 62-point lead. Will is going to very quickly play outie, the new word describing a sort of belly button, making SO. I think that will be what he does.
Is he? Outie just kind of feels like you lose.
How come? Why? Because Kenji can like block with like a two-letter play. How is he gonna?
Just play like glib through the LI or flip. Game over. Done.
Okay, you need those specific tiles though, Matt. I think you have
Okay.
to do this. I think you have to do this. It doesn't look great. I'm not saying it looks great, but it is kind of hard to eliminate the top left of the board. But knowing Kenji Matsumoto, he will do his absolute best to block that part of the board because there's nothing going on in it right now. It is accessible via this row. But if he has any such play that blocks, given his small lead, he will do everything in his power to make it inaccessible. But he has 7 consonants.
Will, stop. Stop. If you want to beat Kenji, you need to not draw 6 vowels every turn. What are you doing?
Yeah, we see an exchange 6 keeping the lone T. This looks very good for Kenji. There's a blank out. I think Will is going to respond with his own exchange. And it's just going to be a race. Kenji has a very nice lead in that race, though.
So Will is probably going to take a look at this pool and assume that Kenji just exchanged a lot of consonants, including the Q a lot of the time. So while it looks like 13 vowels, 15 consonants, you know that Kenji probably just put 6 consonants back in the bag. So not as vowel heavy as it seems. What do you keep on the exchange? Do you just hold the E and A? Do you throw all 7 back? Is it crazy to keep the U thinking a Q is coming a lot of the time?
Yeah, this is just a terrible situation. I think I would exchange all 7. I think it's time. It's time to use that old adage. Put as many tiles away as possible. Draw as many tiles as you can. Try to hit that blank. Now is the time for it. I don't think it's worth keeping an E. There's so many E's left. But there are only 7 vowels. What am I talking about? You have to keep a vowel. Keep an A. Keep an E.
I don't know. Oh, hang on. Okay, now we're looking at a different pool. Now we're looking at 21 consonants, 7 vowels, and you know that consonants just went in the bag, so it's more likely that there's only about 4 or 5 vowels in there. Now you keep vowels for sure. Will is actually looking at a foot for 10 to the T and outie. That puts a little bit of scoring pressure on, and with this pool, EAU is not actually an unreasonable leave. I think I'm taking the points here. I don't think I'm exchanging.
Yeah, it's actually interesting now. Yeah, we got that update there. Didn't realize that was the distribution. So he's now looking at maybe playing foo or food up in that top right of the board as well.
Food.
Yeah, maybe you just go a little bit slow here and just try and, make a couple of dents into your deficit if you're Will Anderson. But yeah, he's playing food. This is going to give Kenji a lot to work with, but it makes a lot of sense. Normally you don't do this, but given how many consonants remain in the pool, this makes sense.
It does. And I think Kenji now thinking defense, absolutely defense. I'm up 22 and on turn. I've got a reasonably balanced rack. Vet on top of food is something I would have already played here.
Could also play vent, the problem being an E can hook onto that. But Kenji also has to be a little bit worried about the distribution here. He might not draw too many vowels before the end of the game. But I definitely like the idea of just blocking this spot. But he's still going to be in trouble if Will gets a bingo over here. He's only up 22 now, Matt. Yeah, I wonder what Kenji's going to come up with. He's taking some time. He has so much time left. He's left himself with 15 minutes for the last quarter of this game. 25 tiles unseen to him. Do you go all out and play invent? Do you play trivet in the same spot? Or do you keep things a little bit tighter with vent or vet? Very interesting position. And I'll trust what Kenji does, I think.
Man, I don't want the J. but I really don't want the Q right now. So the more tiles I play, the more likely I am to get one of those. But yeah, vent does feel all right. I think putting another consonant on the board is reasonable. All right, vent it is.
Yeah, vent, of course, the problem being it's not going to keep the board closed forever if Will ever decides to hook an E onto this. But with the scoreline as it is, I think going up by over 40 points, almost 50, is very strong here. And if Kenji draws a scoring tile, it's going to be pretty hard for Will to come back, even if he bingos. AADENPU. So Will did draw 3 consonants out of that extremely consonant-heavy pool. So we definitely like the decision he made there. But what do you do now?
I don't know what you do now. Do you play PE and event and hope that Kenji doesn't have that last A? No, he's just going to backhook it too often. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do that. Do you play somewhere else on the board? It just feels like Will Anderson's getting completely squeezed here at this rate, but he's gonna do that. Wow. I was worried that he was gonna tank in this position, and but he's not. He's got the last 2 out of 3 A's. There are no O's left, so it's gonna be hard for Kenji to eliminate that hook. If he does play underneath the P and the E and eliminates the A hook, then he might be opening another part of the board. So this is actually a very astute play by Will Anderson, and he's drawn into Landau's.
Wow.
Is that going to fit? That is an incredible draw. We have to see what Kenji Matsumoto does about this opening, though. Can he eliminate everything at once? He's drawn the blank.
Zit and Pet feels very natural here. You don't get a hit very hard. Pet has no front hooks. WRR blank is not the coolest leave, but defense feels great. You're thinking Rit instead, Josh?
Yeah, this looks so good. I don't know though. It's still possible that Will bingo here, but keeping the Z is actually a really good thing here. If Will bingos, he can score with it. But taking the points also nice and not creating that spot. So this did indeed block both of Will's spots for the 7-letter word of Landau's and has not given him a play through the Z, which I would be kind of worried about if I was Kenji.
Man, yeah, perfect block for Kenji and a big sad noise for Will Anderson now. How does he get back into this game?
Yeah, normal plays like Luna feel way too slow. Feels like Kenji's just gonna block through one of the tiles. There are 9 tiles in the bag. There's still a blank lurking from Will's perspective. Is it on Kenji's rack? Is it in the pool? What do you do here? Do you drop an A? Does that ever work? Do you play ads? Hope to draw one of those E's? And play ADZE underneath? There's so many things to think about and so little time left for Will Anderson. I don't know. Is he going to go over again? Is it going to matter? Is this game going to come down to the last few moves, or is Kenji going to be able to shut everything down? He has 6 consonants and a blank. Will's looking at Ulnad, which is a really nice option. Does similar things that Luna does, just scores a lot better and leaves better and goes a little bit harder for that blank. But we know Kenji has that blank, and there isn't much nice stuff for Will Anderson to draw. So I don't know. I don't feel like there is an easy path to victory at all here. But yeah, Ulnad comes down. This is going to at least chip into that deficit, and Kenji's not going to be able to do much score-wise. So Will might get some hope in the form of a high-scoring play next move.
He can score if he wants to cash the blank. He's got plays down to the ZA, Braza, Mirza, Matza, each 45 points. Each holds pretty terribly, but I think those score enough that in many cases he'll be able to survive. Cheap Bingo's Will has front hooking AR. That Q lurking, though, so dangerous. Kenji doesn't block Bingo's, draws the Q, and Will Bingo's on him. I think he'll lose.
I think so. And yeah, Kenji looking into the bag, not looking into the bag, counting the bag. This is a common occurrence in Scrabble games. Just making sure you know how many tiles are left so you don't catch yourself off guard. What do you do though? I guess you have to play something like BURR?
Well, yeah, if you're looking at this unseen pool, it does not look like bingos exist. There are actually two threats. BURR would block both.
Yeah, but what is there? What is there to worry about if you're Kenji in terms of bingos?
Yeah, there's two and they're wild.
Okay. There is it a Q word? Oh, not acquiesce. Something like that through the U in Ulnad?
There is one through the U Ulnad, and there's a 7.
There is a 7. Ooh, okay. And of course, from Kenji's perspective, if there are only 2 bingo threats with 11 tiles unseen, very unlikely that Will has that on his rack. But there's so much to worry about here. I think Kenji's going to take a very long time. He has the time to spare. There's a lot of danger lurking in terms of that Q. If Kenji draws the Q, he wants to have that blank with it to make sure that he'll be able to play it. Is there anything that he needs to worry about through the za? Something like plaza? It's close. Yeah, 1 letter off of plays there. Seiza might be one of the biggest threats in the position. Kenji only being up 30 points, Seiza scoring 42. So he's not out of the woods at all.
No, yeah, Caesar would be huge.
So what the heck do you do? This is so crazy. What a weird position. If anyone knows what to do in this position, though, it's Kenji Matsumoto. He thrives in these sharp tactical games. He knows better than anyone what to do in the weirdest specific positions of a Scrabble game. I think you play Braza. I think that's what you do.
Maybe you play
Braza-
Mirza to avoid getting Q stuck. But I think with the U and Ulnad in space, you're likely going to draw something anyway.
No, you're totally right. Mirza's better. Also doesn't give back that R. Maybe that R gives back some bingo threats as well. Maybe the M does, though. Yeah, you have to just make sure. C pieces in the pool, so you don't want to give back. Well, that's an 8-letter word. But yeah, Kenji's going to think he's going to make sure his tracking is correct. Maybe he's mistracked. Maybe he hasn't tracked. This is such a bizarre beginning to the game. Both players might be kind of like dizzy with what's transpired early on. Kenji Matsumoto playing the phony word segue, W-A-Y. Will Anderson subsequently giving Kenji a very nice way to score points and leave well. But now, 337 to 307, Kenji Matsumoto under 10 minutes. I think he's going to play to the za. The question is, do you play Braza or Mirza? I don't know.
I don't know. If you play Braza, there are still 2 bingos possible. Mirza, Braza give nothing additional back. The bingo threats are Acequia, Acequias, Acequias through the U and Ulnad, or Escapee and EAR. But if those happen, they just kind of happen, I think. You're not going to be able to make this 100%, but you can get pretty darn close.
Yeah, and what's interesting too is if Kenji plays 3 tiles, he leaves 1 tile in the bag, so there will always be a 1 in 8 chance that, or a 1 in 4 chance if Will didn't have the Q that he draws it. The problem is the play of Acequias uses the Q, but if Escapee comes down, Will's gonna draw the Q 1 in 4 times, and he's gonna be stuck with it. So Kenji can still win after that.
Yeah, if he plays Mirza, then he allows QI out from Will. But if
So, yeah,
Will, I don't know. I don't know. This is crazy. He's
this
looking
is
at Mirza.
crazy. So if Braza comes down, oh my god, I have to do that again. B-R-A. I'm fired. B-R-A. Is that a B? Braza comes down. And Will Anderson plays Escapee. There will be one Q spot. All Kenji has to do is block that Q spot if Will draws the Q. If Will doesn't draw the Q and Kenji draws the Q, I don't think he's winning this game. He will be up by 75. How much does Escapee score? You have to do a lot of math here. 66. Okay. So Mirza gets played. Kenji preventing himself from getting Q stuck by doing this because now there's 1 and 2 Q spots on this board. He's not going to draw the Q. We know that Will Anderson has the Q on his rack. Kenji draws C, E, A. So the last tile in the pool is another E.
Oh,
anyways,
if Will plays QUAI, then he'll draw Jeeps and Quays next turn.
that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Kenji will just block that. But that's maybe the best shot here. You could also play Equip or Peak. But yeah, if you play QUAI, you draw Jeeps. Kenji just plays something to inhibit that. So this game has been won, I believe, by Kenji Matsumoto, unless something completely insane happens. Or something completely unfortunate forsakes the man ahead 75 points. But yeah. Very weird game. I don't really know how to put it. Kind of the game that Kenji Matsumoto wants against Will. For years, Will's been lamenting this idea that he is somehow inferior strategy-wise to the leading strategists in the Scrabble community. That is certainly not the case in 2025. Possibly when Will was newer to the game, there were some strategic things that escaped him. No pun intended with Escapee, but he can tussle with anyone at this point. Looking at Equip through the U of Alnad, Kenji, if he sees that play, will know that he has won the game. And I think Kenji already knows he's won, but he's definitely not happy about this, winning the game like this after playing a phony on your first turn.
Yeah, nobody likes winning a game like that, but who cares? Who cares? You know, it's the Nationals, just give me the W. I played Jackson Smiley years ago and eliminated him in a game where I lost 3 turns playing phonies. I felt so horrible about it. But then also I didn't. You know, sometimes you can play really bad and get away with it. Sometimes you can make a blunder and get away with it. Kenji's just got to sneak off to the next game. He had a pretty bad beat against Carl Johnson earlier, so you take what the tile bag gives you. Oh boy. All right. Will's looking at Equip through the U. This is actually going to end up being his best play, knowing that he's going to draw the E. Will can't know that, but I know that. So this ends up salvaging the most spread for him. And here it comes with a minute left on his clock. Equip makes this game 323 to 382. Now it's on Kenji to simply figure out the best end game, A, B, C, E, R, T, W. Who wants to block Japes through the P and Equips if he can. And try to set up an out next turn. Wow, interesting situation. I wonder how long Kenji's going to spend here before he escapes. If he truly wants to optimize this end game, it's actually a pretty wild sequence. But we'll see. Josh is over looking at matchups for round 14. As soon as we've got that one chosen, we will let you know. Round 14 is going to be our last game of today. If you're just tuning in, just figuring out what the Scrabble Players Championship is, welcome. This 28-game main event plus a best of 5 finals. You were watching day 2 out of 5. Rounds 15 through 21 will happen tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Rounds 22 to 28 will be on Tuesday starting at 9 a.m. And the best of 5 finals will begin on Wednesday morning, where we will crown our North American Scrabble champion. That player will win $10,000 as a first prize. Big stakes here. A number of players who could win their first title, a moment of catharsis for anybody. Several players looking to cement their legacy, including Will Anderson. He's already won this event. He's looking for his second title. Mac Meller also looking for his second title. But Jackson Smiley has never won this event. Joey Krafchick has never won this event. Kenji Matsumoto has never won this event. Each of those players is lurking. And before I talk about North American champions a little bit more, we got to look in the rearview mirror because the GOAT, Nigel Richards himself, is lurking in everybody's rearview mirror. Nigel was 5-5, but to the surprise of probably nobody, Nigel is now 8-5 and is going to be playing some of these top dogs once again. Look out, it's going to get spicy.
Indeed. So for the matchup next round, we have someone we haven't featured yet on stream who is doing very well in the standings. That is Mike Frentz versus Mac Meller, if we can get them on the stream. If we can't, and Nigel hasn't started his game, we will default to him as a backup. But yeah, featuring Mike Frentz at the top table. This is the table 1 matchup. Mike doing very well in this tournament. What is his record right now? He is 9-4 plus 6-80. Mac Meller is 11-2 plus 11-21. So that is the next matchup that we have for you guys as this very complicated end game continues. Kenji looking to play Pact, I think, from the P in Equip to block the outplay of Japes, after which Will probably go with a G, blocking Weber. Kenji probably continuing with Web and BA, and then Will going out with Equips. That doesn't seem very good. That can't be the best sequence, is it, Matt?
No, best sequence is wild. It's WE and EAR for 12. You got to knock out J. You have to threaten an out next turn. That would hold Bract, which plays with TWOS. And while Will could block that, he can't block it in a strong way. He would just have to plunk his S behind Equip to block, and then that seeds Crabs. So WE and EAR or EW and WAR are Kenji's best sequences here to set up the out and 2. No out and 2 is guaranteed, but that one is not going to get blocked just because of the sacrifice it'll take to block it.
Okay, so we is number 1, and then you drop the S for number 2, seeding Crabs for number 3, and blocking Bract, and then Will goes out with a G for 22. Now that is an endgame, folks.
It's actually not right for Will to block Bract. It's better for Will to just leave it on, not play Equips, and just play a G at the top anyway.
Yeah, that seems a little bit more human there, but endgames are fun. Both of these players attempt to solve their endgames, but of course, it's sometimes the hardest thing to do in Scrabble. I think the stats are that 50% of endgame turns are not solved by the top 50 or top 10 players in North America. The only person that solves endgames reliably is, of course, Nigel Richards. So back to Will, who I think will play a G. Maybe he's going to play it 1 to the left to not give back Web. That seems maybe slightly better.
Actually, best for him to just play G.
Oh, just G. Okay, and then go out next turn with the A for 3 more. Okay, that makes sense. That's what he does. There we go. That's the 50% that we were talking about. So Pack, not the best play, but it makes sense to try and block Japes. Kenji is going to play Web and Bad with 2 minutes 13 on his clock. Will Anderson will go out now with As and Equips. He has 10 seconds to do that before he goes overtime. There we go, 20 points. Final score, 365 to 412. Let's listen to that overhead mic, see what these players have to say.
To 412.
Well, I play better than nothing.
Are you sure that I played well outside of Segway? I'm not. That's probably wrong. That was timely. I had Landau's.
I mean, the option was the other options were not leaving my eyes open, but
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I missed anything to the Z there. I probably should play here, maybe. Just to keep more realistic options, but I don't know. Tricky. Three, 6, 5.
Segway's not even calling each other. It's just shit that we made up for CDL.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's obviously everyone's going to recognize it.
Right.
Not
No, it's the same list as locking and all that other stuff that is.
it could and should be in, and maybe it's, eventually it's going to be.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously it's the challenges. So obviously,
Yeah.
I have not played that at all. It's not.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do in response. I was going to play maybe Maven. That gives you GAWSY, which seems like a nice way to get these voters. At least with that, you have to keep a W, so you keep your S. So maybe that's better. I don't know.
I don't know.
What's that?
Maybe it's Zekin, that doesn't feel that much better.
Well, I left Rind on this. Maven with an I.
Oh, okay.
So I had CAT Rind. So, yeah. I just don't know.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that looks better. Why didn't I generate that? It's definitely way better. Didn't even generate that.
It's not that. I mean, it's still keeping wavy.
It's better.
Yeah, that much better.
Yeah, it's not like a hair splitter, but I don't know why I didn't generate that. Cool. All right. The stream not loving me today. There's still time.
It's not looking my quality of play. That's two worst games we've had, like quality play events. We're off there.
Wow.
It's quite this bad.
Well, then that means you are playing better. You're already in a really good position. That could be a good thing.
Maybe. See.
Watching going 4-0 on the stream during the Albany tournament. Will not having stream luck this afternoon, losing his second straight stream game, first to Mac Meller, then to Kenji Matsumoto. Will Anderson drops to 8-5, where only scrub tier players like Nigel Richards are.
Yeah, that's a funny joke there. 8-5 is really not bad at this stage of the tournament. You can be content with that. It's such an incredible Shark Tank at the top here. Every player in this division is either rated over 1800 or is playing up a division. And so that's a 300-point variation between the top and bottom players, and that's not much. I lose to 1,800 players like 30% of the time, so it's it's definitely tough. Every single game is going to be tough. There has to be a winner. There has to be a loser, unless there's a tie. Any case, let's move on to the next game. That was a crazy one between Will and Kenji. We are going to jump to two other players, one of which has not been featured on stream yet. That is Mike Frentz from the West Coast, a long-time seasoned expert player. Matt, have you played Mike before?
I think I played him in New Orleans about 1,000,000 years ago. I've also commentated with Mike. He's got good command of words. He's got good strategic nuance to his game. He is absolutely no slouch, as evidenced by his rating, which sits around 1,900 to 2,000, also evidenced by his standing right now. Mike Frentz is in 3rd place. He's had a hot run. He is at 9-4, 2 games behind Mac, just 1 game behind Kenji after the recent results have come in. So Mike in 3rd, Mac in 1st. Big game coming your way as our last game of the day. I'm stoked for it.
Yeah, 2 little tidbits from Mike Frentz. He used to host one of the most fun after-hours events in North America, the Trash Talk tournament at the California Open. He also told me, be nice if I'm featured on stream. So I will do my best. Mike to act first. They can start whenever they are ready. Mike going to reach into that tile bag as they begin the game. Oh, Mac's going to just... Man, Mac and Mike, why do we choose these names?
It's
Meller
better than
versus
Josh and
Frentz?
Josh with Josh and Josh on commentary and all that. So yeah, you're one to talk, Mr. Josh.
No, I'm saying that for myself too. Can we just please change our names? Maybe use like our Twitch names. Happy Wanderer versus M Friends. I don't know what Mike's online handles are. But yeah, Friends versus Meller. Mike 2 games behind his draw. EENNELR. That is ugly. Probably just nay here or something of that nature.
Nay for 8 is basically all there is. All right, sad start, but what else can you do?
Yeah. Nay for 8, keeping ELR. Very, very nice. As Mac Meller himself, he's drawn CDENNOT.
Contend.
That looks quite good, but is Contend gonna fit on the board after Nay? I don't believe so.
But if he opts to play ERNE instead, it is.
Wow. You could also exchange here if you're Mike. So he had the play we liked lined up. He's now switched it. He's considering whether he likes ELR better or if he likes ELN better. I personally think ELR is a better leave.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious to see what he does here.
And ERNE additionally gives up a T and a K as front hooks. It's going to end up being huge for him if he ends up making that play. I think he's actually thinking about exchanging NEL.
He does, and that is huge for Mac Meller. He's going to get his opening bingo when otherwise it would have been blocked. So the idea behind exchanging, not giving letters to play through, sometimes just putting a play on the board can stop a 7-letter word, just like this one. Huge swing. Exchange ELN looks very strong to me, and we'll see if Mike's able to respond to this opening play of 76 points.
Yeah, with 6 unique floaters, Mike is a huge threat to bingo here. He's just got to dodge some very poor potential draws. What's he got?
That's an I. That's good. An F and a T. Okay. Yeah, he's got frenetic. He's got bingos here. I think frenetic is what you do, right?
Yeah, frenetic is easily the highest scoring option. So a bingo for Mac, a bingo in response for Mike coming up. Off to
And
the race.
yes, we are. But look at Mac. He's hoping for a very specific letter that he's not going to get. Phenology would be very, very nice. And Mike playing very quickly. Is he not spotted frenetic? It does open the triple, but it scores a lot more than reinfect. I think a small missed opportunity here.
8-point sacrifice. Yeah, you can't justify that. I wonder if he just whiffed on frenetic. Otherwise, that's paranoid defense. I think just a small whiff there for Mike.
Yeah, I mean he did take a while in his opening play, so probably felt the need to play a little bit quicker on this next move. But I think with a few more seconds of thought, I think maybe frenetic would have come down. But opening that triple, you never like to do it, and it's certainly worth something not to do that. Let's see what Mac has here. So Phenology not going to happen. Maybe looking to play through that R of reinfect.
Yeah.
What a draw.
Oh, wow. Wow. Inarmed for Mike. Big pull for him. Mac has 38 on this play. Nervy through that R. Holds GOO, which is not ideal, but 38 points is a whole lot. He's also got the 5-letter Envoy and ET above reinfect for 27. You taking the points, Josh?
I think so. I think I'm not happy about it. At least Nervy, if you play it, it sets up the GOO for next move for 16
Awesome.
points.
Yes.
I mean, that's something. That's something. And you have another spot for 14. I mean, okay, that's just amazing, right? So Nervy, I think what you have to do here, it is worth something to play Envoy and keep only 1-0. Actually, 27 versus 38. Yeah, I think you're playing Nervy here and just eating it. I'm wondering if there's some way to extend contend, like out contend, miscontend, contender, non-contender.
Ooh.
Probably not. Anyways, Nervy comes down. It was an even game. Mac up 38. But if Mike has been reviewing his high probability words, he's going to play inarmed, I think, very, very quickly. He sees it. And yeah, Marine's not a word. Do not fall into that trap. I have done that before. Marine is not a verb. Marine would be super nice making MY, but not if it scores 0 points.
Yeah, generally you want to get actual words down, especially against Mac Miller, because we saw him earlier. He challenged Utopic when Utopic being valid was the only way he could lose the game. He's got great command of the lexicon. Don't ever try to phony Mac Miller, especially not with some high probability baby bingo like Marine. You'll get punched in the face for 0. Mask can't protect you from that. All right, inarmed coming down, 75. Highest scoring bingo by 10. No surprise there for Mac. Mike, excuse me. Now I'm falling into the trap, Josh.
My fault. But Mac's he's gonna score right back. He's gonna bingo right back. He has 2 options at the very least. He can play drooling to the N in contend. He also has goodlier through that E. So it's just a question of if he wants to take a couple extra points and open another triple, drooling would fall victim to decent amount of high scoring overlaps. But look at how many triples are already open. Triple open here, triple open here. I don't think I'm worried.
I was hoping we'd get content from Mac Miller. Instead, we got contend.
Nice.
Sorry. Not
Very
sorry.
good. Mike has seen a blank, not with any good tiles to go with it, but this seems like we're going to get a lot of bingos in this game. There's already going to be 4 on the board after this one by Mac Miller, and I think within a couple of moves, Mike Frentz is going to get a 3rd bingo down. So finally, we get our shootout. I know, Matt, that's not your favorite type of Scrabble game, but it is nice to see once in a while.
Oh, I enjoy watching them. I just don't enjoy playing them. Open spots give me anxiety, and I prefer games with minimal anxiety, but watching them is A-okay. I just don't want to have to try to block all of them at once. EEIOUW blank for Mike. Are we going to see wood? Are we going to see wide? Are we going to see him go in a completely different direction?
Yeah, I like wide here. You'd want to play owie if you can somewhere, OWIE. There's no good spot for that. Maybe you want to play O or woe to block this potential big triple and leave the triple open for yourself. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mike do something like that too. He's looking maybe at Dowie.
Yeah, Dowie for 20 is okay. Wide is 27.
Mac's gonna bingo again.
What? All we're gonna do is bingo on stream.
Mega death. That's so
Mega
funny.
death.
Oh my god. Wow. Okay, so wide is being played, and Mac is laughing at the situation. He's gonna play headgate.
And then Mike's probably going to bingo right back. Goodness, what are we doing? Each player has bingoed 3 times in their first 4 turns. Mike, unless he draws like 3 vowels here, is probably going to bingo back the number of floaters available.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a Y. That's rough.
Why did you?
That's
Matt.
me. That's all me. That's my fault. I'm sorry, Mike. I owe you a drink.
Ugh, he's behind. He's bingoed twice. He's behind after 3 moves. Headgate gonna come down. I guess Mike has to play YEA off somewhere. UE not a valid word in this lexicon. Mac is gonna take an 100-point lead.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god, such a good play now. Okay, hang on. So Mac was laughing because Mike faked out the triple. He pretended like he was going to extend wide to wide outs for a huge score and then didn't actually do it, which is funny. Mike can score 49 without cashing the blank. Yeah, Josh's face is hilarious. I know you can't see it right now. Mike can score 49 and hold the blank.
Excuse me?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
All right, well, you keep talking. I'm gonna look for this play. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It. Oh,
That's so good. That's so good.
No,
you missed it. Oh, that's so hard to spot. EYNE and reinfected. Oh,
that would have been amazing. Oh, why did you curse it? You cursed him so much, Matt.
this is all me. I'm so sorry. Casting my voodoo magic. All right, Josh, I'm not speaking anymore. This is all you.
All right, okay. Bye, Matt. Okay. on back to Mac. We lost Matt. We have Mac. We have Mike. We have Josh. Mac close to some nice plays through the E and headgate, doubling that Z and hitting that triple word score on the right side. I don't think he has anything fantastic here. He can just drop his za for 64. Keep VIRR. I guess that's fantastic enough. You're up 46 points. You're going to be up 110, keeping the blank. Lots of vowels to play through potentially for an 8-letter word. Maybe just something like Riviera. Looks pretty good. Back to Frentz, who has that blank still. He missed his opportunity to play through this N of an armed with reinfected. And he's going to go with Jewel. Jewel looks pretty freaking good, but he is down by a lot of points. And Mac is going to play his 4th bingo of the game in Riviera, I believe.
This is Mac's only playable bingo. Dare I say that out loud and cause him to inexplicably miss it? I'm scared, but I'm going to try speaking again, Josh.
It's Mac Miller. He's not missing Riviera. I'm cursing it right now. He's not missing it. He's just going to look for something else because Riviera isn't ideal. There are 4 S's still unseen. Can you believe 6 bingos have been played? All of the S's that people like to use for bingos. Still unseen. We might see a 10 bingo game. Like, what is this?
What's Mike drawn? Has he drawn? Oh, not quite. Okay.
Oh, he's drawn some of the letters for like Panukokur. Sorry. This is a nerd moment. Panukokur. I think Ponnukokur is a word. But it's completely irrelevant. Okay. Sorry. Back to you, Matt. I'm gonna stop talking now. It's my turn to stop talking.
Oh yeah, no bingos, no Ponu Coker or whatever Josh was talking about over there. No bingos available to Mike, and he's probably not going to spend much time, even with the enticing IERA floating in space. KNOP stacks alongside Riviera for 39 points. It makes an S equally as important as S's were before, but now Mike's got to be big sad. Mac just drew 7 fresh tiles. The odds that he has an S must be immensely high, easily above 80%. But Nop, I think, is just too strong to pass up for him. Josh, are you going to speak? And if you are you going to give a thumbs up to Nop for 39?
Nop for 39, very good. Somebody mentioning in the chat, Hope Punk just goes 1 letter off the board. That is a valid word. But it doesn't quite fit through that E of Riviera. Yeah, first thing I saw here was Kep, keeping ONPU. That's pretty strong as well. But yeah, Nop is a lot of points. I don't know, one or the other. You're gonna bingo on this board so often with all of those floating tiles available to play through. So pretty much anything Mike does here is pretty good. Cop for 33 looks good, leaving these letters open, keeping PUN blank. And Gambison not going to come down. That's what Mac Miller has lined up. I think he's just going to go with Gambs and Rivieras.
Oh, wow. I would have played embargoes for 0 here.
Oh,
he's set it up.
He's trolling us. I can see it in his face.
That is actually with 3 more unseen S's. That's a really fun bait. Play embargo, leave the hook, then knock it off in desperation.
Yeah, that's really cool, actually. Oh, he's looking at Beam. Okay. Yeah, Beam makes sense. Even though Mike is super likely to have an S for Vieira's, Beam is so many points and retains the S. At this point, I mean, Mac's up 120. Sure, he can get bingoed on a few times, but I think he's still going to win. Do you play Beam? Do you play Gams? Embargo is really hilarious, though, to try and bait the hook.
Oh, man. I'd play GAMBES at the bottom, just putting that G as far to the left of this board. Gams, I might be able to live 2 bingos. So I just need to obstruct a little bit of the space, and I'm feeling all right. And I need to knock out the opportunity where Mike can score 100 with the bingo, back hooking Riviera. Gams, oh, he's looking at holding the O and the E, seeing that there's only 1 E left in the entire game. That makes some sense, too.
Yeah, this also makes sense. It's just makes it a little bit likelier in the future that Mike can make something happen. And bingo on the bottom left. I guess not really. Yeah, keeping that E long term is very good. Sacrificing 3 points to do so, probably not a bad deal for Mac Miller here. There are a lot of weird letters to draw as well in this pool. 3 U's. Of course, that other blank would be nice. Mac doesn't need that. Mac needs to just try to not lose this game. And with 12 vowels and 20 consonants unseen, seems pretty good to keep 2 vowels.
Yeah, you're just imagining the nightmarest of nightmare situations if you're Mac, and it's pretty hard to go south after the 5-letter GAMBS. It's also pretty tough to go south after the 6-letter GAMBES, but you're looking at 99% probably in this situation.
Yeah, Mac super likely to take this one home and go finalizes day 2 at 12-2. That is an incredibly good record. And Mike Frentz has an incredible play through this E of Inarmed, burning his blank. Is he going to see it? Is it
Oh,
worth playing? I don't know, but it is quite cool. How much does that score? 10, 21, 22, 30, 62?
62.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That play being in the chat, Xenopus. Word starting with an X, using a blank. If Mike Frentz sees this, I'm going to go run downstairs and give him a hug in the middle of the... Actually, I won't do that. I won't do that. But Oxen in the same spot for 47 might be better.
Yeah, Oxen and then Bingo is a better, more frequent line that you're just getting 15 more for the blank. I think Xenopus might be the only way to win this game. You need 62 and a Miracle Bingo, but this pool's pretty rough. Holding just a C after Xenopus, I don't know. This is definitely the spread play.
Yeah, this is very, very logical. Back to Mac with AELOQTT. He's just going to play Cot, I think, most likely, unless I'm missing a spot right here. Making Era and IT. I don't think it's worth trying to block with QAT here. At this point, Mac just needs to keep scoring and he'll be fine. There are 17 tiles unseen to him. 17 tiles left in the bag. So it's getting harder and harder to imagine Mike Frentz winning this game.
Yeah, Mike drew the second blank after he bingoed with Inarmed. He is about to make his 6th straight non-bingo play, holding a blank on his rack, and it's not because he's missed anything. He's just not drawing bingos.
Yeah, I feel like if we calculated the odds of Mike Frentz bingoing after every single play he's made this game, ever since you drew the blank, and put that average out there, it would be higher than 70% or higher than 60%. It's just been very unfortunate. Like every single turn he's been somewhat likely to bingo, and it's just missed. But Mac also playing lights out Scrabble. Even if Mike had hit his bingo earlier, I don't think he would have won the game with the way Mac's been playing and drawing.
Yeah, Mike was about 57% to bingo after wide, holding EOU blank. I'm going to run through turn by turn now because there's not much else to dissect, just so we can lament how Mike has been getting destroyed by his pulls here.
Yeah. It's just really unfortunate. So many bingos too, and we wanted a shootout. We got it, but I was really hoping for like a 10 bingo game. We haven't seen that on stream.
He was a coin flip after like 46%. He was a little more than a coin flip after wide. On the jewel turn, probably also pretty close to a coin flip. OU blank on a wide open board. Yeah, 44% to bingo after jewel. He just didn't get one.
Yeah, sometimes that's how it be. But yeah, very nicely played game in any case. Up, coming down, that's a nice little sandwich play, playing between two chunks of letters on the board. Doesn't score that much, gets rid of the U though. And ACFI blank, surprisingly strong.
All right. Mike was indeed between 45 and 55% to bingo after each of those moves, and he's missed his coin flip 6 times in a row. Brutal.
Yeah, now I think he has something through the E of Rivieras. I believe. Maybe not. I don't see it.
Nope.
Maybe I'm just thinking
Chaffier.
Chaffier. Yes. Okay, that is good. So if Mac doesn't block that E, that will be available. But he's thinking about Toruli through the R of drooling, which does a good job at eliminating a bunch of space on the board. course, this is all academic at this point. Mac being up 121 at this stage of the game, but he wants to win by as much as he can. Yeah, crazy run for the 2024 champion. I guess we should not be surprised with this. Mac going to finish the day in first place after this game, only having lost 2 games. 6-1 both times.
Yeah, I've seen it happen several times in Scrabble where once somebody wins the big tournament, they kind of take a step back. They pursue other things, other hobbies, other pursuits, because how do you follow it up? I heard the guy who won 2 years ago isn't even trying to defend his title. That,
Nice
of course,
try.
is Josh Sokol, who is commentating instead of playing here. A lot of players switch over to Collins, as Alex Seaholm did, Conrad Bassett-Bouchard did, but Mac was gung-ho from the day he won. I'm going to repeat. He's been confidently walking around and saying that. The 12-2 start puts him in strong shape to make it into that best-of-5 finals. Nothing set in stone for sure, but if he plays slightly north of 500 Scrabble from here, there's a good chance he's in after the start he's had.
Yes, indeed. So, for those watching at home, this is our final round of the day. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Also, go and check out the International Lexicon, playing just next to this board that you're seeing on camera. That stream is being fathered by Josh Greenway on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. They've got commentary. They've got everything we've got. So there's no reason you shouldn't be checking them out as well. On to Mike Friends here to try and finish strong in this game. If he plays Chaffier, he's going to draw 6 tiles out of the bag. Those tiles will be UTSO. Wait.
BLL?
Yeah, BLL. Okay.
STU. Okay. Well,
BLL
while
STU.
Mike laments over trying to find this pretty low probability bingo, I want to give a few thank yous. This will be my last game on the headset. You boys got to go back to work and teach my kiddos tomorrow. But huge thank you to Josh Sokol for having me on the entirety of these weekends. To all of our viewers across the weekend for attempting to laugh at a few of my poor attempts at humor. Thank you for humoring me. Christian and Andrew K have been behind the scenes running this entire show. We get the FaceTime, but they do the vast majority of the hard work. So this stream would not be running without Christian and Andrew. We owe them a debt of gratitude for all they do. And the whole staff giving up 5 days of their personal life to come direct and organize a Scrabble tournament. Our director, Art Moore, assistant to the director, that is her actual title, Diane Moore, Master of Ceremonies, Alan Stern, our division leaders in Division 1, Jeffrey Nelson, Division 2, Chris Seaholm, Division 3, David Kleonsky, Division 4, John Merlau, and in the Collins division, Jason Adalski, plus division assistants Carrie Bottorff and Sarah Rosenbaum, John Chu, our webmaster, Christian Chu, and Heidi Robertson, annotating NWL and CSW respectively, Bill Cole doing data entry as well, and Steve Grob taking photographs across the entire thing. Thanks to all of those folks. It takes a village to run an event as large as this one. If you know any of those folks at all, shoot them a little text or an email of gratitude because they deserve it. 5 days of personal time so other people can play Scrabble while you watch. Thank you. Thank you to all those folks.
Yeah, I couldn't have said that better myself. Thanks so much, Matt, for that. Huge shout out to you as well. It's been such a pleasure commentating these last 2 days. And it's going to be sad to say goodbye, but we have a host of co-commentators coming to join me on the mic for the next 3 days. We have PEH and HE being played by Mike Frentz, keeping a very potent lead. So he saw Chaffier. He had it lined up on his rack, but was probably a little bit unsure of it. And this is a strong play in its own right. Back to Mac here, who is going to potentially play a really cool word, or a really cool play. WIS. Setting up his case E. and his S.
Yeah, he's got it lined up now. That's fun. I think I'd just play Weirs, Weirs, and knock out like all of the remaining real estate, leave one in the bag just in case Mike does bingo. But Whist is fun.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Neither of these plays will empty the bag. That is the one thing you don't want to do at this stage of the game to try and maximize your differential, how much you win by, is you don't want to take the last tile out of the bag and let your opponent play all of his or her tiles and end the game on the spot. So WIS, very cool play. Mac pretty confident that it's quite unlikely Mike will be able to make his blank into an E and use this spot for himself. And Mike probably going to bingo on this move. It was mentioned that he could play farcical. Not a word you see every day, through the A. And he has found it. So that is really cool. Mac with EIOSSTU. He already has 509 points. He looks almost like he's going to bingo out, but I think he's just going to make a nice little play using the setup he created. Mike's going to draw a B out of the bag as well as an L, and he will be able to go out in a variety of spots, I believe, with those two tiles. He has Alb available. He has Lib available. And maybe Mac can block both of those? Is there another spot that I'm missing?
I don't see it, but Engine says don't worry about being cute and blocking everything. Just play Cetus, Setous. And if you don't know that 6, play OSES instead.
Yeah, Cetus. That would be really cool to see. A very, very unlikely play. 6-letter words are actually almost as unlikely as 9-letter words to be like important to know in Scrabble. Obviously, they get played more often, but a 9-letter word is often going to be a bingo score. So when people are studying words, sometimes they study 9-letter words before they study 6-letter words. And a word like cetus, just an adjective using 2 S's and 6 1-point tiles, that's a very, very deep word knowledge check for Mac Meller. But he's seen all the words multiple times. He's gone through them. If anyone's going to find this play, it's him.
OSES is not a bad consolation prize, but Mac wants to play phenomenal, lights out Scrabble. Mac wants to find the best play here and milk every single spread point because you never know what the standings are going to be 14 rounds from now. OSES is what he's got.
All right, is that 44?
Yep.
44 points, so that is 553 to 445. Mike Francis is going to go out for 10, 455. He's going to get 6 from Mac. 451 to 553. What a shootout. Let's listen to these players.
Man, good game, Mike. Yeah, that was a shootout.
Yeah, if that's going to be how I introduce my friends and family to the game,
Yeah.
they're not all like this. I
Yeah.
promise.
I mean,
I had the blank from inarmed onward.
what? Really?
EOU blank, EOU blank, OU blank, and NPU blank.
And post-punk, did that fit?
Didn't.
You saw that?
I
Okay.
did see it.
Okay.
CP, drew the F. I kept wanting to get a PER play
Oh,
here
okay.
to try and open up some
Jeez.
new lines.
Wow, you had the blank for 8 turns?
Yeah.
That's insane.
The only one I'm worried about is this. I drew the happier. Which happier?
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought it might be. Yeah.
And not that it's going to win me the game at that
I mean, you're
stage.
it's an air ball.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of thought it was, but
Crawfish and crayfish.
nice. Okay. Yeah, I had the last E with this, so
Yeah, I knew. I
Yeah.
could see that.
yeah. It's,
Yeah. Of course, it's a totally different game if I would play remains there because then drooling goes nowhere.
right, and Goodley, are you? Well, Yeah, because he also bought Goodlier.
Yeah, but 12 felt like too much.
I mean, I think it's the right call. I think you just. I mean, the board's already so open.
Yeah.
Like it's like I think at that point you have to accept it's going to be a shootout, and
Yeah.
just go for it. Yeah, embargo definitely does not take the S, right? Because I have EO. It's only ES. I'm almost positive. Yes. Okay. Just Gambit Summon and Gambit Juice. I was like 98% sure. Yeah, I had Beam for more, but there was like none of the S's had been played, and I'm up so much. Like
Yeah, you gotta start. You gotta start at least attempting to play defense.
Exactly. Like I mean, yeah, tempting is so hard with the board open, but I mean, I'm like at that point I can withstand almost anything. But
Yeah.
and I purposefully didn't play off the E because there was only like one left.
Right.
So.
Yeah. You agree with this open? So I kept EENR, sending back ELN. What am I gonna do? Nene?
I wouldn't keep two E's there. I don't think honestly. I feel like if you're gonna trade, I feel like I would keep ERN.
Yeah. I thought about it, but
Wow,
the NR aren't exactly synergistic.
Yeah,
I'd like to keep more vowels.
As it turns out, if you play Nene, I don't think my bingo goes down. I mean, you can't know that. You could just as easily be giving me an A through the E, right? So
Right.
like, I feel like I would take the 8 there. Honestly, I mean, ELR isn't much worse than ERN, and I mean, generally speaking, like if I have a 3 or 4 tile play that doesn't slot vowel next to double letter, I do it usually. I mean,
it would have been either there and then the double, or
I would put it. Yeah, I think so.
S hooks, but those are going to be dangerous no matter what you do.
Yeah, I feel like I would play. I think I would play Nene there, but yeah, I would probably keep. Did you sacrifice to not play Frenetic? I was wondering about that. Because, oh, sorry.
I straight up didn't see it.
Okay.
But I mean,
No P, right?
I would have challenged.
Okay, I would have also.
No.
Yeah.
And 8 point sacrifice for the F, right on the border.
I wouldn't sack 8. You're putting an F on the double letter in 4th spot. I was hoping for an L for Venology. I kept GOO. I just kept drawing. I had the blank too on top of this. It's just like the injury. I mean, it's like
okay, so
I just drew 2 up.
Couple minor mistakes, but
Maybe
nothing outlandish.
I don't.
Nothing that's
you
going to
will.
win me the game.
I mean, I guess if you play Nene, it's a different game. But like, I don't think it's a mistake. It's not what I would do personally. But I mean, that doesn't mean it's wrong to exchange. Definitely not. Like. It's the type of thing, you ask a bunch of top players, they'll play totally different things.
Yeah. The way I was schooled, the easiest time to bingo is when there's exactly one word on the board. So,
I mean, generally, it's just made for 8s. Yes, obviously 7s. That makes it harder, but yeah.
Get the numbers in.
Yeah. Over 1,000-point game. These are always fun.
Over 1,000-point game. That is correct. So. This was the final game of day 2. Mike Frentz, 461, Mac Meller, 553. What a banger of a game to end the stream. It's very sad, very, very sad to say, but my time with the one and only Matt Kanik is drawing to an end. Matt, it's been a pleasure having you on board for the commentary. Thank you so much for taking the time, spending all of the weekend with us here in the booth in Maryland. So, yeah, let us know what your thoughts are, Matt, before we end the stream. But always a pleasure, man.
And we had to do one more wardrobe change after the Megadeth sighting. I had to rep my favorite metal band, and of course, that is Miss Shuga. If you don't know them, you should. They're friggin' awesome. Josh, it's always a pleasure to be on. Thank you for having me. I know that we are in capable hands with you, as well as Annette Oberstad, my brother, Charles Reinke, on this stream, as well as a slew of Collins commentators over on the CSW stream. I will be popping in the chat as I can to keep up with this. I do just want to say right now, Jackson Smiley is going to win this event. Okay, there, I said it. That's all I've got. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
Wow, okay. Nice prediction there. Thank you so much, Matt. All right, we will see you tomorrow right back here on this channel, 9 a.m., right? Yeah, 9 a.m. I'll be here. I'll be ready. I can't wait to see what is coming next. We should throw the stream over to the Let's Play Scrabble channel. I think they're still playing their final game, so quickly go on to that YouTube channel, give them some love. Make sure you like, subscribe. You can even become a super fan of the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel if you are willing to donate. Thank you, everybody. I will see you in the morning with some more top tier Scrabble. Have a good night.